In this video, we will learn how to download and install the TallyPrime in your computer. You can download and install the educational version free of cost, which is provided by the Tally Solutions, which is the owner of the Tally. So come to the Google and type TallyPrime, press enter. Come to the tallysolutions.com, click over here. Here we can see the option download, click on it, and here we can see TallyPrime release 2.1, and below that we have a button to download. Once we click on it, it will start downloading. Dear friend, it may possible this release will be changed when you are watching this video. So download and install the latest version at the time you are watching this video. I have already downloaded this setup, so now I double click on it. I have mentioned the version for tracking the version of the setup file. Now double click on it. It will open the TallyPrime setup file. This is the setup manager. Here we have some options. By default it is showing the application path is C program files tally.erp9. I have already installed the Tally ERP9, which is the previous version of the Tally, but the latest version is TallyPrime. That is why I can see this option. It may possible if you have not installed the Tally ERP9, so you will not get this option. I always suggest make partition of your hard disks like D, E, F, G and install the TallyPrime in the partition other than C, because whenever your Windows get damaged, your whole data or setup file will also get damaged. There is no option for retrieve the data if your Windows get damaged. Now click on the configure. Here you will find two options to create the shortcuts at the desktop and the start menu. Leave it as it is. Now click on the more options. Here you have a first option, install new. Select and press enter if you want to install right now. But below that we have two more options, whether I want to upgrade our Tally ERP9 to the TallyPrime 2.1 release, or I want to uninstall the application from my computer. So in this case I will select the install new and press enter. Here I will get the option to change the path. Here it is. So let me click on the configure file. Now I can change, click on the show more button, and if I double click over here, I can change the path to D, remove, or you can simply click on these three dots, which will bring to you Windows option to select the option for installing the TallyPrime in a particular folder, or you can simply type or copy paste. So I am just typing the TallyPrime in the D folder, and now press enter, and now / and close this one, and now we can see I'm going to install TallyPrime release 2.1. the application path is D TallyPrime. Now click over here to install, and this TallyPrime setup manager start installing our TallyPrime, and it's done. Now we can click here to start the TallyPrime, or we can start the TallyPrime from the desktop. We are getting this message. So now press S or click over here to open that TallyPrime. So we can see the TallyPrime logo, and now our program is getting open. When you open TallyPrime first time, you will get these options. So these three options is related to the license. As you know, we are using the educational mode, so we will click this option or press T from the keyboard. We can see some text in the blue TURA. These are the shortcut keys for these particular options. So if I press T, it will open the TallyPrime with the select company option. Double click on the TallyPrime icon from the desktop to open the TallyPrime. If you are using educational version, so every time you open the Tally, you need to click on continue in educational mode. Here we can see select company option or window. Here we have option to open the already created companies, or we can create the new company by clicking over here. We can also open the company remote location. This option is available in the license version only. So first we will create our first company. First select the create company and press enter. Press the backspace. So this is the path where our company's data will be saved. As I already explained in my first video, that always select a separate partition of the hard disk for saving the data. So if your Windows get corrupt, your data will be saved. So in this case, I'm gonna select D drive, and for this you need to select the specify path, click over here, and you can copy paste the path, press escape. We can also select from the drive, click over here, and we can see all the partitions available in my computer. So in this case, I'm going to select D drive, then I will select courses, TallyPrime English, and this is the Tally data. I have already created this folder. After selecting this one, press enter, and now type the company name, type the mailing name, type the address, select the state, enter the PIN code, telephone, mobile, email, website, press enter. These two options are very important. Select the financial year beginning from. In India, the financial year begins from the April and it ends in March. But in some countries, it starts from January to December. So always select this option 1st April in case of India. If it is outside Indian company, you need to select a different date. Books begins from. It may possible you started the business in June, July, or middle of the year. So you need to select that date. But in this case, I'm going to select 1st April only. Press enter. In India, the base currency would be INR. The formal name is INR, and accept this one. So here we got the confirmation that our company has been created successfully. Now we need to enable some more features which is mandatory in case your company is registered with TDS, GST, and you want to maintain it. So first one is accounting. Maintain accounts, yes. Maintain bill-wise entries, yes. This is a very good option in the Tally. If you want to maintain the bill-wise detail of your supplier or your customers, so you can track the bill-wise outstanding report. I will show you in coming videos. Click enter. If you want to maintain the inventory, select yes, otherwise no. If you want to integrate the accounts with inventory, select yes, otherwise no. So if you want to maintain the GST, select yes, otherwise no. So after enabling the GST, there are some compulsory details which we need to enter in the masters, so that every time whenever we create any report or the statutory returns of GST, it will get from this source automatically. So the state in which our company has been registered, here we have to select. In case it's Tally, type of registration is regular, SSC is registered in another territory, then we have to select yes, and we have to enter the state as well. If your company is registered more than one state, so you need to maintain the separate account of each state separately. Means you have to create a separate company for each state, and you need to consolidate that company in the Tally. You can create unlimited companies. I will show you that scenario in coming videos as well. So now GST applicable date in which you have registered your company. So I'm going to select 1st April. Here we need to enter the GST number. Select the periodicity of GSTR1 to monthly. If you are filing the GSTR1 quarterly, select quarterly. We can also set or alter the GST rate details, which we will do later. Now enable tax liability on advance receipt. Select yes if you want to enable the tax liability on advance receipt. Select yes if you want to enable the tax liability on reverse charge. Select yes to enable the GST classification. So I'm going to select yes this time. We will enable these options in coming videos. And if you are doing export and you are using LUT and the bond functions, so you need to maintain details over here. So in this case, I'm going to select no. If eBay, select yes if you want to maintain the eBay bills related details. So in this case, it's yes, and applicable from 1st April. Invoice value must be more than 50,000, then only the eBay bill is applicable. Interest applicable for interest rates, yes. Threshold limit is also 50,000. Print eBay bill on the invoices. Select yes if you want to print, otherwise no. Select this option to yes if you want to enable the e-invoicing applicable. So right now I'm going to select these features. I will explain details of these options in coming video, so don't worry. So right now you need to enable these options and press enter. Now you need to leave TDS option to no right now. We will learn more about the TDS in the TDS section. So press enter and accept these details. So now we have created our first company. In the next video, I will let you know more features of the In the next video, I will explain more features of Tally. In this video, we will learn more about the interface and some other options of TallyPrime. You can see the front window, which is called the gateway of Tally. So in this course, sometimes I will ask just go to gateway of Tally. So you need to come out to this window. Whenever you want to enter in any option or function of the Tally, you need to press enter and press escape to come out. It may ask the confirmation whether you want to print, whether you want to go out of this particular option. So press Y or no to confirm your action. Now if you see this, you can see some options like company, data and action. You can also see one letter. In case of company, the K is underlined. It means you need to press Alt and the letter. That option will enable and the menu will be open for you. So in case of company, you can create more company from here. Press enter. You will come to the same window for company creation. We have already done that one. Press escape and it is asking for quit. So we need to click on yes or press Y from the keyboard to come out this option. Again press Alt K and we have option for alter. If I select this one, you can change the company's data which is opened and selected for the entries. In this case it is V tutorial. We can change the configuration as per our choice and then accept that one. Let's see, in this case I want to maintain the telephone number. Doing alteration, press enter and finally you have to accept the changes and done. Again press Alt K. This time also select the alter and press Alt D. Here you can select the company data. Make sure this option is used to delete the company data completely from the Tally. Once you accept or confirm this action, there is no option for retrieve the data. So make sure you are deleting the right company data, otherwise there will be a problem for you. Press escape or no to not delete this data. And we can see some more options like connect to the remote access. This option is available in the license version only. If you go to the next option, that is data, it is used to take the backup and the restore and split the data into different financial years. The next is exchange. This is used for generating the e-way bill or the e-invoice. Next is import. It is used to import the data or bank details or the configuration from the Excel or some other sources. This option is used to export the data, and this is for the emailing, this is for print, and this is for the help. If you escape, if you again come to the gateway of Tally, on the left hand side you can see the list of companies you opened and you are working on. So, and this is the gateway of Tally options. First one is master. Under master we have separate options. These options are used to create the accounting masters. Also we can maintain the inventory masters. This the next grouping is transactions. Here we can create the vouchers, we can see the day book, we can use the banking option. Here are the reports like balance sheet, profit and loss, stock summary, and here some ratio analysis options. So if I come to the vouchers, on the left hand side we can see more options, like if we want to post the receipt voucher, journal voucher, sales voucher, and we can see the shortcut keys of these vouchers as well. I will explain one by one all the vouchers in details in the coming videos, so don't worry. So this is the interface, and one more good option is there is Alt C. There is a one shortcut key is Control N is used to do the calculation. So you can see in the below side there is one option. We can do the simple mathematical calculations, sum, we can do the subtraction, multiplication. So we can do the calculation in this and click on the X button to close this one. So these are the some features of the TallyPrime. In this video I will teach how you can change the path of the data where our company has been saved. By default it will display the list of companies in the folder which we assign at the time of installation of the TallyPrime software, but we can change later on. First open the TallyPrime, double click from the desktop on the icon of the TallyPrime. It will open the TallyPrime. Click on the continue in educational mode. You can see the list of companies, and this is the by default path which was assigned at the time of installation of the TallyPrime. We can change this default. We can also change the path manually, but this exercise will be continue every day whenever you open the TallyPrime. But we can change this path by default. For this we will use data option. Just click over here or click the Alt Y as a shortcut key from the keyboard. You need to select data path. Just click over here. Here we have to define the path for the backup, which we will learn later. Here we have to define the company data path. This is the default path as already explained. This path was defined at the time of installation of the TallyPrime. Now we can change it. Just enter over here. Here we have some options. We can select up. It will go up folder. It will come out from this folder, but instead of doing this we can simply specify, means we can copy paste the default path like here, and now we can copy paste or type the path, or we can use Windows option for selecting the particular folder from the drive. So we will use this one. I will select from device, then go to D drive. I'll come to the courses, then TallyPrime English, and this is my default. I will enter once again and then I will come back, and next time whenever I open the TallyPrime it will show me this file. Let me check once again. I will exit and I will again log into TallyPrime. Click on continue in educational mode. Now we can see the by default path has been changed. So by that way you can change the path of the data. Dear friends, in this video we will learn about the masters. In any software, there are three different parts. First one is masters, in which we will create groups, ledgers, voucher types. So for posting any documents, we need some groups, some ledgers and the voucher types. So we will control all these in the master section. Second section is the vouchers. Using the vouchers, we will post the documents that will be saved in these ledgers. And third part is the reporting section, in which we can retrieve the data from the vouchers in the mode of ledgers, outstanding reports, stock reports. There are many types of reports available. So first we will learn about the masters. Here we have two options. First one is create, second is display or alteration. Let me go first in the alteration. Here we can see the master data which is already created by default in the TallyPrime whenever we create a new company. So you will get these masters by default automatically. So here you can see the type of masters. First one is accounting master, inventory masters, statutory masters and statutory details. So we can alter these details as well. First we will discuss about the accounting masters. The first one is the groups, which is very important. You can see bank account, branch, capital account, cash in hand, current assets, current liabilities, deposits. We can design our balance sheet or the financial accounts using these groups. Some are related to the assets, some are liability, profits, loss, expenses, profit, etc. So using these groups, we will define the structure of our balance sheet. So we can go back from here. Next is ledgers. By default, you will get only two ledgers, profit and loss account and the cash. Next is currency. We can use multiple currencies, which we will learn later on. And voucher types. So by default, you will get all necessary voucher types required to save different type of documents in the TallyPrime. Example, journal, receipts and payments, sales and purchase. These are the default voucher types you are getting, but you can create as per your requirement. Here we have create button. Don't worry, I will explain each and every voucher types details in the coming videos. Now going back from here, here we have inventory related master data, which we will discuss in the next part. If we will go back, press escape, we have one more option, chart of accounts. Just enter over here and here select the ledgers and press enter. Here you can see the structure of your financial statements, which is profit and loss and the balance sheet. These are the groups which assign to the asset. So all ledgers created under these groups will be assigned to the assets. These are the groups related to the liabilities. So asset and liability will form our balance sheet. The below side we can see expenses and the incomes. So here we have three major groups: direct expenses, indirect expenses and purchase account, direct income, indirect income and the sales account. These are related to the incomes. These are related to the expenses, which will form our profit and loss account. Now I'm gonna show you one more report. This chart of account is created by me using my complete experience. These are the common ledgers or the groups defined in each type of company or the industry. It may possible some more ledgers are required which you can create, but here I will explain the requirement and the use of all groups and the ledgers, and in the next video I will teach you how you can create these ledgers and the groups one by one. You can do the alteration or you can delete the ledgers. So let me begin first with the branch and the divisions. So you can create If a company have branches and maintain their accounts separately, they can create separate company for each branch. So all branch related data will comes under these groups. Under the capital account group, we can create the ledger related to the share capital and the partner's capital in case of the partnership firm. Under the reserve and surplus, which is also known as a retained earnings, we will create general reserves, capital reserve, or workmen compensation funds which are related to the retaining some amount from profit for sudden future liabilities or the losses. Next is current assets. Under current assets, we have some subgroups like bank accounts, cash in hand, deposits, loans and advances. Under the loans and advances, under the current assets, we also having the current debtors. Here we can see some groups, which is a third level of the current assets. Debtors, region, northern region, debtors, southern region, debtors, western region, debtors, eastern region. So we can get the outstanding report, or we can maintain the master of all our customers region wise. So it will give you a good reporting or MIS region wise. You can create as per your choice. All the bank accounts will comes under these groups. Cash will come under the cash in hand. Deposits such as fixed deposits, security deposits for rent, security deposit for telephone, electricity will comes under these groups. Loans and advances, asset side, any loan non-training nature given by the company such as advance to the employees against salary, and do not open any ledger for advance to the supplier. That is a part of vendor account only, which is the sundry creditors. Stock in hand, raw material, WIP, finished goods comes under these groups, and this will come under the current assets only. So we are discussing all groups and the ledgers which is coming under the current assets only. And sundry debtors I have already explained. Now we are moving to the current liability. First one is the duties and taxes. Under the duties and taxes, we can create different type of subgroups. For example, for the custom duty, for goods and services tax. Under the goods and services tax, you can create subgroups for GST input, GST output, GST for RCM. Under these groups, we can create the accounting ledgers. And what are the benefit for creating such groups? We can also create all the input and output tax under the duty and taxes. Yes, you can create. But example, if your manager wants to know what is the total input available for a particular month or a month end, how you will calculate? You will do all calculation manually. But if you are having this kind of structure, you just open the trial balance, you will see the total balance of the GST input group and you are having all the information. That is why I always suggest just give good time to create your chart of account according to the business requirement. No problem. We are moving to our next section, which are the provisions. We retain some fund for known liability but cannot get exact amount, which called provisions. So we can create such kind of provisions under the provisions which is under the current liability. For example, provision for taxation, for depreciation for assets, bad debts, discounts, repair or renewal of assets. So we can create such provision ledgers under the provision group. We can create sundry creditors under current liability. Here we can differentiate using their locality. For example, creditors local, creditors central, creditors import, and you can also bifurcate or create groups according to your requirement. It can be depends on the type of material you are purchasing. Maybe for example, your company is manufacturing and the trading, so you can create the two groups all vendors related to the raw material used for the manufacturing of the goods will comes under manufacturing group. All sundry creditors related to the trading items comes under the trading. That totally depends on the requirement of the business. Next is direct expenses. Manufacturing or the trading related expenses comes under these groups, such as rent of the factory, gas, fuel, power for the factory, wages and salary, workers or the supervisors, wages, import or custom duty on purchases, carriage or the freight inward, freight octroi, electricity for the factory, dock charges, royalty, direct incomes. All incomes related to the business will comes under this group. Fixed assets, we can create the subgroups for land and building, then for fixture and furniture, machine and tools. Then these ledgers related to the land and building we can create under these groups. Then we will move to the indirect expenses. So we will create subgroups like office and administrative expenses, selling and distribution expenses, financial expenses and the miscellaneous expenses, or related expenses which comes under these groups have already defined over here. You will get this chart of account sheet for your references. You can download from the description. Next is indirect incomes, interest received, profit or sale of assets, or any other incomes which is not related to the business of our company will comes under the indirect incomes. If our company has invested in some shares in other company shares will comes over here. Investment in government bonds, long-term fixed deposits are comes under these groups. Loans, if our company having overdraft facility which comes under these groups. Bank OD accounts, bank account with overdraft facility. Secured loans, unsecured loans, it means these are the loans taken by the company will comes under the loans liability side. Miscellaneous assets, incorporation and pre-operative expenses will come under this group, which is a legal requirement under Schedule 6 of the Indian Companies Act. Companies would write off permissible portion of these expenses, such as primarily expenses comes under the miscellaneous expenses asset side. Finally, we have purchase account. We can create purchase group under which we can create the different ledgers. Then sales, and these are the ledgers. Then the suspense account and the profit and loss account. So this is the chart of accounts I have created. You can download for your reference and create the GLs. So in the next video, I will explain how you can create such groups and the ledgers one by one. Hello friends. So now we are going to create our first ledger. First, let me see what are the ledgers we are going to create right now. So first we will create the branch and divisions. Dear friend, we have same approach or the same procedure for creating the some ledgers. I will tell you one by one which have the same way to creating the ledger, so you can refer the previous one and you can create by yourself. So first we will create the branch Karnataka under the branch and division. In the same way we can create the share capital, partners capital, reserve and journal and reserve account capital, and these three ledgers can be created in the same way. So I will create the first one. The rest you have to create by yourself for your practice. So I'm going to open TallyPrime. From gateway of Tally, go to the masters, select the create and press enter, and select the ledger. Press enter and type the name of the ledger. So in this case, branch Mumbai or Karnataka, whatever it is. And from here we need to select the list of group from the right hand side. So in this case it is branch and division. You can use your mouse or you can up and down by arrow keys. So like that, you can use up arrow key or the down arrow key for selecting the group I'm selecting branch and division, press enter. Enter the mailing name. So in this case, as it is our branch, so the name would be same. Here you can enter the address, and here you need to select state and pin code. You can also provide the bank details. That is totally optional. It is not mandatory. You can provide the PAN details. If this branch is registered under the GST, so you need to select appropriate registration type. So in this case it is unknown, and I'm not going to provide GSTN number as well. Here we need to enter the balance, if any. So in this case I'm going to enter the debit balance, and that's it. So whenever we create any ledger and enter the balance, so it will reflect over here. So now we have entered the debit balance. So whenever we enter the credit balance, it will come over here. This balance will be the consolidated opening balance. So you need to remember that. So now I will open the chart of account once again. So by the same way, we can create the share capital and the partners capital. So I'm going to create the capital account very quickly. You need to follow in the same way. Capital account, enter. In this case there is no need to select anything. Enter, and in this case it is 10 lakh. So in the same way you can create. Let me show you what are the GLs you can create in the same way. So you can create reserve and surplus, cash, fixed deposits, loans and advances, and we will create the debtors separately, and you can create duties and taxes will be created separately. You can create provision account in the same way. You can create income and expenses ledgers in the same way, and you can create investment account. You can create loans and liabilities. You can create preliminary expenses. Purchase and sales we will create separately, and suspense is already created, but you can create by yourself in the same way. So now we are moving to our next ledger type, which is the bank account. So now I'm going to open the bank account. In the same window we have to select the ledger. Now we will type HDFC bank account. CA means current account. Here we will select the bank account, press enter. Here you need to enter the bank account details. You need to enter the IFC code, which is 11-digit code. Here SWIFT code for international remittances, so you can skip this one. And you can see branch bank name not applicable. This option will be available for the license version TallyPrime only. So this will be available once you get the license of the Prime. So you will get the list of all banks available in the country you selected for your company, and you can select them. And now you can select or enter the branch. You can also maintain the checkbooks. I will show you later on in the banking section how you can maintain the checkbooks. You can enable or print the checkbooks. These days checkbook printing is old fashioned. These days companies are using online remittances using the RTGS and the NEFT. So I will show you how you can create the letters automatically. So right now I'm going to select no for disabling the check printing, and now you can enter the mailing name or the mailing details, and you can enter the address, and you can enter the pin code, and here you can maintain the GSTN as well. Press enter. You need to enter the balance, if any. So in this case this is 15 lakh, except this one. So by that way you can create your bank account. Next one is debtors. So first we will create the group, then we will create our ledger. So in this case I will create only one group and one ledger. Remaining all you have to create by yourself for your practice. See, in the similar way you can create your creditors, but I will show you how you can create. So first we will create the group. So for creating the group, come back to the list of masters, and this time you have to select the group, and now enter the name of the group you want to create. In this case it is debtor. Enter, and here you have to select the group already created. In this case it is sundry debtors. So here we have three options. First one, select yes if you want to behave this as a sub ledger, means you want to see the balances of groups or not. So in this case I'm going to select yes, because we want to see the balance of the all debtors under this group, so we can see the consolidated outstanding report or the balance of this group. If you want to see the net debit and credit balances for reporting, select yes, otherwise no. Yes, we want to see. And you can also use this group for calculation like duties and discounted or the taxes, but no, in this case we are not going to use this one because this is the debtor account. We need to enter all our sales and the receipt details over here. And next one is used for the method of allocation when used in the purchase invoice. I will explain in the particular section what is the use of this one. This time you have to select the not applicable. This feature is not applicable for the debtors, so you have to select and you have to accept this one. So but same way you can create your remaining groups. So now we will create our customer account or the sundry debtor account for northern region. So first we will create, let's see, Voltas Limited, Delhi. Here you need to select the northern region. You have to select the maintain balances bill by bill. It is a very good option for debtor or the creditors, because we can trace the balances of the invoices and make the payment bill by bill. So you have to select this option to yes. We can also define the default credit period. In the businesses we get default credit period. Whenever we do any sales and purchase, supplier or the debtors provide us the credit period, so that we can make the payment after this date, and after this credit period our bills will get due and we will receive or make the payments. So in this case I'm going to enter the 30 days and check for credit days during the voucher entry to yes if you want, otherwise no. We can also manage the percentage of calculation in case of this ledger is related to the duties and taxes or freight or any type of calculation. But in this case it is not used for the calculation, so we will leave as it is. And this is the mailing details. So in this case we will maintain the name appropriate, like Voltas Limited. See, this ledger name can be differ. This is for our internal control purpose only, but whenever we raise any invoice, all the details like name and addresses, GST and bank details will be captured from this area, so this master. So you need to take care and you need to enter the appropriate details and it should be correct. So I think here you need to maintain the 4I principle, means somebody has to create and another person has to verify and approve the creation of the vendor account. So in this case I'm going to enter the address and the state would be same. We can enter the PIN code. Here you can enter their bank details if available. So in this case it is others. And here you need to enter the PAN number or registration type and the GST number. So I'm going to enter. You can also set or alter the GST details if you want. So here you can also define the registration type of the customer in details of the GST, such as what is the registration type of GST, whether it's a SSE of other territory or not, is it an e-commerce operator, whether consider party as a deemed exporter for purchase or not, and whether the party type is the deemed exporter, UN or SEZ, something like that. And here whether they are providing the transport details which will be available for the creating the e-way bills. In the e-way bills we have to maintain or mention the transporter details. So these are the other features which we can define from this detail. Now you need to enter the opening balance. So for this data I'm not going to enter any opening details, and I need to accept this as it is. So now it is time to create the group for creditors, sundry creditors. So this time I'm going to select accounting group, enter, and here we will select the central, or I will create the group as per their services providers. So I'm going to create the group of our suppliers as per their nature of business we are doing. For example, service providers, materials, importer, like that. I need to create the groups, and we can see the all details of our creditors. So this time I'm going to create or select the creditors, and we have a same information like in case of debtors we have selected. So I'm going to use all the details. Now we are going to create the ledgers. In the same way we can create the sundry creditors, similar way we created our sundry debtors. So in this case we are going to select the info as our creditor. So this case I'm going to select service provider. You need to select maintain bill by bill to yes. You can provide the credit period and their address. So in this case I'm going to change the state this time, and here the PAN details. And you can also set or alter the GST details in the similar way we defined for our sundry debtors. Here we can enter the detail of the opening balance. So this time I'm going to enter the some opening balances. Now you can see when I insert or mention the 55,000 rupees as a opening balance, we can see one more option for bill wise breakup. So we need to give the breakup of the balances, which date it is going to due, like 25,000 will be due on 1st of April. Then the second reference number, when it is going to due, it will be due on 31st of May of 2022, remaining 30,000. So like that we need to define our balance, opening balance bill wise. In the last video we learned how we create the debtors, creditors, some other ledgers. We also learned how we create the groups. So in this video we will learn how we will create our tax ledgers and the purchase and the sales ledgers. So first we will create the GST ledgers, but before that we have to create quickly our GST input output groups. So in this video we will also learn how we create the shortcut keys for creating the ledgers or the groups directly from the voucher file or wherever we are working and we need any master. So there is no need to come out. We can create the ledger or the groups directly from that window. So first we need to open the TallyPrime and come to the gateway of Tally, and now go to create group. No, we will not create the group, we will create the ledger directly. So first we will create the SGST input. Now you know that the duties and taxes groups is available, but it is applicable for all type of taxes. We have to create the groups. So now we want to create a group from here. So you need to press Alt C from here, and now we can see group creation secondary window is appearing. Now enter the group over here. So here we will enter the group GST input, but as you know that this is the second level. The first level is the GST. So here we need one more group. Again we will press Alt C and we will create goods and services tax, and this time we will select duties and taxes, and we will select yes, yes, and for this we will select no, not applicable, and select OK. Here also we will select yes, yes, no, not applicable, and that's it. So we are going to create GST account. So we will select the type of duties and taxes is GST. Here you need to select state tax for SGST. There is no need to define the percentage over here for calculation. It will be calculated in the voucher, and I will show you how you can do that. We can do the round off. So select the normal rounding and select 0, and you need to save it. You can also enter any opening balances coming from the last period. So we can enter the opening balance as well. So we have created our GST input ledger. Now I'm going to create CGST input quickly. Press Ctrl R to get the last entered input in the field. So in this case it is CGST, and it would be under GST input, and it is GST, and this case it is CGST, and there is no need to define the percentage. Normal rounding up to 0, and save it. In the similar way we will create our output taxes. So CGST output, this time I will create GST output, and here you can see we have already created the goods and services tax, so there is no need to create again. And this time we are going to use yes and yes, and we can save it. This time I'm going to select GST and CGST, no need to define, and now we can again use Ctrl R to get the last field. So this case SGST, GST output, GSD, state tax, and save it. So by that way we can create the duties ledgers. Let me show you the trial balance or the list of ledgers. So for display purpose we will use chart of account. Select the chart of account, press enter, and select the ledgers and press enter. Now come down to the liability side. We can see the tree of all groups and ledgers we have created. We can see current liabilities. Under current liability, duties and taxes. Under duties and taxes we have a goods and services tax, and we have GST input and output groups under the goods and services tax group, and under GST input output groups we have CGST input or output ledgers. In the similar way we have to create the IGST input output ledgers. That is your task to create. Now it is time to create the purchase and the sales ledgers. Now press escape to come out from this window, and again we are going to use create option from the master category from the gateway of Tally. Select create, press enter, select ledger, and this time I'm going to create local purchase. Local purchase means within the state purchase. This time we will use purchase account, and we will use not applicable. Is GST applicable? We need to set yes, set or alter details to no, and we are going to use this purchase for the goods only. If we are going to buy services, so we will create a separate ledger for services. And now we can save it. In the similar way, we have to create sales. This time we will use sales local, and we will use sales account, not applicable, GST is applicable, and here we will use goods and services. That's it. So by that way, we can create our tax ledgers, purchase, and the sales ledgers. Dear friends, this lecture is very important for the GST purpose. As you remember, when we were creating the duties ledgers, let me show you. Go to the chart of accounts and come to the ledgers and see the GST output. When you open, you can see we have not defined the percentage of calculation. If we create the percentage of calculation, so instead right now we have created only single ledger for CGST output, but if we calculate the GST as per the ledger, so we have to, in that case, we have to define the ledger for each rate. In the GST we have total 4 or 5. Maybe at the time you are learning the rates, the number of rates can be increased, so it is not a good practice. So what we will do, we will define the rate of tax in the HSN, and we will assign that particular HSN code to the stock master. So whenever we do sales or purchase or any other transaction, the GST will be calculated automatically. That is the perfect way. In that case, we have very less ledgers for better control, and we will get our GST report properly. So how we will configure that, we will learn in this video. So you need to take care, and that's very important for calculating the proper GST and proper GST reports for the return filing purpose. So please note down each and every steps, and do not skip this video, because that is very important. So as you remember, during the configuration, we enable the option for classification. So this time we will create the HSN code, and then we will assign the HSN code to the stock master. But before going ahead, we need to understand what is the HSN code. As you know that we have so many types of material. GST is applicable the nature of material. So for that, GST department has created HSN codes. Each SN code having a number, a code, their description, detailed description, and they have assigned a particular percentage. So we will create those codes in the TallyPrime first. So let me show you the list of HSN code as per the GST department. So this is the list. I have downloaded this list from the GST website. You can also download the latest one. So here you can see there are number of schedules, total 7 schedules, each schedules having different rate. So if we go down, let me go down, and you can see this is the HSN code. This is the chapter heading and the HSN code. Like here we have copper mats, cement coppers. The HSN code is 4701, and the rate of this copper would be 18%. So like that we can check the rate of material, and we can create the same HSN code. So for example, I will create and I will use this HSN code as an example in our TallyPrime. So let me open the TallyPrime first, and now I will go to the create, and we have an option GST classification. Now come over here, and here we can enter the name of item. So I would recommend to use the code over here, and like 7401/copper. So whenever we type the name of the article, goods, or the material, or the code, we can find it easily. Here we can type the description detailed description. Now here we can paste here the HSN code. It may be possible the GST is not applicable on these goods such as the petrol, diesel. You may be purchasing the diesel for your genset. So at that time you can mention yes. Nature of transaction. So here we have nature of transaction. So we can select the not applicable in that case. And here the applicable taxability we have to accept. Particular goods is under GST, but it is exempt or nil rated. But in this case it's taxable. So we will select taxable. It may be possible the reverse charge is applicable or not. If applicable, select yes, otherwise no. It may be possible that particular goods is applicable for not taking the input credit of the input. For that you need to learn the GST properly. I will explain in the GST chapter which is coming. And now here we need to assign the rate. In this case it is 18%, and CGST SGST will be divided automatically 50-50%. For example, in this case the integrated tax is 18%, so CGST rate would be 9%, SGST rate will also be 9%, and press enter and save it. So by that way we can create the GST classification. Dear friends, in this video we will learn about the Godown feature. As you know that we are dealing in the inventory, and there is a one place where we are storing all our material, that is called Godown or the location. It may be possible in your business you may have a different Godowns, or you have a very big Godown in which there is a different locations. In the locations we have a storing area, we may have different racks, and we have thousands types of material. So it is very difficult for us to manage the inventory. But in TallyPrime you can access the material at the location level. You can even create a rack, even a drawer, or a smallest space. You can create different level of storing locations for better control over the inventory. So let me introduce the feature of Godowns. So if you come to the gateway of Tally and you create, then you will come down, you will see one option is Godown. If you create over here, you will get the option is main location exists by default for the company. Do you want to alter the main location, or you want to create the new Godown? So location is already created, that is called main location. So under this location we can create the multiple Godowns if we want, or we can alter the main location. That's totally depend on the requirement of the business. So in this case I'm going to create two different Godowns at different locations, and I mean the address of the Godown would be different. So you need to click on the create new, and here you need to enter the name of Godown. So you can define like Godown New Delhi. Here you need to select the main location because we are maintaining the all Godowns under the main location only. And we may have Godown Gurgaon. This will also come under the main location. So if we want to see the total inventory of our company, so we will select the main location. So now I'm giving you the idea or the example for the lowest location. For example, we have a warehouse A which we created in our TallyPrime, like Delhi Godown. Under the Delhi Godown we have two different locations, like we have made the partition of the Godown in which we have location A and the location B. So we can create a code warehouse A location A, warehouse A location B. Under the location A or B we may have a rack. So we will create the coding like warehouse A location A R1. R1 means the rack 1. And under the second warehouse A location A R2. In the similar way, we can create the rack 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the location B as well. And this rack is also divided into 4 or 3 parts. So under these parts, we store the material. Let me show you one image. So if you see over here, we have a rack, and in these racks, we have a three different locations. So this is the smallest unit of the rack. So we can assign a code of this particular area. This is the rack number 1. So we have, for example, 10 racks. So we can assign rack 1, 2, 3, and these 10 racks are located in the warehouse location A. So we can have the code like warehouse WA location A, rack 1 location 1. I mean, you can put any code L1, L2, L3 like that, and you store your item over here. So whenever we purchase any quantity or we have any stock transfer from one warehouse to another warehouse, so we can use these store locations for better control. So TallyPrime give us the facility to create any number of locations. So I will give you the example. We have already created our Godown, New Delhi. Now we will create the location L1, then rack, and then we will create the racks smallest unit. So let me open this one, and again we will go to the create, and I will go to the Godown again, and now we will create WA LA R2, and this will come under the New Delhi. So now we will create the bin. Here we will type WA LA R1 and B1. B1 means the bin, and here we will select Control plus R to get the last value entered over here. We will change to bin 2, and here we will select this one. We can identify the bin of the material very easily. So whenever there is a dispatch, whenever we purchase this material, so we have to assign the bin number, and it will be stored at that bin. Whenever we issue the material to the production line or we have to sell it, then we can take the material from that bin, and we can easily search the bin using our software. That will very helpful for the material management. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the unit of measure. When we create the inventory, we need to create the unit of measures such as numbers, boxes, bottles, carton, grams, kilograms, so that we can easily measure our stocks. So you can create any number of unit of measures. Even you can create the compound units. For example, you have a box in which you will store the 12 bottles. So first we will manufacture the 12 bottles. We will manufacture the bottles in numbers. Then we will store those bottles in one box. So we can create compound unit which is having 12 bottles, 24 bottles, 50 bottles, like that. We can also create the cartoons. As you know that we can measure the weight in kilograms, and kilograms is a unit of 1000 grams. So we can create such kind of unit of measures. So let me open the TallyPrime to create the simple and the compound units. So first we will go to the create, and here we will select the units, and when you press backspace, you will have the options to create the type of units, whether it's compound or the simple. First we will create the simple, then we will create the compound units. So select the compound units and first create the kg and give the name, formal name, which should be different from the symbol, like kilograms. And here we need to select the UQC. Means these are the units defined as per the GST. Because in the GST system, they have already created their unit of measures for filing the GST returns. So for the kilogram purpose, type the K and find which is suitable for your unit. So in this case, it's kgs and kilograms, and it is mandatory. You can also define the decimal places. So in this case, it could be 2, because it may possible we measure our component or the material in decimal places. So up to 2 decimal places we would like to assign. So we will type the 2, press enter, and now GRM, like grams, we are going to create grams. So we are typing the name grams, and in this case select the G. So here it is grams, and in the grams we will not assign the decimal places. So in this case it would be 0. Press enter. Now we will create the compound unit. Backspace, select the compound unit and select the first unit. In this case it is kilogram, and it is the conversion of 1000 grams, and we can select it. So now we have 3. If we go to the chart of accounts and we will select the units, so here we can check, we have grams and we have kilograms, and we have final compound unit is kilogram, 1 kilogram of 1000 grams. In the similar way, I will give you the one more example. Like first I will create the simple one, box. Here we can type boxes, and here box. Sorry, it is simple only, so we will create the simple one, bottles. Here the bottles, and now we will create the component, one box having 12 bottles, one box having 50 bottles. In the similar way we can create the numbers. In this case it would be numbers. We will not assign any decimal places to it. Save it, and we can see the chart of accounts of all units. So like that we can use. I will show you how we will assign those unit of measures in the stock items in the coming videos. In this video we will learn about the chart of inventory. We will create the stock groups or stock items. So dear friends, that is very important. If we are using the inventory features of the TallyPrime, then we need to create the stock items as well. As we have created the chart of accounts for creating the accounting masters, it is important to create the chart of inventory as well. So we have raw material, we may have WIP, we may have finished goods. So we can create the chart of inventory as per our business requirement. We can create the groups. Under groups we can create the subgroups in which we can create our stock items, so that we can easily identify the stock of total LCDs. If we want to know how many televisions we are having, so we can see the stock of television very easily. If we want to maintain the groups, so we can easily identify the group wise inventory quantity, their stock value, everything we can store in the inventory. So let me open the TallyPrime and we will create the group first, then we will create the stock items. TallyPrime, here from the gateway of Tally, go to the create and this time we are going to select stock groups. And first we will create our televisions, LCD or whatever it is. Here we will maintain the groups under the primary only, that is the by default. Should quantity of item can be added or GST details can be added. Dear friends, as you know that we have created the HSN code, so we can use the HSN code over here. For example, all the televisions we have the same HSN code. It is applicable all type of brands, all type of LCDs, it would be the same. But if you are creating the groups like raw material, under the raw material you may have different type of materials such as pipes, tubes, iron material, copper. So each item having a different HSN code. In this case, it is not recommended to assign the HSN code. But as you know that on the televisions we have a same HSN code. So in that case, we can assign the HSN code at the stock group level, and all calculations of GST would be calculated based on this HSN code. So in this case, there is no need to assign the HSN code at the stock item level if we have already created the HSN code. But it is not recommended to use this option over here. You always use the HSN code on the stock item level. I'm not going to assign the GST details on stock group level. So I'm leaving as it is and I will save it. Under the televisions, I will create one more group, which is LCD. In this case, I will select the televisions, and this time I'm using yes should quantities of the item can be added. So we can check the quantity of the LCDs of each group. Here we can create the group brand wise or any other criteria which is the requirement of the business. That totally depends on the requirements. Next is LED. This time also I will select the television. So let me show you the chart of accounts. This time I will show you the stock item. So we have group, these are the subgroups. Still we have not created our stock items. Now going back, it is time to create the stock item. So I will select the create option and I will come to the stock item over here, and now I will type the name of the stock item. In this case it would be let me show you the name. So it may be LG, LCD, Samsung. So I would recommend always use the type of material first, then brand. It is a good practice. And open the TallyPrime. So I will select LCD and LG, size is 24 inches, and this time I will select the LCD. And now you can see the unit of measure. If you have not yet created, you can create the same using this shortcut key over here. And LCDs are maintained in the numbers, so I will select the numbers. And here is the option for GST. GST is applicable, and now we will assign our HSN code. I will type yes, press enter. Here you will get the classification unidentified. If you type spacebar, you will see the list which you created earlier. As you know that we have not created the list, don't worry, no problem. We can create the list over here. We can create the GST classification over here, and then we can assign it, or we can assign the HSN code directly from here, but it is not a good practice. Always create the classification first, then you have to assign it. So I will create. So I'm assuming it is 1001 L televisions. So television screens. It is not the right one. In your case, you have to identify it first, then you have to assign. It is not applicable, it is taxable, no 18%, and save it. It is a goods. and if you have any opening balance you can manage. And now you can see we have to assign the Godown. So in this case I'm going to assign 50, and the rate would be maybe 15,000 each, and for remaining 50 I will select the bin 2. Rate would be same, and we can save it. So by that way you can create your stock items. In the next video I will explain the advanced feature of the inventory and some more available options of the inventory or the stock items for better control of the. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to learn advanced feature of the inventory. Our customer is dealing in the computers and they're selling different computer related products and accessories of different brands. So here we have brands such as HP, Lenovo, Dell, Canon. They're selling different type of products, computer i7, computer i5. Our customers' requirement is they want to know the stock of each brand separately in one window or one page. So they want to know at a particular date what is the stock of the HP brand items. Sometimes they want to know what are the total inventory of the i7 category of different brands. Our task is to classify this scenario in the TallyPrime. For this we will use the stock category. So we can further classify the inventory stock into the 3D dimension. We have already learned about the groups and the stock items. In that example we learned how we can create the group of LCDs and LED, and we can create the main group of televisions. So at any point of time we can see what is the total inventory of LCDs of different brands, but here we cannot see what is the total inventory of LG brand because we have not created any group or category. But here we can see the inventory in 3D dimensions. So we at any point of time we can see what are the total inventory is available of HP brand. We can see the all stock items of the HP at one page using this feature. Here I will create a separate group for each brand, and we will create the main category for creating the groups, and we will create the subcategory for their further configuration. So we can create any level of category. That totally depends on the business requirement. So let me open the TallyPrime, and here we will start creating our groups. So we have 4 brands, so we will create the 4 groups of each brand. First one is HP, and this is for accounting, so we have to create a stock group for the inventory. So I will use HP, I will use primary category, and if I want to know the total quantity as well, so I will enable this option. Now I'm going to create quickly all the brands as a group. So all groups are ready, and now I'm going to create stock category. So for stock category I will create the computers. First we will select primary, and computers we have printers, we have computer accessories. This will also goes under primary. Now we will create the subcategory. So I will copy, paste. This time I'm going to select computers, then i5 and taxjet printer, inkjet printer, and we have CPU, keyboard and mouse, CPU, keyboard, mouse. Now categories are defined. Now it is time to create the stock item. But before creating the stock items, you should remember we have to create the GST classifications. You know, we have created some classifications before, but you can also create the GST classification at the time of creating the stock item if it is not yet created. So I'm going to create our first stock item, and that would be the stock i7 HP brand, paste, and you can see we do not have the option for selecting the category. To enable the category option, press F12 or click on the configuration window. If you can't see such options, so maybe you will see this options. So you need to go show more configuration using the mouse or the backspace, type yes, press enter, and here you will get the option for stock category under the inventory details group. Enable this option by typing yes, press Ctrl A or press enter until it will go out of this window, and now we can see the category. First we need to select the group. So we have created the group for brand, so this time I'm going to select HP, and here we need to select the category, and it is computer i7, and the unit would be numbers, and GST will be applicable. We have to define the GST classification, space, and you need to select the computers, and it is goods, and we have 50 quantity. I will select the location and then rate, 25,000 each, and you need to save it. Press Ctrl R for creating the second item, computer. This time I'm going to select HP i5, numbers, here yes, and this is computers, goods, 50 quantity, B1, and the price would be 22,000 approximately. Save it, and we will create some computers for Lenovo as well. So Lenovo, I'm going to select Lenovo i7, numbers applicable, yes, and computers, goods. So by same way you can create all the stock items one by one. And Lenovo, not primary, it would be Lenovo, then i5, numbers, yes, computer, goods, quantity, location, the price would be 23, save it. Now I will create few more stock items like desktop printer, so it would be HP, and category would be desktop printer, yes, numbers applicable, yes, and GST classification, printers, it comes under the goods, and we have inventory, location would be B2. Now we can see, now define the rate, save it, and instead of HP I'm going to select Lenovo. And DexJet printers, numbers, yes, printer, goods, 100, and location, rate would be 15,000, and save it. Now escape. So we have created enough stock items to display the inventory. Now I want to see the reports. What are the different reports available? So the first one is stock summary, which we can access from the gateway of Tally. Select stock summary, and we can see total groups. As we have enabled the quantity, so we can see the total quantity available of stock items of brand HP. If we want to see the further details, so we have to select the group and press shift enter. So I can see all stock items. So we have computer i5 HP, computer i7 HP, and we have printer desktop HP. If I want to see the all stock items available of Lenovo brand, shift enter. So I can see I have only computer i5 Lenovo brand. I have one printer Dex Jet. So by that way we can see the reports. If I want to see the stock item wise, I don't want to see the grouping, so just click over here. So all groups will be gone, hidden. It will be display only the stock items. Now again you press, and now if you want to see the detail, so click on this arrow and you have to click on the detail. So the report will be expanded. So now we want to see I want to see the inventory as per the category. For this we will press escape and we will go to the display more reports and inventory books. Here we have option to see or check the report using the stock category option. Just click over here. Now I would like to see the report category wise. For this we will use the display more reports from the gateway of Tally window. Select this one and come to inventory books, and here we have to select the stock category summary. Here we can select a particular category, or we can use the primary for see all the categories in one place. So this time I'm gonna select primary. Here I will see computers and the printers as the category. Under the computers we have subcategories. So for this we will press Ctrl Enter. We can see the subcategory computer i5. Now I would like to see the stock item level. So again I will press Shift Enter and Shift Enter over here. Now we can see we have total computers 150 numbers. The total quantity of the all computers available is 150, and we have i5 computers 100 numbers, in which we have 50 of i5 HP, i5 Lenovo 50, and we have another stock item. So by that way we can use 3D dimension of the inventory. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to learn about the sales voucher. We use sales voucher to book the sales. We can use this voucher as a voucher. Under the voucher we can use it, or we can book the sales without inventory, with inventory, but we cannot do the calculation of GST automated. So this is not the preferable way to book the sales. We will use as invoice. In the invoice we can use in two ways to book the sales. Number one is item invoice. This item invoice is used to book the sales with the inventory. If we are selling the material, then we will use item invoice. And if we are selling the services, so we will use accounting invoice. So in which we will select the sales ledger directly without any inventory. For example, if we are selling the services for repair, for professional charges, for consultancy charges, so in that case we will not use the inventory. But if we are selling the material, in that case we will use the item invoice. So here we can do the GST calculation automated. So we will not use as a voucher, but I will show you how we can use it. In any case, it may possible you will get a chance to book the sales, so you can use this feature, but this is the suggestible or recommended way to book the sales. So always use sales voucher to book the sales as invoice. For material we will use item invoice. For sale of service we will use accounting invoice. So let me open the TallyPrime. We can access the vouchers from the transaction group. From the gateway of Tally, come to the vouchers, press enter. On the right hand side we can see all the different type of vouchers available to post in the TallyPrime. Click on the sales button or press F8 to access the sales. Once you click over here, we can see here sales number 1. It means this is the voucher or the invoice number. We can change the mode as in the presentation I explained that there are two ways to book the sales, as a voucher or as an invoice. So we can change that mode by clicking over here. The shortcut key is Control H. If you click over here, we have different mode. This is the account item invoice, this is accounting invoice, and this is as a voucher. So first we will select the item invoice. Here first we have to select the party name. So if you remember, we have created Voltas Limited Delhi as our customer. So we will select Voltas Limited Delhi as a customer. For enable or disable this particular option, where we will feed the dispatch details. So if we don't want to see this dispatch details, press escape button, press F12, and we can enable or disable this option from here. So I will disable this option, and I will press Ctrl A from here to save this option. Now select the customer and select the sales ledger, and here we need to change the classification, tax classification for the GST purpose. So it is a local sales, so sales taxable we have to select and press enter. And now select your item. For example, we are going to sell computers. Here we need to select the Godown. So these are available in the WALAR 1B1 bin. Here we are going to sell 5 computers in 35 each, and we can select second item. So in this case we are going to sell printer HP. Press space, we can see the list of Godowns. Select in which the quantity is available. Here enter the price, and you can select as many as item required. Once finish entering the items, again press enter. Here we have to select our GST ledger. So in this case it is SGST output. You can see 9% GST is calculated automatically. CGST output has been calculated automatically, and now we have to enter the e-way details. So yes, and now dispatch from, we have to enter the details. Dispatch from Delhi, ship to Delhi, and in kilometers, let's say 30 kilometers. Here we have not created any ledgers for the transport. We have to create one. So let's say blue dart, and transporter ID we have to mention, and it is going by road, and vehicle number we have to enter, and vehicle type is regular. And now this is the window for bill wise details. So here you will get 4 options: advance, against reference, new reference. So in case of the sale invoice, we have to select new reference. Here enter the invoice number or any other reference you want to enter. In normal cases, we always use invoice number for reference for tracking purpose. As you can see, 30 days is coming automatically as a due date. If you remember, when we were creating the customer account, there was option credit period. So we mentioned 30 days. So whenever you issue any invoice, automatically the date of invoice plus 30 days would be the due date for this particular invoice. So the due date for receiving the payment is 1st May 2022. Now press enter, press enter. Here you need to enter any narration like PO number or any other details if you want. Otherwise leave it blank or save it. Now do you want to send voucher details for e-way bill generation? As this information will move to the GST portal and it is not a valid invoice because we generated this invoice for the example purpose. So press N from the keyboard. Now we have created our first sales. Now if you want to check and you want to take the printout, so you have to press page up button to go to the previous sales voucher. Now press Alt P to take the printout, or we have an option for printing the invoice from here. Now click over here and select the current settings, press enter. Now click on the preview button to see the preview of your invoice. You can use zoom button to see in details. This is our GST or our company detail. This is our consignee. This is the buyer detail. This is the invoice or other related details. Here we can see the items. These are the ledgers, GST ledgers. Here are the HSN details of all items we are going to sell in this invoice. It is a mandatory field as per GST, and this is the declaration, and this is our area for signature. So now you can take the printout by, right now I am in the preview mode. Press escape button, and if you click on the print button, it will go to your printer. You can also select your printer details. Just press escape, and now here if you want to select a particular printer, click over here. So here we can see the list of printer installed in your computer. You can select on which you want to take the printout. So in this case, I'm going to save this invoice as a PDF. So I will select Microsoft Print to PDF, and this is the signature, or if we have attached any digital signature over here in this computer, so you will see digital signature certificate option. Right now I am selecting not applicable, and now we can see the option for saving it. So if I press OK, it will be saved as a PDF in my system. So this is the way you can take the printout. We will learn more about to take the printout with some other configurations in the coming videos. So right now, this is the way you create your first invoice. In the next video, we will learn how you can create the sales voucher or book the sales for sales of repair or consultancy or as accounting invoice. Dear friends, in this video, we will learn about the accounting invoice. In the last video, we have posted our first sale for sale of material. Here we will sell the consultancy or sale of service. Our company provide the AMC of the computers. For that, they are charging the amount from the customers, and they provide the services. For this, we have to raise an invoice to Voltas Limited for AMC charges of rupees 50,000. So first we will change the mode to accounting invoice. Now we will select the Voltas Limited. Now we can see, instead of name of item, we can see particulars. Means we have to enter the sales ledger over here, but we have not yet created our sales of services ledgers. Press Alt C and we will create a ledger for sale of service. Here under sale account, type of ledger not applicable, GST will be applicable, and we have to define the SSC code over here. So repair and maintenance. SSC code is the HSN code of the services. In case we sell the material, so we have to provide the HSN code, but in case of service, we have to provide the SSC code. You can download from the GST website, or you just search on the Google SSC code for repair and maintenances. So there will be a 6 or 8 digit code. So I'm going to use 8-digit code right now. You have to search properly and the SSC code would be correct. And then provide is non-GST, no, and transaction not applicable over here, and taxability is 18%. Save it, and in this case it is services, and now you can save it. And now provide that amount 50,000. Select the classification is sales taxable, and now CGST output, SGST output, and now you have to save it as a new reference for invoice number 2. So here you can note down any narration if you want, like AMC charges for the year 2022, and you can save. And if you want to print this invoice, you can print in the same way we printed our last invoice. You can see the fields in the preview. You can zoom it and you can see sale of service, CGST and SGST output, and you can see the SSC code, taxable, and the tax details. So like that you can create the invoice and you can take the printout if you want. So this is the accounting invoice for sale of service. So dear friends, now we have learned how to create invoice for material and for the service. Now our task is to create a separate series for each type of invoice. Our management want separate number series for material, separate series for the services. How we will configure the same in the TallyPrime, we will learn in this video. So let me open the TallyPrime, and now we will use the vouchers, and here from the gateway of Tally, select the create button. Now select the voucher type, and here type sales material, press enter, type of voucher would be sales, abbreviation would be sales, activate this voucher type to yes, and method of voucher numbering would be automatic, and we can use the advanced configuration to yes. Here starting number would be 1, width would be 3, prefix with 0 to yes. Here we can start the numbering, and we want to print the suffix 2022 to 2023, and we can save it. And now select print voucher after saving to yes, give the title to tax invoice, and you can set or alter the declaration from here to yes, and you can type your declaration over here, and we can create the classes which I will teach you in the coming videos. This is also a very good option, and now you can save it. Similarly, we will create one for the service. So sales, service, sales, sales, sales. This time we will select manual. Prevent duplicates to yes, 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 and print after save to yes, and that is also a tax invoice services, and jurisdiction Delhi, and you can save it. Now escape, and now come to the voucher section, press enter, and now press F8, and we can see the total number of sales type vouchers. So suppose I'm going to issue a sales invoice for material. I will select this time material, and this would be the item invoice. I will select my customer, sales, nature. Here I'm going to sell HP computer, 5 numbers, and CGST output, and you can, this time I'm I'm going to skip the e-way bill details, enter the narration if you want. Here you can see the invoice number is quite different as per our configuration in the voucher type. We can save this, and now we got the option for creating the e-way bill. Click on the no, and we can take the printout after saving, which we configured at the time of creating the voucher. You can zoom it. We can see our detail, customer details, and the number series, and this is the item number, item details, and this is the GST details. Now I'm going to save this. Now I want to issue sale for service. This time I have to change the mode to accounting invoice. Go back, press enter. Now you can see the voucher number is not coming because we configured to it manual. So we can enter it manual. Select your customer, then sale of service, like 10,000, configuration not applicable, and CGST output, SGST output, and you can also save this configuration. You can take the printout or you can see the preview directly from the voucher. After the saving, you will get the print option. That's it. So by that way, you can create the sales series as per the business requirement for each type of sales separately. Dear friends, in this video, we will post the sales as an accounting invoice. We have already learned about item invoice and accounting invoice. So this is the third type, which I don't recommend you have to use, but in any case, if you get a chance to post the invoice as an accounting invoice, so you should know how to use it. It may be possible in your interview, somebody can ask what is the accounting entry. So you should know how to post a sales as an accounting voucher. So we will use the vouchers, and using this we will use the sales voucher, and here we will change the mode to as a voucher. So now as we can see, debit and credit is available now. In this case we are going to use our customer. So here first we have to use the total amount of the invoice. In this case we are going to use 1,18,000. New reference. Then sales will be credited. In this case it would be not applicable. Item invoice would be computers. Godown. Quantity, let's say 6. We can also enter the total amount. The rate will be calculated automatically. And now we need to select SGST output 9,000. Credit CGST output 9,000. We can provide the GST details if we want. We are going to skip right now, and we can type the narration and we can save the voucher. Press no, and if you go back, so we can see the voucher as well. So this is the accounting voucher. In the same way you can post for services if you want. Dear friends, in this video we are going to learn about the purchase voucher. Purchase voucher is used to book the purchases and the expenses. For booking the purchase, we need to open the voucher first. You can go to the purchase voucher from the gateway of Tally. Come to the voucher, press enter. You can click over here, or you can use F9 as a shortcut key to enable the purchase. Here we have purchase voucher. This is the number. Here we have to select our creditor or supplier, then the purchase ledger, and here we have to select our material. We can book the purchase in 3 modes. Click over here to check the modes. First one is item invoice. Item invoice is used to book the purchase of material. Accounting invoice is used to book the expenses. As a voucher, we can book the purchase as a simple voucher in traditional way of debit and credit. Most of the cases these days we are using item invoice and the accounting invoice, but I will teach you how you can book the purchase as an invoice as well. First of all, we are going to purchase item invoice. So I will select the item invoice. I will select our supplier Infosystems Private Limited. Press enter. Select the purchase ledger, and here we have to select the classification. In this case, it is not applicable. Here enter the stock item. So we are going to purchase multiple items from this supplier Lenovo. We have to mention the Godown or the location, enter the quantity and the rate of purchase. Again select the second item which you are going to purchase, location, quantity, press enter. This time I am going to purchase computer i7 HP brand. Select the location where you want to store this. I want to buy some printers as well. Enter the location, enter the quantity, give the rate and save it. This supplier is based in Haryana. Our company is registered in Delhi. So the transaction is interstate purchase, but we have selected the local purchase. So we have to create the purchase account for interstate. In this time I'm going to create directly from the voucher. Select Alt C to create the purchase, central or interstate, and in this case it is purchase, not applicable, not applicable, and this is for the goods. I'm going to select not applicable, and I have to select the GST input ledger. Let me see whether I have the IGST input. No, we have not yet created. So we can also create IGST input credit for GST. So I will type IGST input credit GST input. We have already created the groups for GST input. We will select GST, then integrated tax, and there is no need to mention the percentage of calculation as we have already assigned the particular HSN code for calculating the GST in the stock item. Normal rounding to 1, and you can save it. Now we can see the GST is calculated automatically 18%. That is totally based on the HSN code assigned to these items. Now we can provide the e-way bill details. In this case I'm going to skip this one, and you can see the reference number over here, and reference number 1 is already used, so we can use another one. I'm going to save as it is. That's all. So we have booked our purchase as an item invoice. If you go back, we can also have some configuration to do for better control of the purchase. You press F12 to open these configuration. Go back by pressing the backspace button, select yes, press enter, and I have now all the related configuration which I am going to explain one by one over here. We have some more details. enter yes over here and press enter. And now if you want to make supply details separately, you have to select yes, otherwise no. We can provide receipt order or the import details separately, select yes, otherwise no. We can use the common ledger for purchase, which we already assigned to yes. If you don't want to assign the default ledger, you can select to no. We can assign the bill wise details automatically, select yes if you want, otherwise no. Provide additional description for the ledgers to yes. Provide additional description to the stock item if you want, select yes, otherwise no. One on negative stocks to yes. Provide supplier invoice detail to yes. We are going to change right now. We can modify the details which we don't want, and we can enter the trade discount separately. Normally it is not applicable in case of GST, so we are not going to use this one. Skip the date field during the voucher entry to yes. We can see the turnover achieved by the particular party in the voucher itself. If you want to see, then select yes, otherwise no. We can see the current balance of the ledgers. It is recommendable to see the balance of the voucher, and we have some more options, and this is for the import. We will use these options in case we import the material. Import means when we purchase the material outside the India, we will use these options. So we can print the check after savings, and these are not related to, and we can see the current subtotal of the GST. It is recommendable to use this option, and we can modify the GST rate of, I don't recommend, you should change this one. Additional tax differences up to, no, there is, we don't allow to post the difference of taxes. You can enter 1 and greater or lesser, and you can save it. So now we have some more changes. So here now you can enter the supplier invoice number, and we are having separate field for it. So for example this one, and now we can save this. In the bill wise details also we need to provide, we are going to change this one to new reference to 101, and now we can save it. This is the best way to post or save your purchase of material using the item invoice. So in the next video, I will explain how you can book the purchase of service. Hello everyone, welcome once again. In this video, I will explain how you can book the expenses or purchase of services in the purchase voucher. Before TallyPrime and before introduction of the accounting invoice facility in the TallyPrime, normally we use the general vouchers to book the expenses or purchase of the services. But now you can use the purchase vouchers itself for better control over the calculations. There is no need to check the calculation of the applicable tax in the invoices separately. You can do the calculation or you can verify the invoices directly in the TallyPrime software. Before that, I will let you know one feature of creating the separate voucher type for each type of purchase. We have already posted our material. For that we have used our purchase voucher. So we will create a separate voucher type for better control in practically filing of the invoices, and we can maintain a separate file and the numbering system to store the purchases physically as well. So now for this we will create the voucher type. So we will come to the create tab from the gateway of Tally, select the voucher type and type the name purchase, services or expenses. press enter, select purchase from here, and method of voucher numbering would be automatic. Use advanced configuration to yes. Here voucher numbering start from the 1, width 1, that is fine. And normally how we control the GST, every month we have to make the payment of GST on sales. We have to adjust the GST credit input available on the purchases or the services. So every month we have to close the month. We have to close all the entries, and we have to maintain a separate file monthly basis. So I would always recommend to create a separate file for each month and give the numbering of each invoice, and you can store these files separately for GST audit or the statutory audit purpose. So we have to restart the numberings for each month. So I will recommend to change the numbering system or restart the numbering for each month. So select this option. I'm going to show for first 3 months only. So May and 1st June, you can restart the numbering, and you can prefix with the month. So from April month, you can maintain like this. From May, from June, and you can also suffix the financial year, but that is not recommendable. It's totally depend on you. I will not going to suffix anything. So we can use effective date no, allow zero value transaction to no, make this voucher as optional to no, allow narration, additional costs no, print no classes. I'm going to create a separate video on classes that is very wonderful for avoid the errors in GST especially, and accept. Now we have created separate voucher for expenses or the services. Now click or select the voucher type and press enter, and now click on the purchases once again, and now we can see the all voucher types available for purchases. Select voucher for services and change the mode to accounting invoice. Now we can see purchase services April 1. When we post the second voucher, it would be April 2. If I change the date to May, the numbering system has been changed automatically. So you can create a separate file for each month, and you can store this file separately for audit purpose. That is the perfect way to maintain the numbering system of your purchases. So now we will continue to post our voucher. First of all, you have to change the date. So I'm going to post in 1st April only, and enter the invoice number of the supplier, enter the date, select the service provider. Here we have not yet created. So in this case, I'm going to create quickly. I have entered all the required details. I have already explained how you create your supplier or the customer account. You can watch the video if you have not yet see that video. Accept, and I will create the expenses as well. So I'm going to create courier expenses. This would be the not direct, indirect expenses, not applicable. GST is applicable, and we will define. I have entered all required details. I took as an example only. This is not the correct SSC code for this service. You have to check on the GST website. So always use the correct one. I'm taking as an example. This is the services, and accept this one. So I am going to book expenses for suppose 5 lakh, and this is my local services. So I'm going to take CGST input and SGST input, and I have to save this. By default, the invoice number will come automatically. And courier charges for the month of April 2022, and we can save this one. So by that way you can post or save the purchase of services as a purchase. It will reflect in the P&L account. So let me show you. Go to the gateway of Tally, come to the profit and loss account, and here you can see the indirect expenses, shift enter the courier expenses, and we can see the outstanding report as well. Come to the display, statement of account, you can see the outstanding report and the payables. So here we can see the payables, blue dot, we can see ledger wise as well. So if I select the blue dot company, so I can see only single invoice and it is pending and it is not yet due, because we will pay this invoice after 45 days, which we mentioned at the time of creating the master of the blue dot company. Hopefully guys, you understood the concept of the purchases and booking of the expenses. If you have any question, please send me the message. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. In this video, we will learn about the Contra Vouchers. Contra Vouchers are used to transfer the amount from one bank account to another bank account, cash deposit in the bank account, cash withdrawal from the bank account. It means the Contra Voucher is used only for the cash and bank related entries. So let me open the Contra Voucher from the Vouchers. The shortcut key is F4, or you can click from here. There are two ways to enter or post the Contra Vouchers. First one is the accounting voucher creation. You can see over here. You can change the mode to the accounting vouchers or the single entry mode or the double entry mode. This is the traditional way to book any accounting voucher. Here you need to select the debit or the credit account, but these days you can use the single entry mode. Here you need to select the account going to be debit. For example, we are going to cash withdrawal on 1st April of 10,000 rupees. In this case, I'm going to use cash. Then from the HDFC bank, I'm going to withdraw 10,000 rupees using the check, and here cash withdrawal. This is the entry for the cash withdrawal. Now I need to deposit the 5,000 rupees in the HDFC bank. So this time I will use HDFC bank and cash account and 5,000 rupees cash deposit in the bank. We can do the transfer from one account to another account. For this we need to create one more bank account. So let's quickly transfer the amount from HDFC, not HDFC, from ICICI bank to the HDFC, because this account is going to be debit and the account which are going to use over here would be credit. So in this case I will create another account by pressing Alt C and bank account, account number, IFSC code, SWIFT code, branch name Delhi. You can also enter other details if required, and you can save it. Now I'm going to transfer, I'm using ICICI bank account over here because the balance in ICICI is nil, and I'm transferring from HDFC to 4,95,000, and we need to change, save it. Now we will see the transfer or the balance in going to display more reports, trial balance, go to current assets and bank accounts. Here you can see the balance of HDFC Bank is 10 lakh rupees and 4,95,000. We can also post the in double entry mode. You can change the mode to the double system. So the credit would be the bank account, like 5,000 we are going to transfer from ICICI to HDFC, and you can post the voucher. In the similar way, we can post the another vouchers if required, but it is highly recommendable to use the single mode only. Hello friend, in this video we will learn about the receipt voucher. Receipt voucher is used to book the document or the voucher for receiving the money from debtors or from any other source. Example, we have sold some material to our customers on credit basis. After the due date, customer paid the money to us, so we will post the voucher for receiving the fund from the customer. Second example, we made the payment to our employee for the domestic tour for business purpose, let's say 50,000 rupees, and he spent 40,000, then he has to return the 10,000 rupees. In this case also we have to use the receipt voucher. It means in any case, whenever we receive any fund, whether cash or in the bank, we have to use the receipt voucher. Let me enter the postings. So from the voucher mode, use the receipt voucher or press F6 as the shortcut key to post the receiving voucher. This voucher having the two modes, click over here to change the mode to double entry or the single entry. I highly recommend to use the single entry mode, but you can use the double entry mode. That is the traditional way of posting the vouchers in debit and credits. Let's example, we have sold to our customer. Now we are receiving the money from our customer. So I will change the date to 1st May and the customer is Voltas Limited, and I received, let's say, 50,000 rupees against the first invoice and debit the HDFC. They have made the transfer in the HDFC account. So I will post these document. The entry is the customer account would be credit, our bank account will be debit. Now we will post the voucher. This is the first way. Now we will change the mode in single way. This time we will select the bank account in which the transfer has been made. In this case, I'm going to use HDFC. Now our customer paid us, let's say 4,50,000. Sorry, we have to select the bank account. Now select the customer, enter the amount, let's say 1,50,000, and select the invoices against the amount paid. And now select the transaction type to e-fund in case of RTGS. Enter the details if you want, and now you can save it. In the similar way, you can post the receiving amount from employee or from customer or from supplier or from any other source. In this video, I will explain about the payment voucher. Payment voucher is used to post the payment entries or the payment document. We make the purchases, we receive the services, then we make the payments. So for making any payment entry, maybe to the employee, the payment can be made to the suppliers, payment can be made to the customers or directly for the expenses. In all cases, we use the payment voucher, whether we made the payment in cash or from the bank. We use F5 as the shortcut key or click over here to activate the payment voucher. The payment voucher can be posted in two modes, double entry mode or the single entry mode. The window you see is the single entry mode. It is highly recommendable to use the single entry mode, but you can also use the double entry mode. In this mode, you will see the debit and credit account. So for example, our employee paid some expenses for courier directly 100 rupees and we have to make the payment in cash. So the entry would be expenses or the courier expenses debit to the cash, and we can post the document and we can type the narration and we can post the document. We can take the printout of this voucher, press the page up button to go the last voucher we posted, and we can take the printout of this voucher. Select the current settings. We can take the print preview or we just click on the print button to get the printout. Now go back, and this time we are going to change the mode to the single entry. This is the highly recommendable mode to make the payments. This time I'm going to make the payment using our HDFC account, and we are going to make to our supplier Infosystems Limited. We will make the payment of 10 lakh rupees against, not 10 lakh, 1 lakh rupees against this bill, and the second bill is this much, and we are also going to use, and we will select the third invoice and we will make the partial payment, and we can see all reference number coming over here, and we are going to make the e-fund transfer and we can enter those details, and if we want, we can you can enter the narration if you want and you can save it. So by that way we can use the payment vouchers. You can post the expenses directly or you can make the payment to the supplier. In this video, we are going to learn about the journal vouchers. Journal vouchers are used to post the adjustment entries, such as we want to post the provision amount. So we will use the journal entry. Click over here to use the journal entry or press the F7 to activate the journal voucher. We want to make the provision of courier expenses. So we are going to use the courier expenses. Let's say 10,000, and we will credit the provision we have not yet created. So we will create the provision account quickly. Outstanding liability account under provision, and we have to save it. You can type the narration as per your requirement, or we can use the journal voucher for posting the adjustment entries of the input or output, which we will learn in the GST section. Hello everyone, welcome to V tutorial once again. In today's video or this section, I will cover the GST topics. We will learn more about the GST, their sections, about their returns, online portals, and the rate of GST, and the websites you should know for gaining the knowledge of GST. So this is the GST main website, gst.gov.com. You can visit the help page. You just click over here and you will see all the modules, and these are the modules which have the videos which you can learn everything about the GST. So there is no need to go on the YouTube or any other channel. This is the main website and they discussed each and every topic in details and point to point. The concept would be very much clear after watching these videos or reading these articles. All topics has been covered by the department. So you visit this website and just learn the things. And when you click on here, instructions to download and print, file the returns. Then if you click on the file the returns, so you will come over here. And I just click preparing and filing the GSTR1 and importing e-way bill data from the GSTR1. So department already created the videos. It is 6-minute videos. This is the 10 minutes videos. This is 4-minute videos. And whenever they do any updation or do the amendment, they create the video and then put here. So you can learn everything here, which is very useful for you for learning. I would suggest first you go through the GSTR1, because GSTR1 is for the sales. So whatever the data is required for the GSTR1, you should understand first. Then only you can gather the information from the any software you are working on, like Tally, Busy, SAP or Excel, whatever the software. If you have a knowledge of GSTR1, then only you can get the details, and you can also audit or you can check the data. So I suggest you just go through these videos so you will understand better. I will also discuss one by one all the topics or online return, what are the information you required. Then we will post the entries in the TallyPrime and we will extract the information after the checking. One more website is there which I would like to inform you about, the cbic.gov.in, and you just go down of this website. So you will find the link of this website. Just click over here and click on the GST portal. You will get this one, and here you will get the information regarding the GST. If you want to learn the law, act, so everything will be available here free of cost. So you can download the books, act, rules, notification, ordinance, instructions, and GST rates and ready reckoners. Everything you will find over here. So this is the rates, this is the ready reckoner, everything you will find. So I have downloaded 2 booklets, service rate or the GST goods rate, from this website only. So dear friend, first we will discuss about the rates. So I am opening this one. This is the rate of GST on goods. When you come down, you can see some schedules, schedule 1 to 7. Each schedule having different rate of goods. I will go down and I will show you something, then you will understand better. So you can see the schedule 1 is listed over here and NIL rated. So all these items, this is the serial number and this is the HSN code which you require to mention in the TallyPrime when you create the stock items, and this is the description. And you create the HSN classification and you can map your stock item using this codes. So I will click over here and we will move to 14. So this is the list of goods at 2.05%, like diamond, precious stones. So you can just read only three items which is on 0.25% GST, and this is at the rate of 3%. And these all items are on 5%, like fish, frozen, and these are the items which have 18% of GST rate. So you just go through of that, and now I will move to the service rates, rate of GST on services. So here you can see list is also available here. Some services at NIL rate, some services are 5% rate, some are 12, 18. So we will move to the 18. So 24 page. Supply of food, drinks and restaurant having license to serve liquor. Just go through both of the list, and once you understand how you will check the rate of a particular service or goods, so you can refer these books. Hello friends, so now we will log into GST website. Enter the characters, click on the login button. You can see many things from here. You want to see the notices, you can click over here, then go to the return dashboard. So click on the return dashboard, or option we need to select the financial year, then we have to select the month for which we are gonna file our GSTR 1 or the report. Search over here, all the list will comes like this. The due date of GSTR 1 is coming over here. We can prepare offline and we can prepare online by clicking in these buttons. See, I purchased something and I got some services from my service providers. They have filed GSTR 1. So whatever they filed in my GSTR number is auto populated here, and I can download, I can match with my GSTR 2, or I can cross check with my returns. And this is the GSTR 2. It is only for the view, and this is the window for GSTR 3B. So first we will discuss about the GSTR 1, then we will discuss about GSTR 3B, and this option is for offline preparation, which we will discuss later. Click on the prepare online. The different sections available in this report. This is the first section where we need to enter. Just click over here and click on the add details, and here we need to file our B2B invoices. We need to select here, we need to enter the GSTN number of the customer, name will come automatically, invoice number, their date, their state, and their total invoice value, and then save it. So by that way manually we have to enter each and every invoice, and we will also file this through the software from Tally or any other software, or we can then go back. So this is the first detail where we will enter the B2B invoices. If it is more than 2,50,000 invoice value, so we need to enter the same detail over here. So you can click here, click the details, and you need to select the state, invoice number, date, invoice value, and this is the taxable value, and then save it. Then go back. So we can import these details directly from the TallyPrime. This is our main motive. This is for the credit and debit note issued by us. This is for the credit and debit note issued by our company to the unregistered dealer. This section is for the export invoices. And if later on, for example, we filed our return in January 21 and there is a mistake in these invoices, so we can enter these details over here. We can amend those invoices, and this is for B2B invoices, this is for the B2C large invoices, and this is for export invoices, this is for the debit note, or this is for the credit notes, and this is the other details. If you are selling goods to the customers directly, then these all invoice will come over here. So in this case there is no need to record the customer's name. We have to enter the state name only, and once you click add details, select the state, taxable amount, total taxable amount of the all invoices in a particular month, and their rate of tax. And now all the invoices nil rated comes over here. If we have any tax liability on the advance receipts, this will come over here. This is the adjustment. Example, we have already deposited the amount of tax payment advance collection from the customers, and in February we issued the invoice, so we will adjust that paid amount from the tax liability. So this reports will come over here. Now this is the summary of our outward summary HSN code wise. This is the total document like invoice, debit note, credit note issued by us, all will reported here, all the series. And this is the amended tax liability advance received, and this is amendment for the adjustment of advance, and this is amended B2C. In 3 cases, if there is any amendment in this month, so this will come over here. So after feeding this information and checking properly, we will click on the generate GSTR 1 summary, then we will save it, we will select this checkbox and we will submit, and once it will process after 20 minutes, we can file the return. So this is the procedure, and this is the online procedure I explained to you. Once we will go back, and if I select for February month, and if I click over here prepare offline, so we will generate one JSON file using the TallyPrime or the offline tool. We can upload by selecting over here, and the data will upload automatically. If there is any error, we will get the message and we have to rectify it. We have to identify, rectify, and then we will re-upload. Once it is error free, then after 20 or 30 minutes that data will be reflected in that portion which we explained earlier to you, the online, and then you go there and recheck. You can download that data in PDF format, cross check with your software, and then you file the return. So this is the procedure for GSTR 1. Now one by one we will learn how we can collect this information and how we will feed this information in TallyPrime. Dear friends, in the last video I explained the GSTR 1 on the online GST portal. Now you can see the same in PDF format. So it is a better idea to go through the PDF format as well. So we will get the requirement and we can get the information from the TallyPrime very easily. So if you see on the top of the side, we need to mention the year, month. It comes automatically on the online portal because GSTR 1 can be filed online only. There is no option for filing in PDF format. You cannot just take the printout, fill the form and submit to the department. No, it must be filed online only. So this is the main information we required. Taxable outward supplies made to the registered person, including UNI holder other than supplies covered by table 6. So table 6 is this one. So except these sales, all sales will come over here. So which sales we required and what are the information we required, we need in 4A, we need supplies other than those attracting reverse charge, supplies made through the e-commerce portal. If somebody is selling something on which the reverse charge is applicable, that will not cover over here in this 4A. And supplied made through the e-commerce seller. If somebody is selling through the Amazon or Flipkart portal, that sale also not cover here. So except this, all sales will come under the column 4A. And information we required, GSTI number. You need to keep in mind that sales made to the registered person, it means it is B2B, business to business. The companies or the persons having the GSTN number will come over here. So GSTN number come over here, the invoice number, their date and the total value. This is the rate of item. This is the taxable value. Then if it is integrated tax, then integrated tax will come over here. And if it is local supply, then CGST and SGST if it is supplied to the UT. And here the state name. Similarly, all invoices will be entered over here. In the 4B, we need to enter the sales on which the reverse charge is applicable. In the 4C, supplied made through e-commerce operator attracting TCS, operator wise and rate wise. GSTN of e-commerce operator, actually this option is not available right now, so there is no need to maintain this record. In the 5th section, taxable outward interstate supplies to unregistered person where the invoice value is more than rupees 2.5 lakh. Taxable outward interstate supplies, it means whatever the sales we are doing outside the state. If we are in Karnataka and we are selling outside the Karnataka to a unregistered person and the invoice total value is 2.5 lakh, then the information will come over here. The place of supply, invoice number, date, value, rate, taxable value and IGST amount only. And this information is not required. Supplies made through the e-commerce portal, it is actually not enabled in the portal itself. Number 6 is zero rated supplies and a deemed export. All export related information come over here. GSTIN of recipient, then invoice number, date and value, so shipping bill number and bill of export come over here, the rate and the taxable value, and then total amount of IGST. Supply made to the SGST or CGST developers or deemed export will come over here, and then taxable supply net of debit and credit note to unregistered person other than the supplies covered in table 5. In the table 5, if you remember, we have entered large invoices more than 2.5 lakh to unregistered persons. Other than this will come over here, like we are selling cash sale through e-commerce portal, B2C, all will come in this section. And here we have to enter the nil rated, exempted and non-GST outward supplies. This is the information related to the sales only, and below side you have to enter the amendments, which we will discuss in coming sections. And here I would like to inform you about the HSN wise summary of outward supply: serial number, HSN code, description, UQC, and then total quantity, total value, taxable value, whatever the amount, IGST, CGST or SGST, and cess if applicable. This amount, this taxable amount should match with the total taxable sales, and whatever the documents we issued in that particular month will be reported in this section. Invoice for outward supply, sales invoices, invoice for inward supplies from unregistered person for RCM, revised invoice, debit note, credit note, receipt voucher, payment voucher, refund voucher, delivery note, etc. All the details of document issued in the particular period or the tax period will come over here. So you need to take care of this. But dear friend, maybe this all information looking very big for you, and you think it is very difficult to maintain this record. But all people who are using TallyPrime is maintaining this record very easily. That depends on you how you can manage the transactions. So just follow my instructions and do the transactions. You will get all the required information. So let us open the TallyPrime, and first we will enter the taxable supplies and we will see where it is reflecting and how we can check it. So this is the TallyPrime. Now we will create a customer account, registered customer account. Go to the create ledger, and here any opening balance, if any, that's it. Go back, and now post voucher, press F8, select sale of material, press F2 for the date, then select Voltas, select the sales, select the item computer, select the Godown, one number, and then it is located outside the Karnataka, so IGST will be applicable, IGST output, and then new reference, it will be due after 15 days, and save it. We have done one B2B transaction. Now press escape button, and now come to the display more reports, GST reports, GSTR 1, and you need to first check the period. So we entered B2B invoice in May. So press Alt F2, change the date range, and now you can see total number of voucher. Here is the summary, which is very important. Total number of voucher entered in this tax period is 7. Included in the return 0. Included in HSN summary 0. Not relevant to return is 6. And uncertain transaction, correction needed. So let me see what is the correction. There is a problem. First we will see not relevant to this return 6 numbers. Contra Vouchers, that is not related to the return. Non-GST transactions, we can see the travel expenses, rent expenses, and express freight. It is not related to the GSTR 1, it is related to the GSTR 2. And unadjusted advance receipts 1, no problem. And now come to uncertain transactions. So information required for generating table wise details not provided. Okay, press enter. Now what is the information which we have not entered? GSTN and UIN not specified, is specified invalid. So the GSTN number we entered is not valid. I tried, but because it is the educational version, it is not accepting. But you can see here we have one option, accept GSTN number. Click over here and you want to accept it. Yes, we accept it. Escape button, escape button. Now we can see included in this return is one voucher. And now you can see some summary. One summary is B2B invoice. If I open this one for ABC, here also you can see for ABC, it means B2B invoices. All invoices related to the B2B invoice are coming over here. Just press enter. You can see the further details. It is the dealer name, GSTI number, voucher count, taxable amount, integrated tax, and total tax is coming and total invoice is coming over here. You can change the view voucher wise and some other. Click over here, it is voucher wise and this is the party wise. Now go back. So you can enter B2B invoice, it will reflect here. Now we will enter one large invoice B2C and it must be to unregistered person and some other state. We need to sell in some other state. So first we will create some, go back. We will create one customer in May only, and it would be sale only, sale of goods, sale of material, 3 number. And now Alt C, then it must be unregistered customer. It must be from Himachal, and here we will select unregistered and now save it. We will do some sales to him. It must be more than 2,50,000. So the computers we have in Godowns 30 numbers. I will sell these 30 numbers, all 30 numbers. Okay, 10 numbers. It is more than enough. IGST is applicable, and now we will post this voucher. And now again I will go to the more reports, then GST reports, GSTR 1, change the period, and now you can see the second report, B2C, large invoices are coming over here. There is no problem in it. Okay, done. Now B2C, small invoices in 7. Now come back and voucher 1, then we can sell cash, compact, go down from here. We can sell one computer, in this case SGST output and CGST output will be applicable. And now let me check display GST report, GSTR 1, change the period to May, and we can see one option, one number of invoices coming. Perfect. So if you enter more than one invoice, state wise and the rate tax wise information will come over here. So that is your task. Now debit note or credit note, it means the sales return to registered person or unregistered person. Then export invoice, and then advance, tax liability on the advance receipt which is not applicable, and this is for adjustment. This is for non-nil rated invoices. So let me complete one by one. Okay, one more thing we want to share over here. This is HSN RSSC wise summary. Now we can see we are dealing in the laptop computers only, so we are getting information, HSN code, description, goods, pieces, UQC. If you remember, at the time of creating the stock item, I mapped the numbers with UQC. So this is the UQC as per the GSTN. This is the total quantity, total value, total taxable value, integrated tax, CGST, SGST, and total tax is coming over here. So all information we are getting. This is the document summary, sale of material, sales invoice, sales numbers. So you can see the list of invoices issued. This is the serial number 424, total number 3, cancelled. We have not cancelled any invoice. So if I cancel, so it will reflect over here. Now come back. Now we will do credit note to a registered person. So I will change the period first, and this is the registered one. So one number we did. So I will make one more entry. I will duplicate it, and then I will issue a credit note for some number of invoices. Okay, I will see the sales first. This is the Voltas Limited. Okay, so on to Voltas Limited, I will sell some computers from here, 5 numbers. And now I will, so now we will post the credit note or sales return entry. For sales return, click here in this arrow and click on the credit note, and this time select, change the date first, and select Voltas sales compact. You can select any Godown, one number, and this is sales return IGST output, and reason sales return, and buyer's debit note if any, enter the date, and against adjust with this one and save. Now see the return, GST report, GSTR1, change the period. So you see the reports are not coming over here. So we can see uncertain transactions, information required. So we need to accept the GSTN number for this one also. Now go back, and now we can see this is the B2B invoice and this is the correction. In similar way, we can also raise a debit note or credit note in case of unregistered person. Then tax liability is not applicable right now, and now we will do one nil rated invoice as well. So now go back. So in this case we need to create one item which is nil rated. Actually the classification, we can say create GST classification, then nil rated, HSN code I don't know, we can check here. This is for services, and we can take it from here. Bone meal, we can say 0201. It is non GST, no. Nature of transaction is, press F12 here and show all GST types to yes, and nature of transaction type nil, sales nil rated, and you can see all nature of transactions. When we selected the sales nil rated, all tax liability is coming 0. Now save it. Now go back, create one stock item, paste, Control plus V, and it comes primary. It is actually not in our business, so that is why it is very difficult to select the computers, but I'm selecting for you because I need to complete this example. So GST is applicable. Yes, we want to applicable to yes, and select nil rated, and then you need to define some opening balance, 100 quantity, rate 25, and now we will save. Now we will start selling this in cash. Sales, bone meal, go down, here are the quantities, 50 quantities, 35, and finish. Now let me see, display more reports, GST reports, GSTR 1, change the period, and we can see nil rate is also coming. This is the HSN wise summary, this is nil rated, this is laptop. So everything we are getting in proper way. You can have some more views, nature views, local sales, taxable, etc. And this is as per return view. In this video we will learn about the export sales. For export we need shipping bill details and customer code outside of India, and we need to create the GST classification as well. So first we will create our masters. So we will go to the create option, then go to the ledger, and Sony USA, we are gonna sell to USA. Sundry debtor, bill by bill, in 10 days they will make the payment. Enter the complete address. By default the all Indian states will appear over here. Come here to change the country, and now select the United States. Select, and you can see the list of states in USA. New York, this time we will select, and we will save it. That's it. We will create sales export, enter, select the sales, and not applicable, GST will be applicable, and we need to define the GST type over here. We can define, and we can select export exempt if it is exempt, or nil rated. Whenever we make any export of material to outside of India, most probably it is exempt from the taxes, but if it is taxable, then you can select the option export taxable. So this time I'm gonna select export exempt. That's it. And now we will post our sale entry. In 1st May, Sony USA, we will select our customer, then sales of exports, then computer. Here we will select our Godown, from where we sell this item. And now we need to, here we will enter the shipping bill details. Shipping bill number would be in 6 digits only, the date and the port code, which is mandatory, and now save it. That's it. Let me see whether we will get the report right. Now you can see some letters are highlighted here. These are the shortcut keys for this particular option. So press D for display more reports, and O for GST reports. and 1 for GSTR 1. Change the period, and now we can see the export sale is coming over here. This is in INR we have posted. We will also use the multiple currency type used in the company in coming sections. So by that way you can insert the export sales. Dear friend, in this video we will learn about the GSTR form 3B. Every month we need to make the payment to the GST department. So we will report our sales and input credit details in the GSTR 3B, and we will adjust the input credit to the GST output, and we will make the payment if there is any difference. Interest and penalties also can be paid from GSTR 3B return only. So let me show you what are the fields and requirements in the GSTR 3B. You can search the financial year, then the period, and click over here. On the bottom side you can see the monthly return GSTR 3B. Similar to the GSTR 3.1, similar to the GSTR 1, we can upload the JSON file directly from the Tally ERP. We can also generate JSON file for form 3B, and we can upload using the offline option, but I will show you the online option only right now. Click over here. It will ask some questions. If you have not yet filed the GSTR 1, so if you have not yet filed the GSTR 1, it will show you the message, because GST department enabled the option. They can pick the data sales details from the GSTR 1 itself. So first we need to file the GSTR 1, then the sales detail will come automatically, and then you can cross check here. Now we will select this option to know, close these ones. You can see the messages or the alerts, and these are the basic field I will explain to you. This is the first one, tax on outward and reverse charge inward supplies. Click over here. Here are some few details you need to enter. Here you need to enter the taxable details, taxable supplies, whatever the taxable, other than zero rated, nil rated and exempted. Only the taxable amount will come over here. The total taxable amount, then total IGST amount, total central or total state tax, and here cess we will enter. Then the outward taxable supplies zero rated will come over here, and then other outward supplies nil rated or exempt will come over here. Then inward supplies liable to reverse charge, the total taxable amount come over here, and the liability incurred on the reverse charge, whether it is IGST or SGST, the total tax payable amount will come over here. Then non-GST outward supplies will come over here. So in the 4 or 5 fields we got all taxable amount, except this one. These 4 fields related to the sales. It is not related to the sales, but because department need the tax amount from us, so they want the calculation, what are your total tax liability for this month. So this is the tax on sales and on the reverse charge supplies. Okay, so now I'm gonna cancel this one right now, and this is the interstate supply details. So when we make a purchase, when we make a sales to unregistered dealer outside the state, all details will come over here. If we have already filed our GSTR 1, this detail will come here automatically. So here we need to enter the state in which we have supplied, not the single. If we have 100 invoice issued to a same state, we will make the total and we will enter a total amount here, not a single amount. There is no need to enter the 100 invoices for the same state. We need to make the total of the total sales invoices issued to a particular state. For example, our company registered in Karnataka and we supply to Delhi 100 invoices. So there is no need to enter the 100 line items here. Only one single line item in which we need to enter the, here we need to select the Delhi state, then total taxable amount and total IGST amount. That's it. And we just add some more fields if we want. If the supply has been made to more than one state, then we will add more rows. I will cancel this one, and here we need to enter the amount of total eligible ITC. It means the input tax credit. These are the details we need to collect from our software. Import ITC available whether in full or part. Import of goods. Here we need to enter only the tax part, not the taxable amount. Import of services, and inward supplies liable to reverse charge, inward supplies to ISD, all other ITC except these four. ITC reversed if we have taken the, if there is a need, if there is some law in which we need to reverse our ITC which we already availed as per the rule 42 and 43 of CGST and SGST rules. You need to find out. If it is, then you have to enter over here. Then net available ITC, it means the total ITC, and this will be the minus from this amount. This will be the net, and there are few ITC which is available but we are ineligible for this. So this amount will come over here, and automatically it will reflect in our total payable amount. And finally, this is the amount for exempt NIL and non-GST inward supplies, and if any interest and late fees is there. Once we feed this information, we will save this one and we will go to the payment, and we will see one more window which I cannot share with you due to some security or security purpose, for privacy purpose. After that, we will make a challan from there and we will make the payment online or offline. Once it will reflect in our electronic credit or cash ledger, we can post the amount, we can post the payment voucher entry in GST portal, and finally we can file our GSTR return. So now we learn what are the things we require. Now we will check in the TallyPrime. Now this is the TallyPrime. We will come to the display more reports, then GST reports, and this time we will go GSTR 3B. We will change the period. So we have already posted some entries. So this is the 3.1. Press enter over here. You can see the total outward taxable supplies. Okay. Click over here and we got the details. This is the total taxable amount. This is integrated amount, CGST, SGST amount. And if you check here 3.1, we need to enter this detail only. The total taxable amount. So this will be the total taxable amount. This is the IGST amount. This is CGST and SGST and cess if it is. So these are the figures we need to enter. Just click enter, and this is the figure we need to take from this software. This is the outward taxable supplies, 0 rated, 35,000 only. This is B part. This is the C part, nil rated, and this is inward supplies liable to reverse charge. We have not yet done any entries for reverse charge, that is why nothing is coming. And this is non-GST supplies. We also not entered any non-GST supply here. So this is the 3.2 of supplies shown here. All supplies made to the unregistered person. So if I cancel this one and if I go here, this is the 3.2. This is the state wise details, and we need to enter these details only. So there is no need to enter one by one these details. it will automatically create a JSON file if we have a licensed version of GST and we have checked our GSTN number in Tally. So it will generate a JSON file, and this is the supplies made to the UIN holders. There is no. This is the eligible ITC available. If we go one by one, import of services, there is nothing. Import of service, inward supplies, inward all other ITC. Yes, we have all other ITC. So this is the total amount we need to enter, not the complete one. Okay, and you can see again eligible ITC, all other ITC, the amount of input credit IGST, CGST or SGST will come, not the taxable amount. So we can take the this amount 25,200 only, and we can post our entry. So hopefully guys, this concept has been clear for form 3B. You need to watch departments videos for complete knowledge and filing of all returns, whether it is GSTR 1, GSTR 3B. So hopefully guys, you understand the concept of form 3B. So here I am closing this chapter of GST, and we will start TDS in the next section. Thank you friends for watching our video. If you have any query, please feel free to comment me. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone, welcome to V tutorial once again. In this lecture, I will explain about the TDS. The full form of TDS is tax deduction at source. I found this article very useful for the learning purpose. It is applicable for the financial year 2021 to 2022, which is going on right now, but it is also very useful for the coming financial years. You need to take care of the tax rated, except that all information provided in this article is very good for the learning purposes. So let me begin with the basic concept of the TDS. The TDS is a part of Income Tax Act, and whenever somebody receive some services or purchase something, he has to deduct the TDS, that is the income tax. Okay, and he deposit to the government and file the TDS return. Then the service provider or the seller of the material can claim this TDS whenever he file the income tax final return after the end of a particular financial year. This is the basic concept. Okay, so let me begin with the different sections and nature of payments we are gonna make in the nature of businesses. So this is applicable for 2021 and 22, including budget 2022, including the amendments of the 21 amendments. As you know that it is applicable, the TDS is deducted from our salaries as well, so it comes under the section. So there are few things which you need to learn. First, the section in which the company is liable to deduct the TDS, then the nature of payments, then the threshold limit and the TDS rate, and this is the remarks. So now if I come down, I will explain about the 194C, which is a very popular, and in every business this transaction is available. So I will take this section 194C. This is the payment to a contractor or a subcontract. What comes in the contract and the subcontracts, let me explain. See, company, you have a company in which you got a contract to installation of the AC HVAC system, a big HVAC, not like the domestic one, and the contract that required some material, and it required some labor as well. It required some modification, so he will do the complete contract. He will buy some material, some wires, everything he will manage the contractor. So this is the contract. We have a contract for doing some work. So company has to deduct the tax, income tax, that is called TDS, tax deducted at source. The company who is receiving the services has to deduct the tax. Okay, so how he will deduct and what will be the rates, that is defined here. So the company has to deduct if they are making the payment to the contract or subcontract, that comes under the 194C. This is the threshold limit. So what could be the threshold limit? If a single transaction is less than 30,000, let's say we have a contract for 25,000, and in that particular year we don't have any other transaction with that particular contractor, then there is no need to deduct the TDS. So how you will manage? Let's see, in the month of May you appoint a contract for installing the HVAC system or the AC, and he did work for 20,000 only, so there is no need to deduct. But later on in the month of January, when the winter comes, so you need to install the heating system as well. So you give the contract for 50,000. So now the total amount for that particular year comes to 20 plus 50 equals to 70,000. So now you have to deduct the TDS on not only on 50,000, even including the 20,000. So the total amount on which the tax will be deducted will be 70,000. I hope that will be clear. This is the threshold limit. So the last example I took, in which the single transaction, so first was 20,000, next one for 50,000. Okay, so the single transaction is bigger than 30,000, that's why we need to deduct the TDS. Let's say in May we gave 20,000 contract, in December we gave another 25,000, then 25,000, so it comes around 25 plus 25 plus 20, it was 70,000, but it is not more than 1 lakh rupees in a particular year. Once it is more than 1 lakh rupees, then you have to deduct the TDS. Let's say in the February you give the contract for 3 contracts for 25 to 25,000 in a every month, so it is now more than 1 lakh rupees, so now you need to deduct the TDS on all amounts. So this is the threshold limit concept. Okay, and now what will be the rate applicable? That depends on their status. If the contract is HUF or individual, then we need to deduct only 1%. In any other case, we need to deduct the 2%. It's very clear. Whether it's a company, public company, government company, anything. In case of HUF or individuals, the rate is 1%, otherwise 2%. So this is the rate applicable. So this is the one option which is very much popular. The second one is the professional services, 194J. I'm looking for the 194J. Yes, fees for professional and or technical services. It is very important because in every business we take the professional services, like we are taking the services from advocates, from chartered accountants, or technical services we are taking. So on that, actually it is the normal course of business, we take the professional services, so we need to deduct the TDS on them. So here we don't need to check the status of the income status of the deductee. We need to check only the threshold limits. Here we have 2 sections. One is sum paid or payable towards the technical services. If it is the technical services, then the threshold limit is 30,000. If it is below 30,000 in a particular year, this is the threshold limit, and this is the tax rate, and this is the sum paid or payable towards the royalty in the nature of consideration for sale, distribution of exhibition and cinematography films. Here also we need to deduct only 2%. Other than that, if it is not technical or it is not royalty, and other than that the rate is 10%. The threshold limit is 30,000 only. Okay, so these are the basic two sections I explained. You can learn from this article, and here that writer has given very good explanation with the examples you can see in the below side. So I am attaching this article below side of this video, so you can download and learn. In the next video we will learn how we will implement the TDS in the Tally ERP9. We have already discussed about the TDS definition. Here also I am giving a short definition. The concept of TDS was introduced with an aim to collect tax from various source of income. A person, a deductor, who is liable to make payment on a specified nature to any other person deductee shall deduct the TDS and remit the same to the account of central government. The deductee whose income tax has been deducted at source would be entitled to get the credit of the amount so deducted on the basis of Form 626 AS and TDS certificate issued by the deductor. These are the steps we need to follow. First we will enable the TDS in TallyPrime. Then we will create the different masters such as TDS nature of payment, then TDS ledgers, then expenses ledgers. Then you can create the party ledgers with the TDS details. If you have already created the ledgers, then you need to alter them. Then we will do the transactions, make the payment of TDS as well. Then we will prepare the TDS return. So now we will open the TallyPrime. So for enabling just press F11 from the keyboard. Now you can see the TDS over here. Come enter Y, then enter the 10 number. Here also you need to enter the 10 number. Select the status of your company, then branch, and set and alter the detail of the person responsible. Actually the detail of this person will be submitted to the department, income tax department, and the name of that person will be printed on the 16A, form 16A, which is the proof of TDS deduction. You need to enter all the details like mobile number, email IDs, everything you need to enter. Then save it. The two more options: ignore income tax exemption limit for TDS deduction. If it is applicable, then you can ignore, and activate the TDS on stock. We will create a separate video on it, so this time you need to disable it, and now you can save it. The next step is to create the masters. First we will create the TDS nature. So come to the create tab, and now we can see the statutory master. TDS nature of payments is coming over here, and now you can use the helper as well. It is not working in my TallyPrime, I don't know, but it should work. So you can see the all list on the right hand side, then select the nature of payment, which is already defined in the TallyPrime. Now you can type TDS payment to contractor or subcontractors. Section is 194C, payment mode is 94C, remit code would be 94C, and as already explained earlier in this section, that for individual and HUF with PAN, the deduction, the rate of TDS is 1%, and for other persons it's 2%. The exemption threshold limit is 30,000, and now you can save it. So like that you need to create the nature of payment. Then the next step is to create the TDS ledger. Come over here, the TDS on contractor 194C, under will be duties and taxes. Select TDS. So the list of TDS of natures created earlier will come on the right hand side. Select the appropriate and then save it. Next step is to create the expense ledger. In this case it is job work expense, so it is a direct expense. it is not applicable. Then GST is applicable. You can also set and alter the GST details from here. We have already discussed about it, and we will select the GST nature during the voucher, and we will select the service over here. Then TDS will be applicable, and you need to select any from here. You can select the nature. It may be possible you want to book the professional fees under the job work, and that time the TDS applicable would be the professional, not the contractor. But it might possible we want to book that professional or technical expenses under the job work. So it is good to select any from here, because we during the voucher we will get the list of TDS of natures. At that time we can select the TDS of nature. The next is the party ledger. The party ledger would be, enter the name in the name field. Under it comes under the creditors. Select the maintain bill by bill. TDS is applicable to yes, and you need to define the status. So it is private limited and company residence. You can see all the status are coming on the right hand side. Select appropriate and deduct TDS on the same nature to yes, and enter the address, then all details, bank details. PAN number is mandatory. Enter the GST number as well and save it. Now we will book the job work voucher using the purchase. Come to the voucher, press F9 for purchase. You can change the mode to accounting invoice. Enter the supplier invoice number, then date. Select the ledger, then expense ledger job work. It is, I will select more amount like 75,000. TDS nature. On the right hand side, when you press space bar from the keyboard, you will get the list of TDS nature. Select the TDS payment to the contractor from the list, and the second one is for GST. Now select the purchase taxable, and now select the GST input ledgers. Sorry, SGST and CGST is applicable here. It will calculate automatically. And now select the TDS ledger, that also deduct or calculate automatically. And now you can save, and you can type the narration. That's it. So this is the TDS deducted on the purchases. Hello and welcome once again. In my last video, you learned how to implement the TDS and how you deduct the TDS when you book the invoice in the purchase voucher. As per income tax law, I have already explained that you have to deduct the TDS if you book the invoice or make the advance payment. We have already learned how to deduct the TDS on invoice. In this video, we will learn how to deduct the TDS on advance payments. So here we have some scenarios. We have already learned this scenario. We book the invoice, we deduct the TDS, and we made the payment. Now we will deduct the TDS on advance payments. So this could be the scenario. We will make the advance payment of 1 lakh rupees. At that time, we will deduct the TDS 2%. So the net payable amount would be 98. But the account will be debited by the 1 lakh rupees. After few days, we receive the invoice for the services provided by the contractor for 1 lakh rupees. 18% GST was applicable. So as per income tax law, we have to deduct the 2% TDS, but we have already deducted the TDS on the advance payment. So this time we are not going to deduct. We have to book with the full amount, and we will adjust the advance payment of 1 lakh rupees. So the net payable amount would be 18,000 only. We have second scenario for the advance payment. We made the 1 lakh rupees advance payment, deducted 2% TDS, which is 2000 rupees, and made the net payment amount of 98,000 rupees. Later on, after we received the invoice for 1,50,000, 18% GST was applicable. The amount is 27,000. The TDS is applicable on 1,50,000. It is not applicable on the GST part. You should remember that. So total it's 3,000, but 2,000 rupees we have already deducted on the advance payment. So here we have to deduct the 1,000 only, and this is the total payable amount after deducting the 1,000 rupees. And we have already made the payment 1 lakh rupees. So now the net payable amount must be 76,000. So these are the two scenarios which we are going to implement in this video. Let me open the TallyPrime first. First we will make the advance payment. So from the voucher tab, press enter. F5 is used to make the payment. HDFC account, and select your contractor. In this case it is ABC Contractor Limited. Enter the amount 1 lakh rupees. Select advance from the method of adjustment. Give the reference number. Enter the due dates. Do not forget to deduct the TDS. So select the TDS ledger. It will deduct automatically 2%. Now you can give the bank details, and you can type the narration if you want, and then you can save it. Now it is time to book the purchase invoice. Click on the purchase button, select the purchase of service, change the date to 1st of June, and enter the invoice number 102, enter the invoice date, select the party name, enter the expense ledger. In this case it is job work expenses. Enter the amount 1 lakh rupees. Select the nature of TDS applicable on this expenses, which is TDS payment to contractor, and enter the CGST input, SGST input, as GST is applicable on this transaction, and select the TDS. Now we will get one more pop-up window that adjust against advanced TDS payment to yes. We want to adjust. Select the against reference number. Here we will get the reference number of the advance payment made. And now select this amount, end of the list, and we can see TDS on contract payment is nil over here, as we have already deducted the 2,000 rupees. So here we need to adjust the advance payment made. Here you can see the bill wise details is coming. In the last window we can see the TDS adjustment. So here we have already made the 1 lakh rupees advance payment. So we will select the against reference, and we will select this, and now we will create a new reference because 18,000 rupees is still remaining, and that would be due. We can insert like today is 1st June, so this amount will be due immediately, and we can enter the narration and we can save it. Now if you press escape button, if you go to display statement of account, outstanding, payable, we can see ABC contractor 18,000 rupees is pending. If we see the ledger, in this case also only one amount is pending, which is overdue by 0 days. Now come back. Now we can check the outstanding of TDS. Display more reports, statutory reports, TDS reports, and TDS outstanding report. It is TDS payment to contractors. If we want to see party wise, click over here. We can see ABC contractor, and if we still shift enter, So we can see the reference, that is advance payment, and the invoice we received only for 1 lakh rupees. Now we will complete our second scenario where we will make 1 lakh rupees and we will receive the invoice for 1,50,000. So let's see how Tally give the report. First, I will make the payment. I will change the date to, okay, it's 1st April only. So we will make the payment of 1 lakh rupees to ABC contractor. We will make the payment of 2nd April. So this time I'm going to make 1 lakh rupees. So it is advance, and you can see the reference number is 3, and that will be due after 30 days. And now we will deduct the TDS 2000 rupees, and we will transfer this amount by RTGS or NEFT, and we can save it. Now we will book the invoice. We will press F9 or click over here to select the purchase of service. We will change the date to 1st June. Now we will enter the date, enter the invoice number 103 in this case. So 1st June, we will select the party name. We will select job work. And in this case, I'm going to enter the 1,50,000. Nature of TDS is contractor, TDS payment to the contractor under section 194C. And here we will select CGST input and SGST input. And now we will select the TDS. Again, we get the option to adjust the TDS we deducted on the advance payment to yes. Here we will select the adjust amount to 1 lakh rupees. Now we will select the new reference, and you can see only the 50,000 amount is coming, on which the 1,000 rupees deducted as a TDS. As we have already deducted the 2% TDS on 1 lakh rupees, so we have to deduct the TDS 2% on the 50,000 of rupees 1,000. Now end of list. Now we can adjust the advance of 1 lakh rupees, and we will create the new reference of 103. It will be due by 1st June. So now we can book the invoice. Now press escape button. We will check the outstanding amount to display, and statement of accounts, outstanding report, ledger, ABC contractor, and we can see against the invoice number 102 we have 18,000, against invoice number 103 we have 76,000. So this is the way we can track the TDS and the payable amount using the bill wise detail. If we press shift enter, we can see the voucher detail as well. So by that way we can track the invoice wise detail, outstanding report. If we want to see the TDS amount, we will come to the statutory report, TDS report, and TDS outstanding report. Press enter, and we will see all the transactions is coming over here. So first 2,000 on the first payment, advance payment, second 2,000 of the second advance payment, and the third 1,000 is on the partial amount of 50,000 of the invoice of 1,50,000. So this is the way you deduct the TDS partially. I hope the concept is clear. If you still have any confusion or question, please send your query or the message. I'll try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to learn about the section 194Q. This section is a part of Income Tax Act, and this section is introduced in the Finance Act 2021. Till now we have learned that the TDS is applicable on the services received by any person who is liable to deduct the TDS. But according to this section, TDS is applicable on the material as well. So as per this section, every buyer has to deduct the TDS if their turnover is exceed 10 crore rupees in any previous year. So this is the first condition. If your company's turnover is more than 10 crore, your company is liable to deduct the TDS on material. But not all the transactions. The second condition is you're purchasing the material from so many suppliers. If from a single supplier, the total purchases exceeds 50 lakh rupees, then you have to deduct the TDS only from this particular supplier on more than 50 lakh amount. So the taxable amount would be the additional to the 50 lakh rupees. For example, our company is purchasing from many suppliers. A single supplier reached up to 49 lakh rupees. So there is no need to deduct any TDS on material purchases from this supplier. It is not yet applicable. If the total purchases exceeds to 55 lakh from this single supplier, then the TDS is applicable. But what would be the taxable amount? The taxable amount will be only 5 lakh rupees, means total purchases minus 50 lakh will be the total amount. So it would be the addition to 50 lakh only, that would be the taxable amount. Tax rate is 0.1% with PAN. If supplier provided the PAN number, then this would be the tax rate 0.1%. If PAN number is not applicable, then the income tax rate is 5%. These are the steps which we need to follow. First, we need to enable the TDS, which we already enabled in our company. At the time of enabling the TDS, there was one option, enable TDS on stock items, which we not enabled at that time, but now we have to enable this option. Then we will create the TDS nature of payment for section 194Q, but here we will create two nature of payment under 194Q section. One exempt up to 50 lakh, second for taxable above 50 lakh. Then we will create the ledger for section 194Q. We will enable the TDS in the supplier's master and in the purchase ledger as well. And we will enable the TDS in the all stock items purchased from this supplier. So these are the steps we need to follow. In my previous video, I explained the concept of section 194Q. In this video, we are going to implement the same. So first step is to enable the option. For enabling, press F11 from the keyboard and come to TDS. Press Ctrl A in the GST. Enable the TDS if not yet enabled. Enter all details and you have to activate the TDS on stock item. This is the first step you need to complete and you have to save it. Second step is to create two nature of payment for TDS. For this, we will go to the create option from the gateway of Tally and we will come down to the TDS nature of payments. Here you need to type below threshold limit exempt purchase of material. Section is 194Q, payment code 94Q, remittance code is 94Q as well, with PAN 0.1%. If you can't see without PAN option, press F12 from here and the last option you need to enable to yes, press enter. Now with pen is 0.1%, without pen 5% in all type of deductees. Here the threshold limit is 50 lakh, and you have to save it. Now press Ctrl R. Here we will create above threshold limit, and here you need to type taxable. Enter. Section code 194Q in this case. 94Q is the payment code in this case also. 94Q is the remittance code in this case. 0.1 is the percentage with PAN for TDS, and without PAN is 5%. But here there is no exemption limit. This is the major difference. Now you have to save it. Press escape button, and now we will create the TDS ledger. For TDS ledger, select the create option, select the ledger. Here TDS 194Q purchase of material. Come down, select duties and taxes. You can create a separate group for TDS. In this case, I'm not going to create for saving the time. Select the TDS and select taxable and save it. Now we will create purchase of material. It would be purchase account, not applicable. GST is applicable, and type of purchase is goods, and TDS is applicable, and you have to select any and save it. Now create your supplier. So in this case I am typing supplier of material. Here you don't know whether this supplier made the purchases which is more than 50 lakh or not. So initially you can type exempt or very small letter exempt 194Q. Select sundry creditors, maintain bill by bill, credit period 10 days. TDS is applicable to yes. Select the correct deducted type. In this case I'm assuming it is private limited company and resident. TDS is deducted in same ledger to yes. Here you need to remove this one because this is the name which will reflect in all the invoices, in all the reports. The ledger name will be for our internal only. Here you can enter the address, select the state, PIN code. You can also provide the bank details, and PAN is mandatory. If you will not mention the PAN, the tax rate would be higher if we purchase more than 50 lakh from this particular supplier. We have entered the PAN and the GST detail as well. Now press enter, 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 and save it. Now we have to create the material as well. So we will create the material directly, stock item. So for example, we are going to buy some steel tubes. We will select list of groups to primary. Category is also primary. We have not yet created the units, so we will create the units to simple in kg. Formal name is kilogram. Unit of measure as per GST would be the kgs. No decimal place we are going to select, and GST is applicable. We can set to yes, and we will create the code. This is the HSN code for steel. This is steel 1336 and not applicable. This is taxable and this is 18% and we will save it. These are the goods, no opening stock available, and we will save it. So we have created almost all ledgers. Start booking our purchase. Let's see whether we are getting any error or not. If we get any error, we will change accordingly. So first we will book the material purchase. So we will change to purchase and we have to book as item invoice. So change the mode to item invoice from here. Enter the supplier invoice number. I will select supplier material for, and it is exempt. If we mention the exempt here, so we know that there is no need to deduct any TDS, because in TallyPrime we do not have any control at the voucher level that we have made the purchase of more than or up to 50 lakh rupees. So we will select purchase of material over here. We will enter the nature of payment is the below threshold limit. It is exempt in this case. And then we will select steel tubes and we will make the quantity of 500. Let's see, the rate is 600. So it is 3 lakh only, and CGST input and SGST input is applicable and TDS is not applicable. So we will not select the TDS ledger in this case, and we are not going to provide the e-way bill details here. We will give the reference and we will save this transaction. That is perfect. Now we have made the purchases up to 3 lakh only. So now I will book one bill for 50 lakh. So we will cross the limit over here. So second invoice. Now I will select the same supplier. It is exempt right now. So we will select the purchase of material and we will select below threshold limit, and we will select steel tubes. To this time I'm gonna select, let's see, this much quantity. It is 30 lakh only. So I will increase to up to 8,000 of kg. It's 48 lakh only. Okay, no problem. We have already made the purchase of 3 lakh and 48 lakh. Let's see what will happen. Press enter. Press enter. Now enter the SGST input, CGST input. Press enter. Press enter. No. Save. New reference. New reference. New reference. Press enter. Accept. Dear friends, now we got the option. TDS is not deducted for the previous bills for supplier of material. Do you want to deduct now? This message will appear only once when the exemption limit is crossed. So we will not deduct the TDS. Select no and we will leave this as it is. Now come back and see, we have made the purchase of 51 lakh rupees. You need to check their ledger, calculate the total purchases. We have to deduct the TDS only on 1 lakh rupees. So that calculation you have to do manually. But before that, you need to change the party name because now it is taxable. So come down to their name, press Ctrl Enter, and now change this exempt to taxable. And in the name section, you need to remove this one and Ctrl A to save it. Yes, we want to update the all data in the tax reports. Now we will deduct the TDS, and now we will change it to the above. So we are going to alter this entry, and now I will select TDS 194Q, and now it is calculated on the total amount, but we have to calculate only on 1 lakh rupees. So in this case, this would be 100 only. So I will calculate it manually, and now we will save it. So you need to select the bill wise detail for TDS is like this, and you need to accept this. And now we will book our next invoice from the same supplier. Now we know it is taxable, so we will select this, and we will select the above threshold limit. We will enter the steel tubes, we will enter the quantity, CGST, SGST and TDS, and now see it is calculating on the amount we required. So you need to take care of the first invoice where the purchase limit is crossed the 50 lakh rupees. Otherwise there is no problem and we can save it. So dear friends, I hope you understood the concept of 194Q. If you have any query, please send me your queries. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone. In this video, I will discuss about the lower deduction certificate of TDS under section 197. An SSC can apply for a certification for lower deduction, and he has to submit to the service recipient. Then the service recipient will deduct the TDS at the lower rate of TDS as mentioned in the certificate. Here is a sample certificate I have downloaded from the internet. Here the SSC of which is in this case it is BSNL has applied for the lower deduction. They provide all the details, and after assessing all the documents, the assessing officer, if satisfied, can issue the certification of lower deduction under section 197. This is the PAN for the assessee, BSNL. This is the original certificate of BSNL. Here all related service recipient will be mentioned in this certificate. This is the certificate number. This is their PAN number. This is the party name, and this is the section. This is the nature of payment, and in this section they have to mention the total amount for this particular period, and this is the rate. As you can see here is that the TDS rate under section 194J is 10%, but they applied for lower deduction, so now the service recipient has to deduct the TDS under section 194J at the rate of 0.1% during this period. You can see this is the rate for all the sections. Here there are so many parties, so they will give this certificate to the service recipient. They will enter this certificate detail to their system, whatever they are using. In our case, we are using the TallyPrime, so we will set up this certificate in our TallyPrime so that whenever there is any service received from the BSNL, the deduction under particular section of this certificate will be as per this certificate, not actual. As you know that in case of private limited company under section 194C, the rate of TDS is 2%, but as per this certificate the rate is 0.1%. So we call this lower deduction TDS certificate under section 197. So we will implement one example. So let me open the TallyPrime first. So we are going to take the example of commission in this case. So we will create all the related masters and we will implement the lower deduction. So first of all, we have to create the nature of payment. For creating the nature of payment, go to create from the gateway of Tally, select TDS nature of payments and TDS on commission under section 194H. Here you need to mention the section. This is the payment code. 94H is the payment code. With PAN is 5%, without PAN is 20%. The exemption limit is 1 lakh rupees. We can accept it. Now come back. Now we will create the ledger. So TDS on commission payable under section 194H, enter, select group duties and taxes, select TDS, and from here select the nature of payment TDS on commission under section 197, and you have to save it. Now come back. Now we will create expenses ledger. Commission charges or fees, it will be indirect expenses. It is not applicable. GST is applicable. We will select the GST during the voucher. This is the supply, and here we will apply the TDS. So TDS is applicable, and we will select any during the voucher, and we have to save it. Now go back. Now we will create the creditor or the service provide GL. Select create, select ledger, and here you can say ABC commission agent of something, and you have to provide the creditors, maintain bill by bill. And here, before going ahead, you need to activate the advance entries. Press F12 or press on configure button from here and come to the last option. Allow advance entries in the TDS master to yes. And now you need to activate the TDS, and we will assume that it's a company resident, and we will deduct the TDS on the same voucher. And here you need to activate what kind of TDS is applicable to this agent. It is TDS commission under section 194H. You can assign the nature of payment to this sundry creditor over here if you know there will be a one section is applicable. Otherwise you can select all items. So later on during the voucher you can select the type of TDS. So it is recommendable to use all items, so you have freedom to use a particular section during the voucher, and you have to select use advance entries to yes. And now you need to mention the details over here for the certificate. So go down, and here you need to select yes in set alter 0 lower deduction, and here you need to select the section, select the provision, and here give the certificate number which you received. So I'll show you. This is the certificate number, this one. So I'm assuming I'm entering something else. Press enter. Applicable from and to. So you need to mention this date, from and to. Normally it is applicable for the full financial year from the date of issuance in 99% cases, but you need to verify. So today I'm assuming it is 1st May 2022 to 31st March 2023, and the rate is applicable for let's say 1%. Actual is 5%, but in this case for this particular service provider, but in case of ABC commission agent it would be 1% during this period. Now end of list, and enter the address, select, and PAN number is mandatory, otherwise the rate would be 20%. This certificate will not be applicable in this case. So I'm going to save it after enter the PAN and the GST number. Now you need to remember that I have mentioned the 1st May for the deduction. So first we will check whether the 5%, the actual configuration of TDS without the certificate is working or not. So I'm going to enter one ledger using the purchase of service, and the date would be 1st April. So I'm going to enter in April. So let's see, enter the invoice number, and we have to change it to the accounting invoice as well. So change the mode to accounting invoice, enter the invoice number, the date, and select this one, and commission charges or fees, let's say it is 1,50,000. Nature of payment is 194H. Enter GST input CGST and SGST input. Now select the TDS 194H, and you can see it is 5% right now, because we mentioned the period is 1st May 2022 to 31st of March 2023. So we will save it. So now our configuration is working perfectly. We will save it. Now I will change the date to 1st of June. It is the date during this period which we mentioned in the certificate configuration. So I will enter another invoice. So ABC commission agent, and these are the commission charges. I will take 2 lakh rupees right now. So I will select this one, and CGST input, SGST input, and TDS, and you see now it is 1% only. So our configuration is working perfectly, and we are getting the report which we want. Great. So by that way you can implement the lower deduction of certificate under section 197 in the TallyPrime. Till now we have learned about the TDS. In the TDS we created the TDS masters, we posted the vouchers, and now we have to calculate the outstanding TDS. Then we will make the payment, means the TDS payments we will make, and we will generate the TDS Challan. In the challans we have some details for making the payment to the income tax department, such as the challan number, their date, and it is prepared, or the processes through any branch or particular bank. So we need the branch code, that is called BSR code of this particular branch. That is mandatory details which we required for preparing our TDS returns. So I will show you the copy of the challan for your reference or for learning purpose, and we will post the challan details in Tally. We will reconcile all the challans, and finally we will save it, this challan information. Then we will prepare the TDS return, and finally we will submit after checking or verification. So in this video first we will create the outstanding, then we will make the TDS payments, and we will create the challan. Then we will post the challans in the Tally, and we will do the reconciliation. First of all, I would like to show you the TDS Challan. This is the Challan of SBI. Here you can see the PAN number of, your company's PAN number. This is the total amount. This is in words, and this is the section and this is the BSR code. It is mandatory. This is the tender date, and here you will get the challan number. So these are the details. This is the challan copy of the HDFC Bank. Here also you will get the details of taxes, and this is the challan number, this is the BSR code, and this is the date, and here we will get our PAN number. This is very important to get the challan first. So let me open the TallyPrime once again, and now I will show you how you can calculate the total payable for every section of the TDS. But before that, you have to note that the date of payment, date of the TDS payment date, so it will be 7th of the next month. Means if we are preparing for April, so 7th May will be last date. After that there will be a penalty and interest also applicable. So you need to take care of this. So for calculating the outstanding, go to the display, go to the statutory reports, TDS reports, TDS outstanding report, and you need to check the period as well. It is showing April to June, but you need to make the payment monthly basis. So press F2 or click over here to change the period. But as we are using the educational version, it will not take the full month. You have to enter the first day of the month. We have two sections for which we need to make the payment for the month of April. Now it is time to make the payment, and we need to create the challan. These days we are not generating the challans manually, and we are not submitting to the branches. Generate the challan online, and you need to create the challans on the NSC website. So you can find out some videos on the YouTube. It's very easy. It's not a big deal, but that process required original data that I cannot generate. That is why I'm not going to show you the way to create the challans. I will show you how you will post or make the payment entry in the TallyPrime. So you need to note down this detail, and now we need to make the payments. So now come to the voucher detail, and here you need to select the payment voucher, and you need to select the bank, and then you need to select the autofill option. Here you need to select the state payment, select the TDS, and you need to enter the period for which you want to make the payment. So I'm going to select 1st April to 1st May. There are 3 entries, and deducted till date is 1st May only, 1st May 2022. Press enter. Here you can make the challan or post the entries section wise, but I'm going to use all items in a time. So I will select all items. Here you need to select nature of payments, all, deducted type is all, select all items, and you need to select your bank, and that's all. So you got the amount. All the postings are coming over here. These all voucher numbers which were outstanding for making the payments is coming over here. It will clear automatically. Now you can post this. We are going to make the payment online, so I will select e-fund transfer, and you need to enter all the details, and now you can post the voucher. If you want to print the physical challan number and you want to submit to the bank, you can generate using the TallyPrime. It is completely automatically, but it is not recommendable. But still you want to learn, then you go to that particular voucher, and you need to click on the print, select current, and here click on the configuration button, and here select the options, and you can change the details as per your choice or requirement. Now you can take the print preview, and you can see this is the challan which is created automatically. So you will get 2 challans for each section separately, and you need to take the printout and you need to submit to the bank. So they will enter all the relevant details like challan number, date and their BSR code. You need to take care. Now come out. Now we need to reconcile the challans and we need to enter the challan details in the postings. So go to display more reports, go to statutory reports, TDS, select challan reconciliation. You can see both the entries for which we made the payment. Now click on the reconcile button and now enter the details. Here the check number if available, check date, here enter the BSR code, here the challan number, challan date, and here select the branch and branch name, enter the same detail over here. The challan number would be different. It may be same if you have created the challan, single challan for all the sections, that is allowed. And now enter the branch code over here, and now you need to check twice before entering this detail. Once you're satisfied that you feed all the correct details, and now you need to accept it. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to teach how you can prepare the returns of TDS. Before going ahead, you need to understand what are the forms and their names and their use. Then only you can prepare the TDS returns in the TallyPrime. So in the TDS, there are three forms which we will use to submit the returns. The first one is 26Q. This is used other than salary. The section covered in this report is 194C, 194H, 194Q, 194I, 194J. These are the section covered in this return. Then we will use 27Q. This is used to payment to foreign parties. Now it is time to prepare our return. For checking the return, we need to go to the display, then statutory reports, TDS reports, form 26Q. So before checking, you need to check the period. So by default, it is coming the current period, which is 1st July to 30th September, but our period is 1st April to 30th of June. So we need to change it. You can click over here to change the period, 1st to June. Now we can see the summary. These are the particulars. Total 12 vouchers entered in this period, included in the return 2, not relevant to this return is 2, and uncertain. Our system cannot identify the uncertain transactions. So you need to verify one by one which are included in the return. Advance payments on which the TDS was deducted. There are some more not relevant to this return. These are the payments made. ABC contractor on which the TDS was not deducted earlier, and this is the payment that is also not relevant to the return because it is the payment amount, not the deduction amount. So here all the transactions on which the TDS was deducted will include. So go back. These are the uncertain transactions. So unable to determine the TDS applicability for ledgers or stock items. Now you need to save the view, then you need to save the return, and finally you need to export this return into the JSON format. So after that you can upload this return to the TDS portal, or you can go to the authorized dealer who is authorized to upload the TDS returns. We cannot do this process because we have taken the examples only. This is not the original data. So we cannot go to the next step. Once you work in a company, then you will get the original data, original PAN numbers, original GST numbers, original deductions, original certificate and the challans that can be verified online on the NSC websites. Then only you can file the returns. So in the next step, you need to export in the JSON. You can verify on the offline utility tools provided by the TDS department or the income tax department that you will learn in the practical sessions once you work in a company. Thank you very much. If you have any problem or query regarding the TDS, please let me know. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone. In this section, we are going to learn how to implement the payroll in the TallyPrime. There are few steps which we need to follow. First, we need to create the employee master. Here we will record all the details related to the employees, such as their name, their address, the employee code, their bank details, and their passport details. We will create the payroll masters in the second step. The third step, we will create the payheads. Fourth step, we will create the salary related details and we will attach these details to the employee master. Then we will process the payroll and we will calculate, and finally we will post all related vouchers in the fifth and the final steps. So our first step is to enable the payroll function in the TallyPrime. For this, click on the F11 button from the keyboard, and here is the option to enable the payroll. Type yes and press enter, and we need to enable the payroll statutory as well. Press enter. Here you need to feed all details related to the provident fund, ESI, NPS and the income tax. We have already implemented the TDS. That is why the PAN number is coming automatically directly from the TDS master. So here I have entered all related details and I'm going to save it. Now all the functions related to the payroll has been enabled, and now we need to create the employee masters. Now come to the create button from the gateway of Tally, and you can see all details related to the payroll masters are coming over here. First we will create the employee group. You can categorize or you can create the group of the employees by their location, by their department, by their designation. That is totally depend on the business requirement. But 99% cases the group is created based on the department. So you can create the group for each department, such as finance, sales. You can create subgroups. For example, you want to bifurcate the employees by their location as well. So you can create sales north, and here you need to select the sales east. Now if you go back and go to chart of accounts and select the employee groups, you can see there is a primary category under which we have finance, then sales. Under sales we have sales east and north. By that way you can create multiple groups. Under these groups we will create the employee related masters. Now go back, create, and now we will create employees. So here press F12. Here we have some more options related to the masters or the configuration of the employee master. You can select as per your requirement. So we can save the name in another language. We can display the name of employee. We can also display the notes for the employee. We can save the statutory records which we have enabled. We can also save the passport and the visa related details, and we can also save the contract related details if the employee on the contract basis. So now I'm going to save it, and here you need to enter the employee name. For example, first one is the employee 1. Here we need to select the groups. We have already created our groups. So first one is for finance. Here we need to enter the date of joining. Here we need to define the salary details, which we have not yet defined, so we will configure later on. Here we will enter the employee number. So we are going to give a code number, their designation, their function, their location, their gender, their date of birth, blood group if you want, then father name, spouse name, their address, their phone number, their email, and you need to provide their bank details as well for transfer of their salary. So the data of the bank will be retrieved from here. Press enter. Here you need to enter the account details, IFSC code, enter the branch. For banking purpose, we are transferring e-transfer. This is the account number. These are the details, and you need to save. Here you need to define the statutory related details, like whether he is selecting the income tax regular tax regime or the regime under section 115 BAC. So I am selecting regular tax regime. Here you need to enter his PAN number, Aadhaar number if applicable. So after enter all the details, you need to save it. By that way, you need to record all your employee details. In this video, we will create the payroll masters such as payroll units, and these units is used to calculate the overtime. We will create the attendance types to record working days such as present, absent, sick leave, leave without pay, and we will also create the production types which is used to record the overtime. So let me open the TallyPrime. So from gateway of Tally, go to create, select units. First we will create hours. Give the full name hours. Here enter the 2. Here enter 2. Then we will create minutes. And go back to the compound. Select R. 60 of the minutes is 1 hour. And then we will create the attendance and the production type. The first one is present, primary, and this is the attendance leave with pay, and then absent, it would be leave without pay, then sick leave, this would be leave with pay, and casual leave is attendance leave with pay, and overtime would be on production basis. So we will use hours for calculating the production or the overtime. So by that way, we need to create the attendance type and the unit for works. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to create payheads. Till now, we learned how to enable the payroll. We created the masters for employees, and we created the attendance type for recording the attendance or the present, we can say. Now it is time to create the payheads. Payheads are very important for implementing the payroll because we can generate the pay slips using the payheads. We will post the attendance for each day for a particular period. Then we will process the payroll. TallyPrime will calculate the total payable amount using the payheads only. So before going ahead, I want to show you one sample pay slips. This is the sample pay slip. On the top of, we can see the company name, then the period name, employee name, designation, location. So all details will be retrieved from the employee master. These are the earnings, these are the deductions. For calculating this, we use the attendance, then we process, and system will calculate this amount. So now in the payhead section, we have to create two types of payheads. One is earnings, second for the deductions. So you need to understand different part of this earnings. First is basic salary. In every organization, employee will get the salary, but the salary will be divided into different parts such as basics, DNS allowance, house rent allowances, conveyance, medical allowances, special allowances. Also there are some deductions like professional tax, TDS, provident fund, ESIC. So we will create the payheads for each type of earnings or the deductions. Some payheads are depend on other payheads such as normally the dearness allowance is depend on the basic salary. It will be calculated on the percentage of the basic, such as the 30% of the basic salary. So this person having monthly basic salary of rupees 40,000, and you can see it is 10% of the 40%. So whatever the basic salary, so the DA would be the percentage of the basic salary. House rent allowances, it is monthly allowances. Conveyance are the fixed for each month. Medical also fixed for every month. Special allowance can be fixed. But employees may get the overtime. Overtime means whatever he work for extra time in a day, he will get hourly basic salary. So that can be calculated using the unit of measure we created in hours. And TDS is also defined in the TallyPrime, so it will be deducted from their total earnings. And EPF is depend on the percentage of the basic salary plus DA allowance plus HRA. So now I am opening the TallyPrime and we will create all types of payheads. As I have already explained in the payslip example, we have earning payheads based on attendance, such as the basic salary, based on the calculation such as HRA or DA, that can be a 30% of the basic salary. Fixed income types payheads like conveyance, these are the fixed, it will not calculate it based on the attendance. Production basis such as overtime, or user defined variables such as bonus. Normally the organizations pay bonuses, Diwali bonuses once in a year. These are depend on their performance. So this cannot be fixed, it would be variable time to time. There are deduction type of payheads such as canteen deduction, income tax. So let's open the TallyPrime and we will create earning payhead first, then we will create deduction payheads. For creating the payheads, go to the create button from the gateway of Tally and come over here, payheads. Here you need to type the name. This would be the earning for employees. So we have to select, it is fixed type, and this will go in the direct or the indirect expenses. So I'm going to select indirect expenses. It will affect the net salary. Yes, it will affect. You can type the name you want to display on the payslip. So basic salary is correct. Use for calculating the gratuity. Yes, we want to use basic salary for creating the gratuity. We can set or alter the income tax detail over here. And this could be how this basic salary will get calculated. That will be calculated based on the attendance, and attendance would be present, and it would be monthly basis as per calendar period. We can do the normal rounding up to 1 and we can save it. HRA will be calculated based on that basis. So 30% of the total earned basic salary would be the HRA. So we will select the payhead. We will type HRA over here. This would be the earning of employee. It will be the fixed. It will go to the indirect expenses. It will affect the net salary. It will not affect the gratuity. Yes, it will affect the income tax. So you have to type yes, and you need to select house rent allowances on project value. Then here the type of calculation would be the computed value. So you need to select this one and you need to do the normal rounding up to 1. Here we have method of computation. There are 4 type of computation. First one is on current deductions, second on total earnings, third is on subtotal, fourth is specified formula, which I'm gonna use in this. Let me explain one by one. As I have already explained in the payslip, there are 2 sides of the payslips. One is earning, second is deductions. So if we want to do any calculation on the earnings only, then I will select this one. If we do the calculation on the deductions, so I will select this one. If we want to calculate the amount based on the net, it means total earnings minus deductions, that would be the subtotal. So this will be used. But if I want to use a specified formula for particular earnings, so we can do some addition, some multiplication, then we will use specified formula. So in this case, I'm gonna use specified formula. Select this one. You can see all list of payheads you have created. So as I have already explained that the HRA would be the 30% of the basic salary. So we will select basic salary. End of the list. Here we can mention the effective date, and here amount up to. If we want to create any slab, leave blank for complete amount. Here we can mention the percentage or the value. In this case it is percentage. Here we will type our percentage value. Now we will save it. If later on this percentage change, so we can also do the alteration in this payhead, and we can change the date like 1st of April 2022. The percentage is 35 or 25. So we can mention over here, calculation will be calculated based on the effective date. So after 1st April 2022, the percentage would be 25 or the 35, which we mentioned over here. So I'm gonna accept this one. Next would be the fixed type, such as conveyance. Company also give monthly conveyance. This will be the earning for employee. It would be fixed. It would be indirect expenses, affect the net salary, and it will not use for calculation. And yes, it will affect the income tax. Allowance for transport of employee is the head for calculating the income tax, and it is on the projected value, on the actual value. So I will select the projected value, and it will be flat rate. So I will select flat, and it would be on monthly basis, and it would be normal rounding to 1, and we can save it. So now it is time to create some more payheads. So this time I'm gonna create overtime. So employee can earn the overtime if he work more than working hours defined in a day. So this will be the earning for employee. It will be variable. It will go to indirect expenses. It will affect the net salary, and overtime it will not affect the gratuity, but yes, it will affect the income tax. So I would suggest user defined, other earnings user defined on projected value, and user defined it would be on production basis. Select the production overtime. It would be normal rounding to 1, and we can save it. Now we will create the user defined value. So this would be like performance bonus. It will be earning for employee. It would be variable. It would be part of indirect expense. It will affect the net salary. Performance bonus. It will not use for calculating the gratuity. It will affect the income tax. User defined, projected value, and you can select user defined value, and you can save it. So these are the few earning payheads. Now we will create some deduction type, such as the canteen deduction. Canteen deduction. This would be the deduction for the employee. This will be part of indirect expenses only. It will affect the net salary, and this would be user defined because every month whatever the canteen deduction, so that could be defined manually. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how to create employee statutory deductions payheads. First we will create the employee contribution to the PF. It is 12% of the basic salary and it will go to the account number 1. Second, we will create the employee contribution to the ESIC deductions. It is calculated on the basic plus HRA plus conveyance, and we will do the calculation on this. We will do the sum of these three payheads and it will be calculated at the rate of 1.75% of these three amounts. And we will create one more statutory deduction that is called professional tax. It is slab rate basis on the total earnings. We will create NPS deduction at the rate of 10% tier 1 and 10% on tier 2. Then finally we will create income tax deduction Payhead. You have to learn more about NPS and the professional tax before creating actual in your company. Here I am taking these slab rates or the percentage for example purpose only. So now I am going to open the TallyPrime and first we will create the EPF, ESI, professional, NPS and the income tax. It means TDS on salary. So we will create the new payheads. Go to the create and go to the payheads. And this time I'm going to create EPF at the rate of 12%. Here earning, it is not earning, it is deduction from the employee. It is employee's statutory deduction and it is PF account number 1. It comes under the current liabilities. It will affect the net salary. Here the EPF at the rate of 12% and you can do the normal rounding up to 1 and it is calculated based on specified formula and it is 12% on the basic salary only, and you will type the percentage 12 over here and you need to save it. Second is ESIC at the rate of 1.75%. It will be employees statutory deduction. It will be employee state insurance. It will also goes to current liabilities. It will affect the salary and it would be normal rounding to 1. It would be on specified formula. So here we will select first basic salary, then we will add HRA, we will add conveyance and then it will be calculated on 1.75%. Next is professional tax, employee statutory deduction. It is professional tax and registration number you have to enter, then current liability and it is going to be on month and it is on specified formula. So it will be calculated on total salary. So we will select this time current earnings total and here I'm going to tell how you can calculate based on the slab. Up to 30,000 there will be 0 deduction and up to 40 we want to calculate value 10 rupees only. Up to 50,000 the value would be 20 and up to 60,000 the value would be 30 and above that the value would be 40. So it means if the employee's earning total earnings, I mean the gross earnings without deductions is 30,000, there will be no deduction as a professional tax. If it is up to 40,000 then 10 rupees, up to 50,000 20, if the salary is 60,000 then 30 rupees and if it is more than 60,000 then flat 40 rupees will be the total deduction. Now NPS, employee statutory deduction, NPS scheme, current liability and it would be on total earnings and finally TDS on salary. It is employee statutory deduction and this could be income tax, current liability and this will be calculated based on the income tax rate slab and you need to save it. You can also create one more EPF, voluntary contribution. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to create employers statutory deductions payheads in the TallyPrime. First we will create employers EPS contribution at the rate of 8.33%. It will go to the account number 10. Actually it is a part of provident fund only. The total contribution of the employer is 12%, but it is divided into two parts, 8.33%, but to a maximum of 1250. If employee's salary up to if the employee's basic salary is up to 15,000, the total amount will go to the employee's pension scheme. But if the salary is more than that, then the remaining amount will go to the EPF contribution only. The second part of the EPF is EPF contribution only. If the salary is more than less than or up to 15,000, the contribution is 3.67%. It will go to the account number 1 only. If salary is more than 15,000, then the remaining amount from the first part will be added to this one. The calculation is quite difficult, but in the TallyPrime it's very easy. I will show you how we will do that. So next one is employers contribution to the ESI. It is 4.75% of the basic salary, HRA, conveyance and the overtime. The last one is employers contribution to the NPS. It is 10% of the basic salary. Dear friend, before implementing these percentages into actual company, it means when you are working in a company, so you need to take care of all the percentage. You need to check carefully what is the percentage at the time of you are implementing. It may change time to time, so you have to take care of the percentage. But at the time I am creating these videos, these are the percentage except the NPS. This is for example only. I am taking this percentage for NPS for example only. So let me open the TallyPrime and first I will create the EPS at the rate of 8.3%. So here we will type employers contribution EPS at the rate of 8.33%. Here we will select employers statutory contribution. We will select EPS account 10 and it is a expense for the company. So we will select indirect expenses. It will not affect the net salary. It will not affect the net salary because it will go to the PF department. And normal contribution. And now we will do the calculation using the specified formula. First we will select the basic salary, end of the list, and it would be 15,000. The percentage would be 8.33%, and more than that we are going to assign the value 1250. So if the salary is more than 15,000, then the value would be 1250, not more than that. Now we are going to accept it. Next one is the employee contribution of EPF. EPF, that is 3.67%. Presenter, and this is the employer's statutory contribution. This time I'm gonna select PF account number 1. This would be expenses for the company and it will not affect the salary, and normal rounding to 1. And this time also I'm gonna select specified formula. So what we will select? We will select total employees contribution. So we have created the EPF at the rate of 12%, and we will subtract by employers contribution. It means total calculation of the basic salary EPF. Let me explain. Let me explain how this formula works. If you remember, we have created EPF 12%, that will be calculated on the basic salary. So it is 12% of the basic salary of the employee. If it is less than 15,000, then all amount will go to the EPS scheme. If the employee salary is more than 15,000, then up to 1250 will go to the EPS scheme, and remaining amount will be added to the EPF contribution, the employer's contribution to the EPF, and it will go to the account number 1. I hope you are understanding. So here we have selected the EPF, then we have subtracted by the total amount contribution to the EPS. So the remaining amount will go to the EPF account. So it is the employer's contribution to the EPF. Here we will take 100% amount. Sorry, not 1000%, 100% amount will go to the EPF only. We will save it. The next pay head is ESI. So employers contribution, ESIC at 4.75%. 4.75%. Employers statutory contribution, it goes to the employees state insurance. It is indirect expense, it will not affect the salary, and the total contribution is to be calculated by specified formula: basic salary, add HRA, add conveyance, add overtime. That's all. It is 4.75%. Now we will create NPS. NPS at the rate of 2% of the basic salary. 2% of the basic salary. So it is employees statutory contribution to national pension scheme. It is also expenses for the company. It is as computed value, normal rounding to 1, specified formula, basic salary percentage 2. So by that way you can create employer's contribution to the statutory deductions. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the gratuity, how we implement the gratuity. But before going ahead, we need to understand what is the gratuity and how it gets calculated. So gratuity means the money that is given to an employee when he leaves the job or retires after a certain number of years. The gratuity is calculated on the slab rate basis. If an employee complete the employment for 1 to 60 months, then he will not get anything. It means he has to complete first the 5 years, then he will be eligible for the gratuity. So after completion, he will get the salary for 15 days for a completed years. So if he works for 61 month, he is eligible for gratuity. He will get the 15 days salary for 1 year. It means if the employee leaves the job between this period, he has not completed 60 months or 5 years, he will not get anything. But if he completes 61 months, he is eligible for 15 days salary for 1 year. So 15 multiplied by 5. So how it will calculate it? So 15 days multiplied by 5 equals to 75 days of salary. It will be basic salary. So basic salary, for example, the employee's basic salary at the time of leaving is 45,000. This will be divided by 30 days. So whatever the amount comes over here will be multiplied by 75 days for 5 years. If he completed 6 years or 7 years, it may be possible he leaves between the years. So he has not completed the complete year. He works for 5 years or 6 months. System will calculate the gratuity proportionately. So it looks little difficult to calculate, but in TallyPrime it's very easy. You need to just configure these slab rates. System will calculate the gratuity automatically and it will be debited to the provision every year. Because organization is liable to pay the gratuity, so it is expenses for per year. For example, in a company, if 30 people are working and out of 30, 20 are eligible for the gratuity, but they are not leaving the job for that year because every person cannot be retire or leave the company a single day or in a month. For a particular year, there is a liability to pay the gratuity. So we need to calculate yearly basis, or end of the year we need to calculate the gratuity and we need to post in our books of accounts. So let me show you the complete scenario in the TallyPrime. I'm opening the TallyPrime. First we need to create the ledger for provision. For this we will go to the create tab from the gateway of Tally. We will select ledger and here we will select provisions. It will come under the provision only and we need to now come back, and this time we will create Payhead. So select Payhead. Here type gratuity, enter. Here you will get a separate Payhead type. Select this one. So here you need to mention how many days, I mean how you want to calculate the per day salary. So this would be 30. And here you need to mention number of months. Up to 60 months he will not get anything, but after 61 months he will get 15 days salary. So I'm creating one more slab, but you can create single one. Up to 61 to 160 months he will get 15 days salary per year. You can see eligible days for gratuity calculation per year. It means 15 days salary per year he will get it. If he works more than 121 months, he will also get the 15 days salary. And now you need to select provisions and you can make it round off up to 1 and you can save it. So it's a simple way. If still you have any query related to the gratuity, please send me the message. I will try my best to give you the answer as soon as possible. Hello everyone. In this video, we will create two payheads. One is reimbursement, second for the advance payment against the salary. In some organizations, employees getting reimbursement every month for some kind of expenses. That is also a part of salary, but the way company give the money to the employee is different. So mobile reimbursement is also a benefit to the employee if we get from the employer. So we will create one payhead for mobile reimbursement. Second, in some organizations, employee getting the benefit of getting the loan against the salary. If it is applicable to your organization, then you can create the payheads for such kind of loans. You can create and it will be adjust, the amount will be adjust every month from his salary. So let me open the TallyPrime, and first we will create the Payhead. Select the create button. Now go to Payheads. Here you need to type mobile reimbursement first. So the name is mobile reimbursement, and this would be the earning for the employee, because it is the benefit getting from the employer, so it is the earning only, and it is fixed. It can be variable. If it is fixed every month, then you need to select fixed, otherwise it would be variable. So I am selecting variable. It is a part of indirect expenses, and you need to select this one, this one, this one, and it will be a user defined value. Now you need to create advance against salary. This will be the deduction from employees salary. So we will select deduction from employees. It will be a part of indirect expenses only, and here you can type the name you want to display on the payslip, and it will be defined value only, and you need to select. So this is the way you can create any reimbursement Payhead and any deduction if any. Hello everyone. When we process the payroll, we transfer the fund to the Provident Fund Department, ESI department. So we have made the Payheads for the contribution of the employee and the employer, but the department is also charging some expenses. They're charging some fees for handling the company's transactions. For that we need to make the Payheads, because every time, whenever, basically on monthly basis, we process the payroll and we transfer the fund. Now the department is charging some expenses on percentage basis, so we need to create the Payhead for these expenses or the charges. The first one is PF admin charges. This is at the rate of 1.10%, and it will go to the account number 2. The calculation will be done automatically in the TallyPrime. Second is EDLI contribution at the rate of 0.5%. It will go to the account number 21. Last and third one is EDLI admin charges 0.01%. It will go to the account number 22. So let me open the TallyPrime, and here first PF admin charges at the rate of 1.10%, and select employers other charges, select admin charges, and it will go to the under current liabilities only, and this would be 1.1%, and you need to save it. Second is EDLI contribution at the rate of 0.5%. This is the employers other charges. It will go to account 21. Select list of group current liability, and you need to mention the percentage. And finally EDLI admin charges at the rate of 0.01%. Employers other charges, it will go to the account 22, and here the contribution is minimum to rupees per employee to yes. If applicable, then it will go to the current liability, and the percentage would be 0.01%, and you need to save it. So by that way you can create employers other related Payheads. Hello everyone. In this video we will create some payable ledgers. When we process the salary, there are certain amounts which we need to credit in these ledgers. So what are the ledgers? The first one is salary payable. It will come under the current liabilities. PF payable ledgers under the current liabilities. ESI payables is also comes under the current liability. NPS payable under the current liability. PF admin is a expenses for the company, and it will goes to the indirect expenses. So let me open the TallyPrime. You can create these ledgers directly from the ledger head or from the Payhead section itself. The first one is salary payable. Here you need to select not applicable under the list of Payheads, and select the current liabilities, save it. Then PF payable, select not applicable, current liabilities, save it. ESIC payable, not applicable, current liabilities and save it. Then NPS payable, not applicable, current liabilities and save it. PF admin charges, not applicable, and here you need to create another one, indirect. We are not getting expenses ledger of groups from here, so no problem, we can create from the ledger section. So here PF admin charges, select indirect expenses, not applicable. GST is also not applicable, TDS is not applicable, and you need to save it. Hello everyone, how are you? I hope all you doing good. We have already learned about the payroll, how we create the masters, then configuration, and today we will learn very important topic, how to define the salaries. This is the most important part because all salary will get calculated based on the structure of the salary assigned in their master. So we can define in two ways. I'll tell you the best way to define, so you need to follow us. We already learned how to create the groups of the employee. That is mandatory in every organization. There are certain levels in each organizations, so you need to define such levels and you need to define the salary structure without the amount in the groups. So you can copy whenever you create a new employee in the master. So you can copy the structure, enter the amounts. It will save lot of time. So let me begin creating the salary structure. So you need to come, select the create button from the gateway of Tally and come to the, as we have already created some groups, so this time we are gonna alter. We will alter the groups. First we will alter the primary group, and here we need to define the salary. Type yes and press enter, and here you need to define the salary structure from a particular date. So you need to define the date, that is mandatory. So now we will select the payheads. As you remember, we have already created these structures, so all payheads will come over here. Now we will select which is applicable to this particular group. So basic salary you can leave blank because now we are creating for the group. Next is HRA, NPS, mobile reimbursement, overtime, performance bonus, advance against salary, canteen deduction, conveyance allowances, gratuity, professional tax, PF, employer, EPS, ESI, NPS, ESI, and we will assign the TDS in separate videos because we have not yet configured the income tax part. So we will create another section for implementation of the TDS on salary. I'm not selecting the TDS on salary here. Select end of the list. Now you can save it. And now go back. So you can create a structure for a particular group. Now you will alter the employee which we have already created, employee 1, and you know it is a part of finance, but we have not yet assigned any salary structure to the finance. So I will change the group to the sales, and now we will define his salary structure. Type yes over here and enter, and type the date you want to maintain, and now you got the option copy from employee group, copy the parent value, or you can start from fresh. So I will select employee group, sales, and got it. So now we can define the amount. So let's say 25,000 per month. HRA will be calculated automatically. NPS, mobile reimbursement, overtime will get calculated. So you need to define the rate over here. So the rate would be, let's say, 300 rupees per hour. Performance bonus will be defined manually. Any advance will be defined manually. You can define canteen deduction and conveyance allowances, let's say 2,000 rupees per month. Gratuity will be calculated automatically. Professional tax also get calculated automatically. So these all will calculate automatically. So now if you want to remove something, so you need to remove the particular payhead and select end of the list. It will removed. Now end of the list, and you can also assign date of retirement or resignation here. Now press Ctrl A to save it. Now I will create one more employee. Select create button from here and type employee sales. I will select sales east this time, and we can define the salary structure. We can copy from the employee group, so all groups will come over here. So you can select or you can start from fresh. So now start a fresh. We will select basic salary. So I'm going to assign basic salary, then HRA, and then conveyance would be 2000 rupees per month. Mobile reimbursement will be assigned manually. Gratuity is applicable. Performance overtime, so you can assign, let's say 500 per hour. And canteen deduction, you need to assign EPF, you need to assign NPS, professional tax, then EPF, ESI, and NPS, and this one. So there is no advance taken against the salary by this employee, so I'm not selecting advance against salary. Now end of list, and we can save it. We can enter these details. So I have entered all the details and I will save it. So by that way you can define the salary structure. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how to enter the attendance and the production data. There are two methods to enter the attendance and the production data. One is manually. We will select single employee and we will enter the attendance like present, absent, sick leave. We can enter the attendance on daily basis or weekly basis or monthly basis. That totally depends on you. We can also select the option of autofill. That is very good if you have large number of employees. But here one problem is there, that you can enter one type of attendance. For example, we have three type of attendance: absent, present, and the sick leave. So we can select one type of attendance in a time, like present, then we will enter all the data. In the second voucher we will enter absent. In the third time we will enter the overtime, like that. I will show you this scenario in the TallyPrime as well. So as I have already explained that we can enter the attendance manually. We can enter the attendance like overtime, leave, production details. We can enter separate voucher every day or single voucher for given pay period, say a month with aggregate values. One voucher can store data of all employees or multiple transaction types. So we can use autofill option. You can enter attendance for a particular period for selected category and selected attendance type. So let me open the TallyPrime. Go to the vouchers. Here you need to select other vouchers, and below side you can see payroll vouchers. Select attendance, press enter. You need to change the date. Let's say I'm going to enter the data of April. So you will select a particular date. Here first I am posting voucher for employee manually. So I will select a particular employee. Let's say employee number 1. I will select the present, then I will enter the values. Let's say he came 25 days only, and again I will select, then he was on sick leave for 2 days. I will select employee once again, he was absent for 2 days, and now I will select employee sales, then he was present for 25 days and he was on sick leave for 1 day. The employee 1 also did some overtime, let's say 250 hours. Once you enter all the details, you have to select end of the list and type the narration, and you can post it. This time I have selected total months data and I used only single voucher. you can select, you can enter this data on daily basis. So now we have to save it. Now let me show you how you can use the autofill option. You have to change the date. Let's say I'm going to enter the data for the month of May. I will select autofill. Now I will select attendance autofill option. I will enter the voucher date, and from here particular group. So this time I'm gonna select let's say sales. From here I need to select a particular attendance or the production type. Let's say I'm gonna enter present only, and from here I can enter the default value. I'm not selecting over here, and now I can enter the date, the values. Again I'm gonna select autofill option, all employees. I'm going to enter overtime, and let's say employee 1 earned 250 hours and he earned 300 hours of overtime. I'm gonna save. So by that way we can enter the attendance using the attendance voucher. Hello everyone. In this video we will process our salary. So we have created our masters, we have created the employee groups, we defined the salary, we have posted the attendance. Now it is time to process the salary. So the all amount of salary payable, PF payable, ESI payable, NPS payable will be calculated automatically. So first we will go to the vouchers, then we need to select other vouchers. This time we will select payroll. The shortcut key is Control F4. Once you press enter, so there is no need to do the automatic, there is no need. So here we will calculate the salary automated. For this we will select autofill option. Before that you need to change the date. So first, so change the date of the voucher. So I'm gonna process the salary for the month of April 1st. So I will select April 1st. In actually this voucher will be posted in first. Actually this, हेलो नमस्ते राहुल, क्या हाल है भैया? हाँ जी घर पे ही हैं हिसाब। ठीक है मैं आता हूँ अभी, कितने बजे तक हो? अच्छा ठीक है, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ आने की, नहीं तो फिर मैं कल आ जाऊँगा। मैं अभी छुट्टी पर ही हूँ, घर पर ही हूँ। एक्चुअली काम बंद पड़ा हुआ है इसलिए बीच में आना पाया, बट अपर्ची। अरे भैया वो अब क्या बताऊँ यार, वो लेबर की बहन चो हुआ सब पहली गई साले छुट्टी पे मत जाइयो, वो साला छुट्टी पे चला होगा। अब मंगल या बुधवार से फिर से शुरू हो जाएगा। यूँ चक्कर ही लेबर छुट्टी चली गई साली। लेंटर लगा के चलो एक हफ्ता, थोड़ा सा काम रह रहा 5-6 दिन का, लेंटर पे ही है। नहीं तो एक हफ्ता का टाइम है, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली अगले से अगले संडे को डाल दूंगा मैं, क्योंकि अभी इतनी जल्दी तो हो नहीं पाएगी। कोशिश करेंगे या हफ्ता में तो ना हो पाएगा, पर अगले हफ्ता डलवा देंगे। बट शटरिंग की अभी हुई नहीं है, बट हो जाएगी, वो कर रखे हैं वो सारे के सारे। अच्छा ठीक है, मैं ऐसा कर लेता हूँ, आज भाई साहब से बुला के बड़े। अच्छा ठीक है करता हूँ। हाँ 5-1 हज़ार रुपये। अच्छा कोई दिक्कत ना, पैसा की तो दे देंगे। लेबर का कोई ना, मैं दे देता हूँ, मैं आ जाऊँगा अभी थोड़ी देर में आता हूँ, मैं अभी दे देता हूँ। So here we have entered 250 hours, that is why the amount was so big. So I'm gonna change this one, and rate is also very high, 300 per hour is quite high. So you need to check before entering all the details. So I'm gonna change, yes, everything I will change to 20, and this would be 30, and we can save it. Go back, payroll register, and here we need to delete this voucher. I will post once again. Let me go to the vouchers and change the date. Click on autofill, select payroll and salary process, declared value, change the period, all item, employee name, and select salary payable. And now we can see 7,500, that is quite okay. And all details, all values are getting calculated automatically for the particular employee. You need to check carefully first time. Once you are confident that you are getting perfect report, then you can go ahead with your configuration. Now I'm going to process PF. So change the date, autofill, payroll autofill and PF contribution, then April, then all employee name, and select PF payable, and you can see the contribution is get calculated automatically and the narration as well. Now I'm gonna change the date once again, autofill, then ESI, change the period, and ESI payable. Now select NPS, change the date first, autofill, NPS, all items, NPS payable. So by that way you can calculate all the amounts payable and process your payroll. Now we'll process the PF admin charges payable. For this we will use the general voucher. Go to the vouchers, click on the general vouchers and select autofill option. But before that you need to change the period. Click on autofill, select the PF other charges, enter the period, select for all employees, and you have to select PF admin charges and then admin charges, EDLI charges and EDLI admin charges, and you can see all amounts get calculated automatically. Enter, and you need to save this. By that way you can process your salary. Hello everyone. So we have calculated the salaries in last video. The next step is to make the bank transfer to all the employees. For this we need to post the payment voucher and we need to take the printout of the letter so that we can submit this letter to the bank and bank will transfer the amount to the employee's bank account. So let's begin. Go back, come to the vouchers, and this time we are gonna select payment voucher. And don't forget to change the date. So I'm going to process the salary for the April only. So we will do the automated calculation. So this time also we will select the autofill option. Select the payroll autofill option from here. Select the salary payment option from here and select the period for which you want to make the payment. I will select 1st April only because we cannot use the complete month's date because we are using educational version. Voucher date you need to select. So you can make the payment group wise or particular employee, that totally depends on you. If you want to make the payment for all employee in one voucher or in one letter, you need to select all items. I am selecting all items because we have 2 employees only. And here we need to select salary payable. As you remember that we selected the salary payable ledger at the time of calculating the total salary payable. And now we need to select the bank from here. Here we can select the mode of payment to interbank transfer, that is end of the list, and set employee wise bank allocation. If you want, then you need to post this voucher. We are going to use e-transfer only and you need to save it. Now dear friend, we have to print the letter. For this we need to go out from the voucher, press escape and go to display more reports, go to payroll reports, then select payment advice. And dear friends, from here we need to change some details. For this, first of all, click on the configuration button and change the period to 1st April to 1st April. Select all items, bank is okay, salary period is okay, date is you need to change to 1st April only, and show remarks. This is the information you want to print, so you can change it from here. And you want to display the name only and the bank details, and title payment advice, you can make the subtitle. So you have all details here, but if you want to see some more details, so select show more option and press enter. Here you will get some more details which I would like to see. So here we would like to print the bank name, branch and IFC code. We don't want email. We would like to see, I think everything is okay. If you want, then you can read all the information and make the changes as per your choice. And now press escape button to come out from this window, and you need to check the preview and zoom it. We can see our company name is coming over here, the payment advice, date, bank, and this is the letter. And now we are getting all the details like employee name, account, bank name, and we have selected the IFC which is coming in the second page. So by that way you can take the printout of the payment advice or the payment letter. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how to make the payment of PF and ESI and how we will generate the challan for the both payments. We will go to the vouchers. We will select the payment voucher first, and we need to change the date. Do not forget the change every time. Then select the autofill option, select the payroll option, and this time we will select the PF challan, enter the period, voucher date, all items, and select the PF payable this time. Select the bank, and you can see all calculations get calculated automatically. You need to provide some more details. Come over here, enter yes and print, and you need to enter the check or DD number if you are sending physically check. Otherwise you can leave it blank. Once you get the challan, you need to enter the challan number as well. This is required for statutory purpose, and you need to post the voucher. And now again you can see the date has been changed. Again change the voucher date and click on the autofill option, select payroll, and this time we are gonna make ESI challan. Change the period, voucher date, all items, select ESI payable this time. We will select HDFC, and you can see all details are coming automatically. Enter the details like check number or DD number, bank details, and challan number. This will be used in the forms and the ESI returns which we need to file later on, and you need to accept. Now we need to take the printout of the challan. So for that we need to open this voucher. So I will go to this particular voucher. So let's see, this is the PF payable voucher, and now click on the print button, current, and now you can see print PF challan to yes. You need to configure this. Click over here and you need to enter the subscribers. So two all are coming automatically, and if you want to change any details you can change it from here. So I'm not going to change anything, and we can see the print preview. This is the PF challan. You can take the printout and you need to submit to the bank, and they will provide you the payment details. Now go back and now come to the ESI payable voucher. Click on the print button, click current, and you need to configure this, and you need to take the preview as well. So this is the challan for ESI purpose. You can take the printout and you need to submit it to the bank. So by that way you can create the challan automatically. In the next video I will show you the different reports available for payroll purpose. Hello everyone. In this video I will explain all the available reports under the payroll section. To access the report from Gateway of Tally, go to Display More Reports, go to Payroll Reports. Here we have many options. I will explain one by one. If you want to print or send the pay slips, you can select payslip option. Here you can select all items, and you need to change the period. So we have generated the pay slips for these employees for April So I will select employee 1 and you can see the details, and now you can take the printout by click here, and you can see the preview, and you need to change this option, configure vertical slip, and you can make the changes over here. Now go back, now take the preview, and this is the vertical. So you can see the earnings are coming here. You can see earnings, these are the deductions, and these are the total deductions, and this is the total payable. This is the total payable amount. We can see total amount coming over here, and this is the gross salary. Now go back. By that way we can see, and if you want to see, here we selected all items. If you want to see the salary slip for a particular employee, so you can select employee 1 and you can see, but you need to change the period, then only you can see. You can change it to the vertical. We have changed the view, click over here to horizontal, and now it is in horizontal way. Earnings are coming over here, these are the deductions, and net payable is coming over here. So this is the net payable salary. We make the payments. If you remember, I show you one template for the salary in the beginning. So this is the same which we have generated. Now go back. This is the pay sheet. Select all items. Do not forget to change the period to see the details. So here we can see department wise or group wise all structure of the payments for a particular period. We can take the printout. Now go back. Here is the attendance sheet. You need to change the date. So this is the attendance. Employee wise we can see this is the payment advice which we have already discussed. This is the list of employees. We do not enter the email ID in the masters. This is the payroll statement. So we can select a particular head and we can see the all data available employee wise and the group wise. This is the employee payhead breakup, and this is the payhead employee breakup, total amount paid to him. This is the statutory reports section. Here we can see the summary. You need to change the period. Statutory deductions, payable, all amounts are coming over here. You can see employee statutory payments, NPS, professional tax, income tax is not yet configured, so that's why the amount is not coming over here. And this is the employee statutory deductions related to the PF. Now we want to see the PF related details, so all are coming over here. All are forms 5, 10, 12 monthly statement. These are the challans, form, e-returns are coming over here. These function will be available in the license version of the TallyPrime. That is why I cannot explain further. This is the ESI, this is the professional tax, this is the NPS. Here is the gratuity details. So we can see we have already processed. Still we are not getting any details. So these are the eligible details, but as we can see, this is the total liability account and this is the income tax details, which we will cover in separate section. This is the payroll register. We need to change. Here you can find all vouchers related to the payrolls. This is the attendance register. Here you will get the all vouchers related to the attendance. This is the employee profile. If you want to see, then these are the head counts. This is for MIS purpose, and this is for the expert report related to the passport, visa and the contract details. So dear friends, here we have completed our payroll processing. If you have any query, please send it to me. I will try my best to give the answers as soon as possible. Hello everyone. In this section, we are going to learn how to implement cost center. But before that, we need to understand what is the cost center and what is the use of cost center. So cost center is the smallest unit of any organization on which we want to ascertain the cost or revenue. It can be anything such as department, employee, machine, project, branch office, and so on. We will take the example of departments. In all organizations, many departments such as finance, marketing, production, administration. Now our management want to know the total cost ascertained or incurred by a particular department in a particular period. We can also define the different level of cost centers. We can create multi-level of cost centers, such as under the marketing, we can create cost center for each sales executive and get all expenses and sales achieved by the employee for getting his performance. What is the information we will get from cost center? So without cost center, if we see the trial balance and the balance of the ledger, example, if we see conveyance, salary or the mobile ledger, the total, we can see the total amount incurred in a particular period. Let's say it is 50,000, 2 lakh and 10,000 and the total is 2,60,000. But our management want to know what is the expenses incurred by the finance department in conveyance in a particular period. We cannot get it because we have not configured anything in the ledger. We just debiting the expenses. So everything is debited to the ledger. We cannot bifurcate it. It is very difficult to create such report manually. But if we implement the cost center, it would be very easy for us. So during the voucher entry, we will select the cost center. First we will select the ledger. We will enter the 50,000 rupees. Then we will get one more option to select to further bifurcate this amount in the different cost centers. So at that time we will select the concerned cost center and that amount will reflect in that particular cost center. So we can ascertain the amount cost centers wise. So we can know the performance of such machine, employee, department, branch offices. Let's take one more example. If the organization having different branch offices, they want to know the salary of the employee working on their branches, what is the total rent for these branches. So such kind of information we can easily get after implementation of the cost centers. There are few steps which we need to follow to implement the cost center. We need to enable the cost center first. Then we will enable the cost centers in the ledgers. Then we do the transactions and finally we will get the report. We need to consider one more thing. We need to enable the cost center in expenses and the income ledgers only. Do not enable the balance sheet ledgers such as fixed asset, debtor, creditors, current assets and the current liabilities. Generally, we implement the cost center and the profit centers in profit and loss account because this account will show the performance of anything. Hello everyone. In this video, we will start implementing the cost center in the TallyPrime in this video. First, we need to enable this option. For enabling, press F11 from the keyboard and go back to the show more features. Select yes, press enter. Now in the accounting section, we can see enable cost centers option is coming. Come over here, type yes and press Ctrl A to save the settings. Now the cost center option is available in the master section. First we will create our cost centers, then we will do the transactions. So select the create button, select the cost center, press enter. Now type the cost center you want to maintain. So first we will create the finance, save it, then marketing. We will create executive, sales executives, we can say sales executives A under marketing. We will create one more sales executive under the marketing. So we are creating multi-level of cost centers. So we would like to know what are the sales has been achieved by these sales executives and what are the expenses incurred by the organization on the sales executives. And also we would like to ascertain the cost department wise. The next one is production and we will save it. Now we will create the ledgers. First one is conveyance expenses. It will come under indirect expenses. Here one more option is coming, cost centers are applicable. If this option is not visible in your TallyPrime, press F12 from the keyboard and come down to this option, select yes and press Ctrl A. You can see this option. Now you need to select appropriate options. GST is not applicable to the conveyance. TDS is also not applicable. We will save it. Next is salary. GST not applicable. TDS is also not applicable. We will create sales account. Select sales. Cost centers are applicable. GST is applicable and we will do the sale of goods. We will create one more account, mobile expenses. It will come under indirect expenses. Cost centers are applicable. GST will not applicable. TDS is also not applicable. Now we will post some entries. Select voucher, press enter. We have made some cash payment for conveyance and the mobile expenses. So we will select cash and then conveyance. It is 5,000 rupees. Here we will see the option for cost center allocation for conveyance account. So type the cost center. Let's say sales executive mobile expenses 1,000 rupees. Here also we will select sales executive A and we will post. Here we can see our cash is negative. So we will enter some opening balance. Select the account, press Ctrl Enter, Ctrl and from the keyboard enter the opening balance and save it. So we have posted the enough amount as opening balance in the cash. Now press escape button. We will enter one more entry for sales executive B. Conveyance amount, let's say 7,500. Sales executive B. Select one more ledger, mobile expenses. Let's say 1,000. Sales executive B. Enter the narration if you want. We can save it. We have paid the salaries for the month of May. So select salary account, enter the amount, let's say 5 lakh. Cost center, select the finance. So 1 lakh rupees debited to the finance department as a salary. For production department 2,50,000. Remaining amount goes to the sales executive. Let's say 75,000 to A, 75,000 to the executive B. Now post the voucher. Now let us see what are the reports available, and we would like to see the performance of sales executive. What are the total expenses incurred in the month of June? Now press escape, go to display more reports, go to statement of accounts, cost centers and select cost center breakup. Select the sales executive A. Here we can see indirect expenses is coming. Now click on the ledger wise and we can see from April to June 1st, the sales executive spent 5,000 on conveyance, 1,000 on mobile, and we paid the salary of 75,000. We can change to executive B, click on the ledger or the F5, we will get the same report. Now go back, select the cost center summary, press enter. Here we can see, press shift enter on the marketing. Now we can see total cost incurred during this period in different cost centers. In marketing, total is 1,64,000. Total amount spent by the sales executive is 81,000. This amount belongs to sales executive B. This amount belongs to finance and this amount belongs to production. So now we can see the department wise total expenses. Now go back. We can also see ledger wise breakup. We can select any particular ledger. Let's say salary, and we can see how much salary paid to the different department. So during this period, we paid 1 lakh rupees to finance, 150 to the marketing. Here the second level of the marketing department executive wise, and we can see the salary paid to the production department, and total salary paid is 5 lakh rupees. So by that way we can see different MIS reports of the expenses. Now we will post the sales voucher in which we will capture the sales achieved by the particular sales executive. Come to the voucher tab, press F8 shortcut key for the sales voucher. If sales voucher is not enabled, select the customer. But before that we need to configure cost center in the sales voucher. Press F12 from here, and below that we can see one option, select cost center / class. Enable this option by typing yes. Below that one more option, show list of cost centers. Enable this options as well. Press Ctrl A to save it. Now select the sales. Now we can see one more option. Now select the sales executive which is related to this particular sales. Now enter the item name, enter the quantity, select the GST as GST output, and you need to enter the e-way bill related details. I'm not gonna enter over here for saving the time, and you can save it. Select no for the e-way bills. Now go back. We will post one more voucher related to the sales executive B, sales. Here we will select sales executive B and select to enter the quantity. We will enter different quantity, enter the GST output, CGST output, and select no for e-way bills, and you need to post. Now press escape button, go to display more reports, statement of accounts, cost center breakup, sales executive, and we can see sales account 7,50,000 is achieved by this sales executive. And now we can see sales ledger, and here we can see the total sales is 12,50,000. Sales executive 1 achieved 7,50,000 and executive B achieved 5 lakh. So by that way we can check the performance of particular employee about their expenses, about their sales. This is the best way to use the cost center and the profit center in the TallyPrime. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the cost categories. Cost category give the third dimensional reports to the cost centers. In the last video we implemented the cost centers for our departments. We created the cost center for each executives. So by implementing the cost centers for department and the sales executives, we are able to get the total expenses department wise. Now we can easily see the total cost of a department separately, and we can also check the performance of the sales executives, how much expenses they incurred, how much sales they achieve. We can categorize these cost centers for getting the third report. Here I am giving one example. In the last video, we created the cost center for each department and we calculated the total cost. We also calculated the total sales achieved by the sales executives separately. Now we can create a category and we can create these cost centers to these categories. So we will get the third report if we want the total cost or the sales achieved by the category. It means if we want to see total cost incurred by the all departments, so we can check the departments. Under these departments we can create these cost centers. It is very useful if the organization is big and management want to see the cost or the income separately. So let me open the TallyPrime and we will create these cost categories and the cost centers. So now go to the create button. Here we have one more option, show more. Click over here and this time I'm gonna create cost category. Click on create new and executive and project. We will create one more cost category, department. Now we will create the cost centers. Select the cost center, go back, select department. So under the departments we will create finance, sales, production, or you can create anyone. Now go back, select executive. So sales executive A, B, C. This time I'm gonna select project. So project A, project B, project C. Now go back and now we will do some posting. First I will book the voucher for post the payment. So here we have option for selecting the cost center. Here also we can select, like I'm gonna enter finance, cash, conveyance, sales, cash, conveyance, mobile, sales executive A, we paid cash, conveyance 3000. For mobile we paid 1000 rupees. Sales executive B, cash, conveyance 2500. Sales executive C, cash, conveyance 56400. Mobile 3000. Now we will post the sales voucher. Select the voucher, press F8, select the customer, sales executive A, and tube 50, 250, SGST output, SGST output. Save it. Customer, sales executive B, tube, quantity 5, CGST output, SGST output. So I think these postings are enough. Now go back, go to display more reports and statement of accounts, cost centers. Here we have one more option, category summary. Now select this one and now we can see department wise the total expenses, total debit amount is 1500, sales department 3000. Here this performance of the sales executive, total debit is 4000, total credit is 12500. By that way we get one more dimension of a report. If it is suitable for your organization or the requirement, you can use the cost category option as well. Hey everyone, in this section we are going to start inventory vouchers. First we will discuss about the stock journal. Stock journal in TallyPrime is one of the inventory vouchers in TallyPrime and help you to keep track of all your stock adjustments. When you have to transfer stock one location to another, you can keep track of additional cost or expenses incurred due to transfer of goods. You can keep track of the wastage of goods, or you can update the right quantity of goods in another Godown or the same Godown. You can do all of these using the stock journal vouchers. We will take one example. Let's say we want to transfer material from Godown 1 to Godown number 2, and also we want to track the transport and the labor expenses. It means whenever we transfer the material, some labor is involved. We have to pack and then we have to load in some lorry or in some auto rickshaw. Then we unload the material on the second Godown. Then there is a involvement of the labor. Also, if the material is big and you have to pack the material, so there is a cost involved. For example, the cost of the material is 1000 rupees. When we transport the material, we calculate it per unit expenses is 20 rupees. So this is the addition cost of the product. So we want to add this cost to the material price. So using the stock journal, we can add this cost to the material price. So I'll show you in the example how we will do that. We can also take the example of wastage. Example, we bought 1000 kg of almonds, but 20 kg of almonds got damaged during the transport and it's wastage. We cannot use it. So there is no value of the 20 kg and the actually sellable quantity is 980 kg only. So we have to adjust this 20 kg from the 1000 kg of almonds. So we can do this kind of adjustments using the stock journal. And also there may be possibilities of the shortage of material. Sometimes it's missing or you lost somewhere. So you need to book those quantity in the Godown. For example, actually in our books of accounts we are having total quantity of the computers 50 numbers, but actually it is 45. Time to time companies doing the actual counting of the materials. If they found any mismatch in the quantities, so we have to post the entries in the books of accounts so the stock match with the actual quantity. So these kind of adjust can be done using the stock journal. Hello everyone. So let us begin with our example. So now we will move our stock from main Godown to Godown number 1 and we will take the simple example. I'm not allocating any cost in this example. We will do this later in this video. So now come on to the vouchers. Here, if you did not get by default the stock journal voucher, so you need to come on this F7 option, journal option. Now click on this small arrow. Here you will get stock journal. Now click over here and now you can see the window of stock journal. Here it may possible you will not be able to see the reference number or the date options, which you need to enable if you want to give any reference. So you need to press F12 or click on this configuration button, and here we have option provide reference number and date. You need to enable by typing yes or selecting yes, and now you can press Ctrl A to save it. Now you will be able to see the reference number and the date on the voucher tab. On the left hand side we can see source or the consumption, and this is the destination or the production. So we can use this voucher for the manufacturing of the material, but don't worry, I will explain the manufacturing voucher in next coming videos in this section only. Here we are transferring the material from one godown to another godown. So here you need to select the material first. So in this case I have steel tubes. I will select, and here I need to enter the quantity. But before that, you can see we cannot see the godown option over here because we have only one godown. So dear friend, if you have only one godown created in your company code, so it will not work. You will not get any option. So first you have to create the godown. So I'm going back, go to create, come to the godown option, create new. Here I am going to create godown 1, godown 2, and now go back and we'll see the options. Now go to the vouchers, and because we have used earlier stock journal voucher, it comes automatically. So now give any voucher reference, and now we can see the godown option is coming over here, and the destination in the destination section as well. So now give the date, and here select the product. Now we need to select our godown. So this is the source. So we have opening quantity of 21,500 kg in good main location. So select this one and enter the quantity you wanna transfer. So 1000 kg I want to transfer, and now I will select the same item name, but this time I will change the godown. This is the destination godown where we want to transfer the material. So here you need to enter the quantity, and that's it. So this is the simple way you can transfer. In the next video, I will explain how you can allocate the additional cost of transfer like labor or transport or packing charges. So see you in the next video, friends. So dear friends, welcome once again. Last video we learned how to transfer the material from one godown to another godown. Now our task is to allocate some cost in it. See, we are transferring the steel which is heavy in the weight. So we need some transport vehicle, maybe truck. So they will charge some amount for transferring if it is far away. Even it's very near, then also some charges will be applicable, and some labor also involved in that. So they will load and then unload, and I think packing charges is not applicable on this particular product, but it may possible in some other type of material. Some packing charges also involved. So we will take all three examples in this. So before that we need to enable this option. So we have two choices. First, we just alter the stock journal voucher, or we create another voucher, and then we will enable that option. So I prefer to do that because it's very good to maintain the record as well. If you have a separate voucher type, so you can easily maintain the record. So I'm going back, and from the gateway of Tally, go to create, and we will create the new voucher type. So select the voucher type this time and give the name. So I am going to give the name transfer of material, material transfer, and here you need to select list of voucher type is stock journal, and go down, and you can select the method of numbering, so it is automatic in this case. You can do the advanced configuration, which I have already explained in the previous sections, so you can do all the things. So I'm not going to explain this again, so I'm going to select no in this time. From here you need to select the voucher type stock journal, and now come down here, select this option, track additional cost for purchase, to yes, and then save it. That's all. Now go back, and now we will do the entry. Again select the stock voucher type, and now we will get the option transfer of material, so we will select that one, and you can do some reference number, and this time steel tubes, then Godown is main location, transfer 1000 of kg, and here steel tubes, then Godown 1 quantity, and now we got the option for allocation of the additional cost. Let's say the labor involved, you can mention the labor percentage wise or the amount. So I'm going to select 2% of the material as per our calculations. Packing charges 1%, material shifting charges is also 1%. So now we can see we are transferring the material, the amount is 6 lakh, but when it goes to the or shifted to the Godown number 1, the amount is 6,24,000. So the inventory will be increased because of this additional cost, so the rate would be more than that. So now the inventory cost is 6,24,000 for this 1000 kg. Now go back, and if we go to the stock summary, and here you can see it is going to minus 6 lakh, and it is addition of 6,24,000. The cost of our inventory is also increased. Hello everyone, in this video I'm gonna teach you how to use manufacturing or assembly voucher. We will use the stock journal voucher only, but we have some more options. We can do the assembly. In the assembly, what we do, we buy the different products and we assemble them and then we sell it. There are so many examples. The simple example is computer. Our business, what we do, we sell the computers, but for that we buy the different hardware and the softwares like CPU, keyboard, monitor, mouse, some wires, motherboard. We assemble those products into one and we create the final computer and we sell it. We can configure this in the TallyPrime and we will get the finished product. We can also do the manufacturing thing. In the manufacturing, company purchase the raw material, they process the raw material and they create the finished product. So these two examples I'm gonna explain in this video. First we will take the example of the computers. I have already created some inventory types, and now we will do some configuration. First we will create the manufacturing voucher. So come to the create option from the gateway of Tally, select create, come to the voucher tab and type the name MFG voucher. Now select stock journal, go down. I'm gonna select automatic in the method of numbering, and you can do the advanced configuration if you want. You can use the effective date for vouchers to yes if you want to enable. You can also enable, or you can also allow the zero value transactions, select yes if you want. You can make this voucher type as optional by default, select yes if you want. You can also allow the narrations, and this time I'm gonna select use as a manufacturing journal to yes. We also want to track some additional cost for purchases, so select yes, and we will save it. Now go back, now come to the vouchers, and we will select this option, and we will select stock journal, and we will select manufacturing journal this time, and now we can see the window manufacturing of the material. So here we can enter any reference if we want, and here the finished product name, bill of material, which we have not yet enabled this option, so I'm gonna explain in the next video. And this is the final Godown, this is the quantity which we will generate, and this is the component in the consumptions. So here I will select the component of the computers such as CPU, keyboard, mouse, Windows, and on the right hand side we will get the co-product or byproduct or the scrap. So whenever we manufacturing something or we also get the byproducts, I will explain in the manufacturing of some sugar or some other type of material where we are getting some co-product or the byproducts. So first I will give the reference, then the date, and this is the name of product, finished product. So I will get the computer, and Godown will be the main location, and I will get the one quantity. So first all the components, so first one is the CPU, Godown main location, quantity 1, rate will come automatically, and second is keyboard, main location, 1 number, and second is monitor, main location 1, and mouse, main location 1, and Windows, like this. And now you can save. If you are getting any byproduct, so you need to select, but this time we don't have, so we will go down. Here we can enter the additional components such as the labor, the installation charges is involved in that, so we will enter some labor charges. So we can assign percentage wise or any amount. For example, we are charging 1000 as installation or the labor charges, so we can use. And now we can see this is the total additional cost, the effective cost. Here if you do the calculation, so it is coming 15,750. So the total cost is coming over here, and this is the labor charges 1000. So the effective price of this product would be 16,750. So here if you want to do some narration, you want to mention some narration, you can enter or you save it. And now go back, and if you go to the stock summary, here we got one computer, and you see the opening quantity of the other material, the raw material was 100. Now the quantity is 99, it means one item is consumed and we got the computer, one number. So this is the voucher we can use for manufacturing or assembly. In the next example, I'm gonna take example of the sugar. In the sugar we got the raw material, the sugar canes, and we got one byproduct as well. So the whole process of the byproduct or the co-product will be very much clear to you. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how we post the difference of the material when we get any difference. Let's say in our Godown, as per our books of account, the quantity of some material is 1000 kg. I'm taking the example of almonds. As per our books, the total inventory must be 1000 kg, but when we visit to the Godown and we do the physical verification, we found that the 20 kg of the almonds was damaged and was not sellable. So how we will adjust this quantity? And this 20 kg of almonds is loss for the company. So how we will do the adjustment or the postings in the TallyPrime? So the stock will be tally and we will post the loss. So we will use the stock journal for this. So go to the vouchers, select the vouchers stock journal, and I'm going to select the stock journal simple voucher. Give any reference if you want, and select the source. So the consumption would be almonds. Select the Godown main location, select the quantity 1000, price will come automatically, And now we will select the item, again the elements, Godown will be the same, but the quantity would be 980, and now we can see the inventory is less than this. Now if you go back, select the stock summary and go to the dry foods, now the stock is 980 and it is matching with our record. Hello everyone, in this video we are gonna learn about the manufacturing journal. In the last video we have already learned, but here I will take the example of the co-product or the byproduct. We are going to take the example of the sugar. So when we manufacture the sugar, so we used sugarcane as a main product and we add some chemicals on it. We put the sugarcane in the machine and they extract the pulp, the juice of the sugarcane, and we also got the bhusa called straw. So the bhusa is the byproduct, and using the pulp company manufactured the sugars. The straw is the co-product, which is the saleable product. So we are going to take the example of the manufacturing voucher. Go to the voucher, stock voucher, select the stock voucher. From here select the stock voucher and select the manufacturing voucher. Give the reference. Now go down, select the finished product. In this case it is sugar. The Godown would be main, and let's say we have generated 1000 kg of sugar using the sugar cane. So we will see we have sugar cane in the Godown too, so we will select, and the quantity is used let's say 1 ton. So here we got straw in the main Godown. The percentage, we can define the percentage or the quantity. So what is the percentage of the price? So let's say the 5% of the cost allocation to the straw. So we will enter the 5%. So if you see, the 750 is the 5% of the 15,000. So it is coming automatically. The all calculation is done automatically. So now go down and select the additional cost, the labor charges. We want to add, let's say 10%. So the 10% is involved in that. And so now you can see that additional cost is 1500 and effective cost is 16,500. So the effective rate of primary item would be the 15.16 paisa per kg. By that way you can use the manufacturing voucher generating the co-product, byproduct or the scrap. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to learn about the bill of material. We will take the example of the computers. Our company is manufacturing two type of computers. The two variant of the computers, i5 and the i7. The configuration, both the components are different. Some components are common, but the major component, which is the motherboard, is different in both the. We will create the bill of material for both variant. Let's begin in the TallyPrime. Open the TallyPrime. I have already created the material. Now we need to post or create the bill of material. In the TallyPrime, if you have not yet created the stock item, so you need to create. If already created and you want to implement the bill of entry in the middle of the time, so you need to alter the items. So we have already created, so I'm going to select alter and select the stock item. Select the item you want to alter and press F12 or the configuration from here. Now go down to set bill of material to yes. Press enter. Press Ctrl A to accept and the save. Now go down, select the group, select the category, select the unit, and here we need to configure the bill of material. In short we call BOM, BOM. Select yes, press enter. This is the screen. Now give the name of the BOM. It is computer i5 or anything according to the business. Here total number of units you are going to manufacture. So in this case it is 1, and you need to select the component or the material which will be assembled in this computer or the item. So here first one is the motherboard i5. Select the Godown, select the quantity, select the all component one by one. Here we have one more option, press F12 on the configuration screen. Here we can define the type of component to this BOM. Select yes option, press enter and come down. So here we can define what kind of product it is. If it is main component, if it is the byproduct, co-product or the scrap. So all will come automatically. So by default it is component. So I'm going to select no in this case because all are the main components. Once you're done, come down, select end of list and save. A to save it. Similar way you can create the BOM for the i7, and that is your task. You need to create for your practice. Now go back, come to the voucher and here give the reference number if you want. Select the product, and if you have created the BOM, it will come automatically and you can see all the components coming over here. So you need to select the location for the final or go down, and here you can enter the finished products quantity, all the raw component quantity based on the bill of material comes automatically. You can also do alteration if you want. At the end of list, go here. If you want to select the co-product by product manually, you can select. Otherwise you go down, or you can select the additional component if you want, like labor charges 5%. Now we can see the effective rate of primary item is 11,812. So now you can save this. By that way we can assign the bill of material to our finished products. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to learn how to manage check register. In the TallyPrime we can manage the different or multiple check register for each bank in which our company having the bank account. If you have already created the ledger of the particular bank, you need to alter, or you can create the bank account from the scratch. So we have already created the account, so we will do the alteration. So select the alter option from the gateway of Tally and go to the ledgers and select the bank account. Go down and come to this option, set or alter range for checkbox. Select this option to yes, press enter. Here you need to mention the starting range number. Here mention the range of the check leaves. Press enter. You will get the total number of checks. You need to mention the name of the check for your reference purpose. For example, you can give any code. It can be department, it can be the person who's using. So it totally depends on the business scenario. So I'm giving the code for accounts, let's say 1, and you need to mention the second leaf. Once you consume all the 500 checks, then you receive the next lot of the checkbook. Then you need to mention. Again, I'm entering the check leaves from. Instead of entering the number range, you can enter the number of check received. Let's say it's 100. Press enter. You will get the to range automatically and give the name. Again, press enter. So by that way you can enter as many as number ranges required by the company. Press enter to save this and press Ctrl A to accept this configuration. Now press escape to go back and go to the vouchers. Press F5 to enable the payment voucher. Select the bank account, select the party, press enter, enter the amount you wanna pay, press enter, select the reference, press enter, press enter, press enter. Here you will get the bank allocation of HDFC and the number ranges of the checks. If you are unable to see these information, press F12 and here you need to select multiple options related to the banks, such as show the instruction number during voucher creation, and press Ctrl A to save this configuration. After this, you will get automatically the instrument number in the range automatically and the favoring party name as well. Press enter to save this. We will enter one more voucher, HDFC. Select the bank and the party you want to make the payment. This time I am going to make the payment of 50,000. Select the reference, press enter, press enter, press enter, and from here press the backspace button. Here you can select another checkbook number if you want. I'm going to select the same checkbook and you can save it. Now press the escape button to see the check register. You can click over here to see the checkbook register, or press Alt G and type check register. Select the check register. Here you will see the bank. Press enter. Here you will get all the check register with their name. Here you will get the information of available check, unreconciled checks and reconciled checks. Select any particular range and press enter to see all the details of the all checks. You can do the quick search to find a particular type of search. Here are some different criterias you can make the search. You can search the check number by instrument number, their status, date, or the favoring name, or the amount if you want. Press escape button to go back. Here you can also change the status of any check. For example, this selected check got cancelled. So for enable this cancelled check, you need to select by pressing the space bar, and you got one more option, alter status. The shortcut key is Alt S, and select cancel check. Enter the date and give the reason for cancellation. Press enter. You can see the check status has been cancelled. Now go back. We already consumed the 3 checks. Now the next check number would be number 4. Let's see what will happen when we select the next check for making the payment. I'm going to select the bank and the party. This time I'm going to make the payment of let's say 4,000 rupees only. Select the reference number, and we can see now the check number 4 is coming automatically. Now go back and you can save. Now go back. So by that way you can maintain the check register or multiple check leaves and their record in the TallyPrime. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how to do the bank reconciliation in TallyPrime. Before we go ahead, we need to understand what is bank reconciliation. Bank reconciliation is the process in which the balance of bank account in the books of company's account is matched with the balance of our company account in the books of bank. I'll show you one format over here for your better understanding. So we create the bank reconciliation on daily, weekly or monthly basis. That totally depends on the company scenario and the requirement. So here how we create the bank reconciliation. As I already explained that we matched the bank balance of our bank books with the balance of our company account with the bank books. So here we mention the balance of bank book as per our record. Then we add the unpresented checks and other credits directly into the banks. We deduct all the deposits in the transactions and dishonored checks and or other items, and it is balance as per the bank books. So this is the reconciliation. We need to add and remove. It's a simple mathematical calculations. I have listed some transactions. Below are the transactions which affect the bank reconciliation. First one is check issued but not presented at the bank. Dear friends, when we issue a check, we hand over this check physically to the supplier. But whenever we create or issue any check, we posted the same in our books of accounts, so it is affected the balance of the bank in our books of account, but it will not cleared from the bank yet. So the company's balance at the bank books will be different because it is not yet debited from our account in the books of banks. It takes around 3 to 4 days to clear this check. Once this amount is paid through the bank to the supplier, then the balance of banks. So below is the transaction which affect the bank reconciliation. First is check issued but not presented at bank. When we issue a check, it takes 3 to 4 days to clear from the bank. Whenever we issue a check, it's immediately affect our bank account in our books of account. It means the balance in the TallyPrime, but until it clear from the bank, it is not affect the bank. So we have to wait for 3-4 days. So if we issue any check for a particular period by which we are going to make the bank reconciliation, there is a difference of the balances in our books of account and the bank's account. Second can be the bank charges debited by the bank but not booked in our books of account. It might be possible there are certain bank charges which is debited by the bank, but until we get any debit advice or information from the bank, we not booked in our books of account. So once we booked, the balance will be matched. Similarly, the interest also credited time to time by the bank, but we have to book in our books of accounts, then only it will match. Amount deposited by the customers in the bank account but not recorded in our books of accounts. Sometimes customer transfer the amount and informed us maybe after 3 or 4 days, so it affect our bank account balance, but it is not booked in our books of account, so there will be a difference in the balances always. So we need to consider these type of transactions. This is called the bank reconciliation. So I'll show you the whole process in the TallyPrime for better understanding. So it's very easy in the TallyPrime. You need to open the bank account, bank ledger in the TallyPrime. There are many ways to open any ledger. We can go to the display, trial balance, and go to the current assets, then bank accounts and this, and open this one. And another way is to go to display, go to accounts books and select the ledger, and you need to type the ledger name, select, and now for a particular date, for example, for today is 1st June 2022 and we need to make the reconciliation for today date. So you need to click over here, reconciliation option, and the shortcut key is Alt R. So once we click over here, we will get this statement. Here we need to mention the date of bank in which the amount is cleared. So we made the payment on 1st May. So it is possible it was cleared from the bank from the same date or maybe after 2-3 days. So we need to enter the date only. And here we can see the calculations. This is balance as per company's books, and this is the amount which is not affecting the balance as per bank. So this is the amount. So when we enter any date, it will start affecting these amounts. So these two amounts will be same at a particular date. This is called bank reconciliation. So we need to enter all the dates and the transactions which affecting the bank accounts but not our books of accounts, like bank interest, bank charges, or any other type of transactions. So I'm entering the date and press it. Again we will click on the reconciliation, and there is a difference of 98,000. We can see I have entered wrong date, that is why it is creating the problem. And now accept, and now click on the reconciliation, and we can see there is no transaction pending, and here the balance as per our company books or balance as per the bank is same. So this is how we create the bank reconciliation. It may possible there is a difference, so we can take the printout of this bank reconciliation and submit to the auditors. So this is the feature of bank reconciliation. If you have any query, feel free to send me the query. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you, friends. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to update the bank details of the sundry creditors or the sundry debtors. We have already created some ledgers, but at the time of creating the ledgers, I have not updated the bank details. Now I want to update through the Excel file provided by the TallyPrime. Let me show you the ledgers first. We will go to the chart of accounts, press enter, select the ledgers. If you go down, we have created some sundry creditors. Right now I want to update the bank details of Tata Limited and the Voltas Limited. We can also update at the same time of the bank account of sundry debtors as well. So if I click over here or press enter and come to the provide bank details option, type Y and press enter. Here we can find there is no data available for the bank account. It means we have not updated. In the similar way, I have not updated the bank details of the sundry creditors. So I want to update the details using the TallyPrime sample data Excel file for updating the bank details. So now go back and go to the alteration, select the ledgers, select any sundry creditor or debtor. So I'm gonna select Voltas now, press enter, come over here, type yes, and now click on the import or the Alt O from top of this menu, select the bank details, and from here on the right hand side click on the pay sample data, and you need to select the configuration export to local drive, and here you will get this window. From here you need to configure it. If you want, click here or press C to configure this. So here you can change the data. By default it is Excel format, and you need to change the folder path from here. If you want, you can change the name from here, press enter and change the name if you want. Right now I'm gonna save this file at the same format, press escape button to come back, and now click on the send button or press E. I have already exported, that's why I'm getting this overwrite option. Click on the yes or type Y from the keyboard to overwrite the file. After the export, the file will open automatically. Here you will find two sheets. One is details, in which we will fill all the bank related details, and here some are the instructions which we need to follow. So I will explain each and every instruction in the details. Here you need to mention the serial numbers like 1, 2, 3, how many ledgers you are going to upload. So in this case we are updating 3 ledgers. Now you need to type the name exactly you have mentioned in the TallyPrime. The name should be exactly match with the TallyPrime. Here you need to mention or give any code of your bank. Example, a customer may have multiple bank accounts, so we need to give a code for each type of bank. For example, Voltas Limited having 2 bank accounts, one in HDFC, second in ICICI Limited. So we can give any reference or the code. So I would like to give like HDFC 1. So, and here you need to mention the transaction type you are using for this particular bank account. So in this case it would be the e-fund transfer, and this would be the same in case you are printing the check. So you need to select the check. In today's time, all peoples are transferring the fund electronically, so we suggest to use e-fund transfer only. Here you can create the ledger with a different name. You can give any code, or you can create the ledger like Voltas Limited Mumbai if you are billing, if you are purchasing, but the favoring name of the party must be matched with the bank details. So it must be like Voltas Limited only. Here you need to mention the bank account number, give the IFC code, 11-digit IFC code, give the bank name, and you need to set yes if you want to use this bank account details as a default in the TallyPrime in the master. Similarly, you need to mention all bank account details of all ledgers you are going to update. Here I have made some changes. By mistake I have written the HDFC bank, but I used the ICICI bank. So here I have mentioned all the bank details of all creditors and the debtors, and I have also added one more account of Voltas Limited. So I want to update two bank account of the Voltas Limited. Let's see how this happen. And I mentioned the no for default of HDFC Bank for Voltas Limited. So I want to make ICICI Bank as a default bank transfer for Voltas Limited. Now save this file and close, and now open the TallyPrime, and once you press escape button, now click on the Alt O once again, select the bank details, and by default this file will come. If not, then press backspace. If not, select the different option from here. You can specify the path where your file is saved. You can also import directly from the drive, or you can get more details, but this is the relevant file for us. So this is the path and this is the file we want to update. Now click over here, it will start importing. If you got any error, you will get the summary from here. So now all the ledgers has been updated. So you can see the message success, total number 4, updated 4 numbers. Now press any key to continue. Now go back and we will go to the chart of accounts, ledgers, and first we will check the bank details of Infosys Limited. Select yes, and now we can see the bank details has been updated for the Infosys Limited. We will check for Tata Limited. Come over here, type yes, press enter, it's done. And one more remaining, Voltas Limited. Click over here, type yes, press enter. We can see two banks here. ICICI Limited is the default, we can see the option, and this is the no. So this is the way you can import the bank details in bulk of the debtors and the creditors in TallyPrime. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the payment advice. When we make the payment to the suppliers, it may contains number of invoices, multiple number of invoices. So, and there are some deductions also involved. So we need to give all the details to our supplier. It's very easy using the TallyPrime. We can print the payment advice, will complete details of all deductions including TDS, TCS or any other type of details. Most important is the invoice numbers. So as you remember, when we were configuring the TallyPrime initially, we enabled the option of bill reference. This is the most important feature of the TallyPrime, which is required by all organizations because they want to maintain the payment and the receipt bill wise. Let's say one creditor supplier so much of material on multiple invoices, and now we are making the payment of 5 invoices. So we made the payment of 5 invoices in one time or by using one bank transfer or the check. So that check include the details of the 5 checks. So we need to provide that information. So we can do it automatically. So let me show you the details. It's very easy. You need to click on the go to option or type Alt G and type payment advice, which is under banking utility. Click over here and you need to select a particular ledger. So our major supplier is ABC Contractors Private Limited. If you remember, we also enabled the TDS for this. So we need to provide the TDS details as well for their booking in their books of accounts. So you can simply select all the transactions in one go, and if you want to give the details of one payment, so select, it is already selected, you can see it's highlighted, and then click on the print option, click, and here so you need to select the particular transactions. If we want to give the payment advice for one transaction, so press space bar from the keyboard, and now you can see it's blue color, it is highlighted in the blue color. Now click on the print option or Alt P and press escape button. We can see the details, and if we want to do some configuration, click on this configuration button or type C from the keyboard and make the changes whatever you want. If you want to include the narration, press enter. You can enter the advice date, contact details. So you need to select all the options as per your requirements. Once you're done, go back and you can take the printout, or before that you can also see the preview. Click over here and you can see the preview. Click over here to zoom the information. Here are the all information. This is the advance payment. Here is the payment details and the TDS details, and this is the bank transfer details. You can take the printout or go back. And now we want to give the information of multiple payments. So now select another transaction and use the spacebar, and now click again on the print option, or use Alt P, the shortcut key for printing anything. Select the current, click, press enter and type yes if you want to print each transaction on a fresh page, which is recommended. Now press enter, and before that you can do the configuration, which I have already explained. Now click on the preview or press I from the keyboard as a shortcut key. Here the first page, and click on the zoom button. You can see the information. We have already seen this information. Now press escape button to see the another details of another payment. You can click on the zoom button to see the details. So by that way we can take the printout of the payment advices. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the job costing and TallyPrime. What is job costing? Job costing is used to ascertain the cost and revenue of individual work order. Job costing is a form of specific order costing which applies to the job undertaken according to the customer's requirements and the specifications. In Tally, you can track the cost and revenue information like material, labor and overhead for a specific job, even to the smallest details. With a view to ascertain the actual cost incurred for each job is assigned to a job number or a job name. With the job costing, you can determine the actual cost for each job location wise. You can determine the revenue and the expenditure and therefore the profit associated with each job. Track overhead cost by allocating them for each job. Identify the losses on projects at an early stage. All work orders are not the same. Work orders are totally depends on the customer's requirement and the specifications. Need a different manufacturing process for each work order. The certain type of industries. These are the industries in which job costing is applicable: construction, interior decoration, advertising, shipbuilding, machine tools, printing, toy making, heavy power generating equipments. These are the steps to implement for job costing in the TallyPrime. First, we will enable the job costing feature. We will enable the multiple godowns. Then we will create some cost centers. We will create godowns. We will create ledgers. We will create some stock journal and other transactions. And finally, we will get the report, and which I will explain in the coming videos. For learning the job costing in better way, we will create a company from scratch. So select the create company option from here. Then change the data path if you want. Enter the company name and other relevant details. Accept, and you are done. You need to enable some features such as cost centers. If you did not get this option, you need to enable by selecting yes from here and select the all features as well. Now enable the cost centers and now come down to the enable job costing features to yes. Press Ctrl A to save. Now first we will create some ledgers. I will create some creditor, debtor and some expenses first. Then we will create cost center and the godowns. So I'm creating some ledgers quickly. So I created labor expenses under the direct expenses, and cost centers must be applicable to get or allocate these expenses to the job costing. Now accept, I created one more ledger under the direct expenses, contractor fees. Cost center is also applicable on this. Now we will create the purchase. Under the purchase of account, and cost centers will also applicable on this. Now sales account, sales cost center will be applicable on the sales account as well. I created one supplier account under the creditors, also created one customer account under the debtors. Cost centers are not applicable on sundry creditor and debtors, and save it. Now we will create the cost centers. But before creating more ledgers, we need to understand the scenario of our business. We are creating a company engaged in the construction. They having two type of businesses, road construction and the building construction. We will create 4 projects, 2 road projects and 2 building projects. We will create 2 cost centers or 2 godowns with the same name, and under these we will create 4 projects, road project 1, 2, or building project 1 and 2. So this is the scenario. Now I am opening TallyPrime. First we will create the cost centers. Select the cost center, enter the name. If you are not getting this option, use for job costing, press F12 and enable this option. Set job costing for cost centers to yes and Control A to save. Now you will get this option. Enter the name of the cost center. First one is road. For this I am not enabling the job costing because it is my major business type. Under the road I will create road project 1, but this time I will select road and I will select yes to use for this cost center under the job costing. Select Control R to get the last data in the field of name. Change the name, select the road once again, enable job costing option by selecting yes. Now create another business type building. It will come under primary and do not enable the job costing. Now Control plus R to get the building, then project 1. Then select the building, select yes, Control R, change, select building, enable this option to yes. Now we will create the godowns. Press escape to come out and select the godowns. Select create new, and here also if you are not getting this option, job project for job costing option, press F12 and enable this option. Allow storage of material to yes and set job costing details to yes. Now enter the details. First we will create road. It will come under the main location. Allow storage of material, and we will not allow to storage the application for the roads, but we will create the road project 1 and we will select the road, and here I will enable or select the list of job projects which we given to the cost centers. So now the cost centers are working as job projects. So we need to select the same and we need to mention the same name. Control R, road, yes, road project 2. Now building, select primary or main location. Now select list of project, so not applicable. Project details, Control R, project 1, select the Godown building and project 1 which we have already created under the cost center. Control R, change the name, select building and select project 2 and save it. So now we have created our masters. In the next video we will learn about the stock general. Now we will create some vouchers. So we will do the alteration in the stock general for consumption and transfer of the stock. So we will select alter from the gateway of Tally and we will select voucher type stock general from here and press enter and come to the name of class. Here type transfer or enter transfer, and you will get this option. Select yes to the use classes for enter Godown transfers and type consumption, press enter and select second option, use classes for job costing consumption, and save it. Now go back. In this video we will learn, or we will create some item masters. Select create from the gateway of Tally, select the stock item, but before that we need to create the unit, and kg, kilogram, select kg and numbers, and now go back, select the group raw material, select primary, and then select and go create one more group, finish product or the building, or you can say complete building or road or the project. Now go back, select the item, and first we will create brick. We will select raw material, category is not applicable, it will be numbers, GST will be applicable. I have entered the details related to the GST, and we can mention the opening quantity if you want, but we will do the purchase entry, so I am not giving any quantity in the opening. And now cement bags, select raw material, category not applicable, numbers, GST applicable, and enter the GST related details. I'm not going to enter the opening quantity for cement bags as well. Now create iron, raw material, not applicable, iron comes in kgs, enter the GST details. So I'm not going to enter any opening quantity in the iron as well. I'm saving this. So I will create the quickly some accounting ledgers for GST input and output as well. You already learned how to create, so you need to create yourself. I am not recording the video for the GST input output ledgers. Now we will see our chart of accounts. Select the chart of accounts, select the ledgers, and we can see we have cash, customer, these are the GST input or output, supplier we are having P&L, and we have some direct expenses, we have purchase and the sales account. So if we require any other ledger, so we will create at the time of voucher. So you need to create such masters, and in the next video we will start entering our purchase and the sales or some consumption or the inter-transfer vouchers. So in this video first we record the purchase of material. So from the gateway of Tally, simply go to the vouchers, select the purchase voucher from here, and make sure you have selected the mode to the item master. Enter the supplier invoice reference number. If you are not getting this, press F12, and you need to enable this option, provide supplier invoice details to yes, then you will get the supplier invoice number. So I will enter the details. I will select the supplier, purchase of material, and then we will select iron. Then we need to select the Godown at which our material is unloaded or we purchased for that particular project. It is purchased for the building number 1. We will enter the quantity, let's say 1000 kgs at the rate of 65. Then we will enter the building project 2. For this we purchase 5000 kg, same rate, and iron is not required for the road project, so I am not selecting. And then select the cement bags. Cement bags are required for building project 1, let's say 500, 350 each. For building we purchased 250 numbers, and we purchased another is brick. So building number 1, we unloaded, let's say 2 lakh of bricks of 6 each. And now go down, select the GST related details, let's say GST input and SGST input. Now go down, enter the e-way bill details, select the reference number as well, and you can save it. So we have booked the first purchase for building projects. Now we will enter the purchase of material for road constructions. So again enter the invoice detail, select the supplier, purchase of material, select charcoal, select the Godown, enter the quantity, let's say 5000 at the rate of 50. Road project 2, it is 4500, and we need roadie for the road project 1. Quantity is 500 kg, rate is 43. Road project 2, 500 kg, and we need to save this. Provide the GST e-way bill details, etc., and you can save it. Sorry, here we have not entered the GST input and the GST input account. That is why we were getting the error for GST or the taxation. We can accept. Now go back and we will see the report from the gateway of Tally. Go to the display more reports, go to the statement of inventory and job work analysis. Select any particular project, project 1, press F12, select details and go down. Now we can see we made the purchases for 14,40,000 for project number 1. If you want to change, you can click over here or press F4 from the keyboard. You can select different projects and you can see the details. So by that way we can see the job work analysis. Now go back. In the next video we will learn about the consumption vouchers. So dear friend, in this video we will do the consumption entry. In practical, what happens in the site, the construction company create a small godown in which they store the material, and whenever there is a requirement they issue the materials. So they maintain the material issue slips. So accountant has to enter these entries in the Tally, or the TallyPrime can be installed directly in the system in the warehouse or the site, and they can directly enter the material and they can do the posting directly at the site. So you will get the latest updated data anywhere where is connected through the server. So we will post the consumption entry. So we assume whatever the material issued is consumed in at site. So we will select the voucher from the gateway of Tally, click on the other vouchers, and on the below side we can see the inventory vouchers. So you need to select the consumption first under the stock general, or you can select the stock general. You will get the voucher class list. So select the consumption from here and enter the reference number if you want. If you are not getting this option, press F12 and you need to enable this option, and if you don't want, you can disable as well. Press Ctrl A, enter the reference number if you want. By default the voucher class is consumption. Select the material you issued. So let's say the cement bag issued from the Godown. So we are working on building project 1. So select the Godown and select the quantity. So we are issuing 400 quantities cement bags, and so here you need to create the item with the building name so that you can easily identify it is issued to the building. So we will select the completing building or anything, and categories are not applicable and units are also not applicable in this case, because if you select the units in numbers, so every time you need to enter 1 2 3 and it will increase the number of buildings, but actually the building is one only. So that is why it is not required. So I am disabling the GST as well, and you need to select the Godown main location only and enter the total amount is coming over here. So 1,40,000, and you need to save it. I'm posting one more entry, consumption. So this time the bricks issued, so we are sending the, let's say in a day total 12,000 bricks consumed, and in the building Godown is main location, amount is 72,000, and you need to save it. Now go back, we will see what is the impact of these transactions in our report. Come to the display more reports, select statement of inventory, job work analysis, select the building project 1, F12, select detailed, controlled A to save this option. And now you can see initially the stock was total purchase, it means the inward was 14,40,000, but the closing stock is 28,000. Why? Because the 2,12,000 material is consumed post the entries. So we enter on this button and we can see all the entries. Even you can go to the smallest detail of the amount, what is the impact of this amount. So you just click and you can see all the item level or the voucher level details from here. You need to just enter, you will go to the next report. So if you see, the inward amount was 14,40,000 bricks, cement and iron. Only brick cement bags are consumed, iron is still available. That is why the amount is 12,28,000 is coming. This is the way you can post the consumption entry. So in the next video I will explain about the transfer of material from one project to another project. In the last video we learned about how we post the consumption entry whenever the material issue from the warehouse to the at site where it actually the part of building. So we treat this as a consumption of material. Now it may possible we have some stocks available at one Godown, but there is a requirement in another project, so we can transfer the material. So the value of this amount, because it is inward, we purchased and we stored this material at the project building project number 1. Now there is a requirement of the cement bags at project number 2, so we need to transfer. So how this transfer entry will be done in the TallyPrime, I am going to explain over here. Now press escape button to come up and select the vouchers, and this time we will change the consumption class to the transfer. So again select or click on the other vouchers, select the stock journal and select the transfer. Now you can see the screen of the voucher changed completely. Now enter the reference number if you want, and you need to select the destination Godown here. So I am going to select building project number 2 and enter the product or the item name. So we are transferring the cement bags, let's say 250 bags I am going to transfer, and here you need to select the Godown. So we are selecting the Godown 1, quantity 100, and we can also transfer some bricks. So we can see in the project number 1 we already having, so we are transferring 88,000 bricks. Now go back, come to the display more reports, select statement of inventory, job work analysis and project 1, and now we can see we need to select F12 from here and detailed report, Control A to see all the details. So here we can see the closing stock is 6,65,000 only, because we have already moved the material. We can see inter project transfer 5,63,000 we transfer to the project number 2, which we can see by pressing F4 from the keyboard, and we can see the closing stock has been increased by 5,63,000, which we transferred from the project number 1. So by that way we can do the transfer entry in the TallyPrime for job costing. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to book our sales so that we can see what is the profit actually we made from the particular project. The purpose of the cost sheet is to get the complete profit or loss, and we will see all the categories related to the material, labor, direct expenses, other operating expenses, sales, transfers, so everything. So how we can book the sales? It is quite similar to the sales we booked or learned earlier in the previous videos. So go to the vouchers from the gateway of Tally, select the sales voucher from here or press F8, but here we have to select the mode as a accounting invoice, not the item invoice. Okay friend, so we have to change the mode this from item invoice to the accounting invoice. Select the customer and select the sales account, enter the amount. Let's say we sold it for 10 lakh rupees. From here select the cost center and save it. Press escape button, go back, and from display more reports, go to the statement of inventory, job work analysis, select the project, and now we can see the sales amount, I mean the revenue is coming, and we can see the net profit and loss on the downside. Press F12, select detailed, and we can see the percentage wise amount. So we can see what was the consumption, what is the sales, and what is the net profit. So everything we can see in the percentage as well. If you want to take the printout, so we will click on this print button or click or select Alt P from the keyboard, and we can see the preview from here. It is quite similar to the report, and we can send it to the concerned person or the management. You can take the printout, you can save this in PDF or any other format. So by that way you can do the job work analysis. If you have any query related to this, please send me the query. I will try my best to give the answer as soon as possible. Thank you friends for watching this video. Hello everyone. In this section, I'm going to explain how to implement TCS, tax collected at source, in TallyPrime. Tax collected at source is tax that is payable by the seller but which is collected from the buyer. Section 206C of the Income Tax Act has an exhaustive list of goods that are specified for this purpose. Let's take the example of scrap. Seller issue an invoice of rupees 1000 plus 18% of the GST to the buyer. If TCS is applicable, then the seller will charge TCS on the total value of the invoice at the specified rate, that is 1% in the case of scrap. Here is the calculation. Scrap value 1000. This is the example how to calculate the TCS. Scrap value is 1000. GST is 18%. And now the amount is 118. Subtotal or the taxable amount for the purpose of calculating the TCS would be 1118. If TCS is applicable at the rate of 1%, then the 11 rupees would be the total collection of charges of TCS. The total invoice value would be 1129. These are the list of goods which is specified in the Income Tax Act for collecting the TCS. In normal cases, all manufacturing units having some scraps, they generate some scraps and they sell. On the scrap it is applicable. That is why I am explaining the TCS over here, and you should know because every manufacturing unit generate the scrap and you have to maintain the TCS and you have to charge on the TCS if applicable. Then you should know how to implement it in the TallyPrime as well. So again, these are the list of items and these are the steps which we need to follow to implement the TCS in the TallyPrime. First, we need to enable the TCS. We will create TCS nature of payment. We will create the stock item. We will create the party ledger. If it is already created, then we need to do the editing or the alteration in the party ledger, and we will enable the TCS and related information. We will create the sales ledger. We will create the TCS payable ledger. So now the first step is to enable For enabling the TCS, press F11 from the keyboard and come over here, select yes, press enter. Here you need to feed the details, but if you have already enabled the TCS, the details come automatically and you have to save it, and you need to come down to save all the options. Now it is time to create the nature. Come to the create button and now come to the TCS nature of goods. So here first we will create for scrap, so we will select the TCS scrap, press enter. Here the section is 6E, payment code is E, with PAN 1%, without PAN it would be 2%, and you need to save it. There is no exemption limit for this. If applicable, then you need to study the Income Tax Act properly, then you need to implement the complete TCS nature of goods. Now we will create the stock item. So I'm creating scrap. It will come goods. I am not going to create any category for it, and we will create scrap in kgs. Okay, no problem. We will select kgs and GST is applicable. You need to define the classification, then 18%, and you need to save it. It's goods, and we have some quantity, let's say it is. So we created our stock. Now it is time to create the ledger. So I will create AK scrap buyer. It would be debtor because we are going to issue an invoice to him. Maintain bill by bill. Then default credit period would be 15 days. TDS is not applicable. Yes, TCS is applicable on it. And we will select to company resident, and we can use the advanced configuration to yes, and there is no need to define these things. So enter the PAN number, enter the GST number. After filling all the details, you need to save it. Now it is time to create sales ledger, sales scrap. Then it comes under the sales, not applicable. GST is applicable. You need to create or alter the GST details. It is goods. TCS is applicable, yes, and you need to select the nature of goods, TCS scrap, and you need to save it. Finally, we will create the TCS payable. It comes under duties and taxes. You need to select TCS. Here select the nature of goods, TCS scrap, and you need to save it. I think we have created all the required ledgers. Now we will do the sales entry. Select the voucher and click on the sales button on the right hand side, or click or press the F8 and select the buyer, but we need to change the mode to item invoice because we are going to sell the material, that is scrap. So we will select party name, we will select the sale of scrap, we will select the scrap, and we are going to scrap 50 kg, and CGST output have not created, so we will create the CGST output quickly. In the CGST output, you need to select the central tax. The percentage of calculation would be 0. The rounding off method would be not applicable. TDS is not applicable. Yes, TCS is applicable, and you need to select these options. Now if you see, the calculation will be calculated of CGST automatically. Similar way we will create SGST output, duties and taxes, GST, state tax 0%, and TDS is not applicable. TCS is applicable. TCS scrap. And now we will select the TCS payable. And you can see it is calculated on the subtotal. We can calculate 325. So by that way you can issue an invoice with the TCS. You can take the printout. You can see the preview. All tax related details come over here, and TCS is also coming over here. Here is the GST. Now we will make the payment. So the entry was done on 1st of July. So we will make the payment for this on 1st of August. So we will select autofill option. We will select state payment, then TCS. We will select the period, and we will select the section, the nature of goods, status of the collectees, status of the companies, and we will select the bank. And you can see all entries related to the TCS is coming automatically. Total payable amount, we need to make the payment of this. Now we got the challan similar to the TDS, and we will post the entries in the calculation, the challan details in the TCS report and challan reconciliation. Here we will enter, we will click on the reconcile button, then we will select the sections, then we will enter the details like check number, their date, then BSR code and challan number. These are the mandatory details you need to enter, otherwise you could not file the return. You need to save it. Now go back. Now we will come to the form 27 EQ. Select this one. This is the form. We can see the collect at normal rate, then higher rate, then zero rate. All details will come over here. Now we need to save this, and we will export this as in the JSON report. After doing all these things, we need to export this report into JSON format by clicking over here. This function will be applicable in the licensed version of Tally ERP 9. It is not available in the educational mode. I cannot show you the further process of the filing of TCS return, but this is the last step we can say. After that, we need to export this return. We need to take the printout of the 27Q form, and we need to sign and stamp and submit to the authorized dealer, who will upload this return to the income tax portal.